starts.
The first LEGO League UK and Ireland final! Are you guys excited to be here? Is it not? We just had a few mic troubles. Is that a little better? That better? Okay, there we go, yay! So let's try that again, and this time you'll be able to hear me. So I'm going to shout hello, and I want you guys to shout hello as loud as you can, okay? Hello! I am so excited to be back here again this year because I really enjoyed myself last year. And if you were here last year, I want you to give me a, oh yeah. If this is your first UK and Ireland first LEGO League final.
Gosh, what's happened to the microphone?
There we go. I want you to give me another, oh yeah. Oh, so we've got quite a few newbies, but don't be worried, don't be put off, because I've got told one time that it was the youngest team that won once. But what I do want you guys to do is enjoy the day. It's an absolutely fantastic day. You guys have done so well to make it this far, that yes, obviously you're going to try your hardest today, but enjoy it. Take in the atmosphere. Take in the excitement of today. Take in all the other teams you're going to meet, because today will be an absolutely brilliant day. Now, first of all, I would like to also thank the sponsors and the volunteers. There are so many volunteers that make this happen. So I'd like you to give me a big yay for the sponsors and the volunteers. You're good at this, I like it, and slowly we're waking you up. And also, what I'd like to do, and I can't see them just yet, do we have the last year's winners, C14, around? Where are you? Come down, guys, and let's give them a round of applause as they make it onto the stage. Oh, you've got your hats again, I like it, I like it. Now, C14, if you were here last year, you will know that they were the champions, and that meant that they went to the World Festival. So up you come, guys. Have those hats been in storage for a year? Yeah, up you come, up you come. So you guys, you were in this position last year, so you can relate to how the teams are feeling. Have you got any advice for the teams?
Just stay confident and calm, and it should be okay.
Confident and calm, that's like a life rule. I quite like it. Now, obviously, you went to go to the US. Can you share with them a little bit about how amazing that was? You're like, yeah, I want to.
Yeah, it was a competition on a huge scale, and there were just teams from all over the world, so it was great to see their different ways of solving the problems. And yeah, it was just an amazing experience.
I've heard that it's just absolutely crazy because there's so much going on. But did you enjoy it?
Yeah, it was just amazing. It was such a good experience, meeting people from all over the world and making friends with them.
Brilliant. Well done. Let's give it up for C14. Very well done. So, if you want to follow in C14's footsteps and win one of the prizes today, then we've got a fair few awards that we will be giving out throughout the day. We have got, obviously, we have the Champions Award, and that is for the most consistently brilliant team across all the categories. That's the one to get. But we've got lots of other awards as well. We have got ones that are decided by the judges, and that is the Project Award. We have the Robot Design Award. We have the Core Values Award and the Judges Award. And then we have ones that are decided by the points. And for this, there's the Robot Performance Award and also the Robot Knockout Award. And then we've got a few more awards. There's so many awards, it's brilliant. And these ones are the Sponsors Awards. So we've got the Bechtel Award for Safety. As you can tell by my left arm, I'm a big advocate of safety. We also have the Loughborough University Award for Team Spirit, which is really important. Sometimes things don't go to plan. Don't worry, just keep working as your team. And like they said, be confident and calm, and things will work out. We also have the EPSRC Centre for Innovative Manufacturing and Intelligent Automation Award for Innovation. And so we do have lots of awards throughout the day. But as well as the awards, as well as the competition that you're here for, we've got a few extra competitions just to keep you guys on your toes. We have, if any of you have seen me dancing, you really don't want to, but we have a dancing competition, which is going to be taking place at 2:30. And teams can get on stage and try your dancing. And you're going to have, what could possibly go wrong? And also we have an air guitar competition. So who's good at air guitar? Yeah, a few of you. So with the air guitar competition, you will have 15 seconds to show us what you've got. And so we'll see who is the air guitar king or queen. And at 4 o'clock, we have the balloon costume parade. So any of you that were here last year, don't worry, because this year we have pumps. Yay. So we give out some balloons, and you try and do your best to come up with a beautiful costume, balloon-based, obviously. We had some completely amazing costumes last year, so see if you can beat that. And there'll be a mini parade across the stage, and of course there'll be prizes for the best costume. So there's lots and lots of stuff going on, but there's also some rules of today, just to make sure everything runs accordingly. And it's going to be Richard from the IET who's going to tell you all about it. Let's give Richard a round of applause.
Thank you. Morning, everybody. Was that any good? I don't know.
That's okay. I trained them quite well.
Yeah, I thought you did, but I think we can do a little bit better. Morning, everybody. Hey, that's more like it. It's fantastic to see you all here. Really, really fantastic. So you've made the final. Hooray! And I know it's going to be a fantastic day. And I know that you've travelled, a lot of you, for a really long way. And I believe we've got some people from Aberdeen here. Is that right? Yes, we've got some Aberdeen. You can do a better whoop than that. We've got some people from Aberdeen here. Yes, there we go. We've got some people from Galway. Give us a whoop. Hey, right at the back up there. We've got some people from Belfast. So all these guys, I think, have got on planes to come here. We've got some people from Callington. Can we have a shout out from Callington? Yes, in Cornwall. Nearly as far away. Big up the southwest. So we've got a load of fantastic teams here. And however far you've travelled, welcome. And thank you for coming here today. You're going to have a fantastic day. I have a few practical things to tell you about how the day is going to run. So please listen carefully. I will say this only once. The judging rooms. Clearly, the robot game will take place in here, so when your time comes to compete with the robot game, this is where you'll be. When you have a judging session, it's not in this building. It's in a building over the road. So to get there, we have an army of lovely Loughborough University students and intelligent automation staff. Can you give us a wave if you're a uni student or intelligent automation staff? Let's give them a round of applause. Yep. So these guys are there to lead you to your sessions. So they'll make sure you don't get lost. They'll make sure you end up in the right place. However, it is your responsibility to make sure that you end up in the right place at the right time. You cannot blame them if you are late for a session, okay? So they will come to your pit area and collect you when it's about 5 minutes before the time of your session. Be ready 10 minutes before, okay? So they will come and collect you. If they are not there, it's your job to come and find them or find some other event staff, and we'll make sure that someone gets to you, okay? But don't just sit there waiting if nothing's happening. Do come and find us, and we'll sort you out. But ultimately, it's your responsibility to make sure that you're in the right place at the right time. We have a very busy timetable today, so it's really difficult to put things right if you miss your session, okay? And we actually can't promise that you'll be able to redo your session if you miss it and it could have been avoided. So, please make sure you're in the right place at the right time. Parents, spectators, people who are here to watch, family and friends for the day, give us a wave. Excellent. Let's give these people a round of applause. They're your supporters. Welcome to all you guys. Unfortunately, we can't have you watching the robot design or the core values judging, but you can, if the team are happy for you to, go and watch the project session, okay? So if the team are okay with family and friends coming along to watch them do their project presentation and be judged on that, then you can go with them. if you're going to do that, make sure that you're in the foyer area 10 minutes before your team is due to go, so you can join them when they go over the way, because we won't be able to take you over afterwards. So make sure that you go to the judging session with the team if you're going to join them for that, and that's only for the project judging, okay, not for core values or for robot design. Timekeepers, where is Tanis and where is Jamie? Tanis and Jamie over there, give us a big wave. Can you come around the front and give us a wave? Tanis and Jamie here have extremely important jobs. They are going to be making sure that everything runs on time. And so if for some reason you find that you're running late or you are having trouble and you won't be able to get to your session for some reason, those are the guys you want to find. So memorize their faces and they'll be able to do their best to sort you out. So Tanis and Jamie over there on the timekeeping. We have some practice tables over here, 4 of them. There is a booking sheet on there, on each of the tables, so you can just put your team name onto a time slot and book on for a session on the practice tables. Please share those. So there's only 4 of them, so please don't hog them. Please stick to your assigned slot, and please take a reasonable number, the minimum that you need, and make sure that we can share out the time on the practice tables fairly. And if you end up having loads and loads of sessions and other teams can't get on, then you'll have some staff coming up to you and saying, we'll need to give your session to someone else, okay? So we're going to make sure that every team has a fair opportunity at those tables. If you need first aid or if there's some other emergency, go out to the check-in desk. There'll be someone at the front there at all time. They'll be able to sort you out. Fire exits, there are fire exits all over the place. There's one over there. There's one behind the stage over here. You can go around the side here if you need to. Please don't start any fires. Please, please, please don't start any fires. That would be very bad. So we're not expecting a fire alarm, and I really, really hope there won't be one. But if there is, then just follow the fire exit signs to get out. Lunch, hooray, we're going to have lunch at some point. Lunch can be collected from the upstairs foyer. So if you go out to the main foyer bit out there, on your right you'll see a set of stairs and a sign that says lunch collection upstairs. Go up those stairs and you'll be able to collect your team's lunch. I want only 2 people from each team to do that, please, because we don't want a huge pile-on of people diving all over the lunches. So 2 people from each team to go and collect your team's lunch. And when you do that, please take with you the registration form that's in your team pack so that the caterers know what to give you. I think that's about it from me. One more thing to say before I hand over to Augie over here, and that is that the event is being streamed live on the internet. Hello, people at home. It's through www.firstlegoleague.co.uk. So if you want to have a look at the live stream, that's where you can find it. It's right on the homepage, right there, and you can. You'll probably appear on camera, most of you, over the course of today, and you can wave to your family and friends back home. Okay, that's it from me. All I'm going to say is have a fantastic day. I'm going to hand over to Augie, who's just going to give you a few tips about the robot game, but have a brilliant day, and we'll see you around later. Okay.
Thank you, Richard. Okay, I'm the head judge on the tables, and I just want to remind you all there's been some changes in the rules from last year compared to this year, and I want to remind you all so that you know exactly what you've got to do on the table. Now, one of those is that when the robot comes back to safety and base, you're now not allowed to touch it until it's completely in safety. If you do, you'll get a penalty. So please don't grab your robot. You'll be very excited, I know, and want to get on with the next mission, but let the robot get fully in safety before you touch it, pick it up. And the same applies for when it's bringing things back to base. Any cargo, that has to be completely in safety. I know the coaches and the teachers can get very excited and enthused, but this is the children's competition, so adults or coaches are not allowed to shout instructions to the 2 technicians at the table. Now this year, if anyone does that, your team, it won't affect the points, but you will get a yellow card. And in the event of a tie of 2 teams scoring the same, if a team's got a yellow card, it will count against you. So let the technicians at the table, the 2 children doing the missions, they're the ones in charge and they do it. There's also something that applies to your fellow team members. I know they can get very excited, they can get frustrated by what's happening on the table. Your fellow team members that are not at the table, they're not allowed to be lining the robot up, shouting instructions. The two people at the table are in charge of the robot. The entry to the tables, we're going to take one of the ropes away here. So you can enter through the centre. Only the two people operating the robot are allowed through. Everyone else must stay behind the rope. If your team plans to do a tag, then the children that are doing the tag, they can come inside the rope, but I want them to stand up against the rope and be ready to jump in and swap. And then finally, every team's going to get 3 goes today. The team with the highest score will be the overall winner of the robot competition. But for a bit of fun, we're going to have a knockout competition at the end. So the top 8 teams are going into a knockout. Now, in a knockout competition, it's just the highest score on the pair of tables in that round that counts and lets a team go through to the next round. So this is where consistency pays. Some of the high-scoring teams are not necessarily the most consistent, and it's an opportunity for some of the lower-scoring teams to maybe get a shot at another trophy. So we'll have all the excitement of the knockout competition at the end. Okay, that's everything I have. I'll hand back to Fran. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. So we are almost ready to send you on your way. I think we've given you enough rules for now. But just one more. When you do go through to the pits, you can use both doors to get there, because there's a lot of you and the doorways aren't too wide. So yeah, use both and you'll get there faster. And we've introduced a lot of people to you, but we've missed out 2, and they are vitally important. We have the lovely Colin and Astrid, and they are going to be our commentators throughout the day while you're on the tables. So they're important. Our volunteers are important, our sponsors are important, but the most important people here today are you guys, okay? You guys are the most important people. So, what I'd like to do is just to send you away on a high, is realize just how awesome you guys are, to make it here to the UK and Ireland final. So what we're going to do is there's 3 columns of you, okay? So if you're in this column of seats, when I point at you, you are going to shout, we, okay? We. The middle column, when I point at you, you are going to shout, ah. And then this column, you're going to shout, awesome. So we're going to go, we are awesome, nice and loud, a big cheer, a big clap, and then the day will start for real. Are you ready? Are you ready? Yeah. Okay. Give yourselves a big cheer, and the day is open. Thank you very much.
Well, I'm Mark Reynard and I'm your commentator in the booth today here at Loughborough University for this year's first LEGO League Finals. And what a venue this is. Loughborough University's netball and badminton facility, which houses the England netball team, is sensational. Loughborough University was first established in 1909 as a small technical institute in the centre of Loughborough, and since then it's grown absolutely beyond recognition into the largest single-site campus in the country, with a history of technology and innovation alongside sport and competition. Loughborough really is the perfect place for this year's UK First LEGO League Finals. And as you can see, I'm a huge LEGO fan. We've brought some in from home. I've been introduced to Technics LEGO way back in 1980, before even Mindstorm and robots were invented. It was huge back then when LEGO invented a motor for these kind of things, just to power the wheels. My daughters love building LEGO too, and Annabelle, my youngest, has made some of the items on the table here for me to bring in today. I brought along an unfinished model as well, so that guests can help me have a go with that, or if they want, build some of their own freestyle from some of the creationery over here, and it should be fun. So, hopefully, I'll be bringing you some insights into today's proceedings, looking at some of the rules and generally keeping you up to date with what's happening out there on the floor. So let's have a quick look back at the first LEGO League finals.
Where have you travelled from today?
Essex.
Rugby.
Manchester.
Kensington. Come from Loughborough.
Born in Lincolnshire.
Come all the way from Bath.
Sheffield.
All the way from Esher.
At Norton Hill School.
Are you having fun?
Competitions are really great, and actually the IET has quite a few of them, and every time you just notice it brings people together with a lot of enthusiasm, and it really inspires people to do something better than they'd normally do. And it celebrates the best, and people learn from that, and each year they want to do even better. And it really does coalesce people around a challenge, which is fantastic. But it has a second benefit, which is really important to the IET, and that is that it allows a lot of publicity around what's happening to occur. And from that publicity, we can inspire the next generation. Even the people that aren't here, that aren't even involved in LEGO, can learn about this, and they can start to think to themselves, hey, maybe engineering is an interesting idea.
It is absolutely fantastic to be a part of First LEGO League, the UK and Ireland final. Just seeing children actually representing their regions in this final and what that means to them. Well, that means a lot to me because I'm a scientist. I really wish I was an engineer. But just seeing their potential and seeing the excitement that this subject is bringing to them, it's fantastic to see.
It's the second time I've been to the LEGO League, and of course I'm also the local Loughborough Member of Parliament. So just to say clearly you've had a great day. This is all really important, the skills that you've learned, and looking at the entries as well, things that are going to stand you in really good stead, both now and in the future.
Well, at the start, our first round didn't go so well. We had a bit of trouble with the light sensors, but round 2 it worked perfectly because of our calibration, and then since then it's just been up, which is really good.
And the prize to go to the USA and represent the UK and Ireland at the festival, that must be an absolutely incredible feeling.
Yeah, I can hardly believe it. It's just unreal.
What a fantastic video. The excitement, the skills, just a great day. So what can we expect today? Well, we've got a fantastic audience, the venue's set up ready. I'll be introducing guests from the main floor and chatting to friends and competitors throughout the day and as the competition progresses. This year's final, we're talking all about trash. Well, we're not really, it's about cleaning up. That's what it's about. In the 2015 First LEGO League Trash Treks Challenge, over 250,000 children ages 9 to 16 from over 80 countries have explored the fascinating world of waste. From collection to sorting to smart production and reuse, there is more the rubbish than meets the eye. Today's finalist teams are on a Trash Trek mission to discover the hidden or not so hidden world of bins. We challenged them to think like scientists and engineers. The teams investigated and solved real-world problems in their project. They devised and created a presentation, and it covered all aspects of their idea, to recycling and then to reuse. They also had to build and test and program an autonomous robot using LEGO MINDSTORMS. And that's the bit that's really exciting, is when they use it to kind of solve a set of missions in the robot game. The game's stage actually consists of a big field map on a table with border walls with mission models arranged on top. So let's have a closer look at how the teams score points.
Robot ergs. I love it. And I'll ask you about your team. The pits at the first LEGO League UK and Ireland final. I am Fran Scott, hello, and I'm going to be with you all day today, not only presenting to the lovely teams here, but also presenting to you guys at home. And I'm so excited to be back here. It's such a fantastic day, and these guys have worked so hard throughout the year, going through the regionals and finally making it to the finals. And I am here with, what's your team name again?
Robot ergs.
The Robot Ergs. Can we see their sign? The Robot Ergs. And what's your thinking behind the name?
Well, we built a wormery, and when we picked up the worms, we all went
So you built a wormery as part of your project. You all picked up the worms and you all went erg. And I love your t-shirts. They are absolutely fantastic. And the thing is, these t-shirts not only have the worm on the front, but if they all turn around, it spells their team name, which is Robot Ergs, and with the S as the worm, obviously. Guys, you are incredible. This is just one of the many teams here that are going to take part in the games, and the games are due to start very shortly. So Mark, it's over to you.
Robot games today. We've got 44 finalist teams here today. There were over 500 teams originally, so it's a lot of people down there. And the winners today will see themselves competing at the World Finals over there in the USA in April in St. Louis in Missouri. But not only is that an amazing prize for the winning team, but all the teams will have learned a huge amount about teamwork, engineering, computing and technology, which will hopefully have inspired the next generation of young engineers. So I think we're going to cut now to a video all about engineering. Let's have a look. No, we're not going to that, so we'll stay with me for a bit more. Well, I'm actually just been building a bit more on my little model here that was going really well. And we've got a few more bits on, but hopefully we're going to cut back now to the live feed, so we'll go there and listen to them.
end of the first match of the first round of competition.
Wait, so we're back in the room. Here we are with Leiden, and you apparently
on the
last
tables,
year's
first
winners.
Yeah,
Oh, fantastic. So you've just been seeing some of the games there. Hopefully we're going to cut back in a second and have a look at actually what's going on down on the mats there. But let's have a little chat about last year then. So how did you first get involved? Is this the first year last year, or have you been involved in for a few years?
We were in it 2 years. It was our second year when we won the nationals here. But last year we managed to go to the Open European Championship, so that was a great experience. But basically we got into it because our whole team is home educated. We're at a home education centre, and basically a guy came in and he was looking to build a team, and we just managed to get into that, and we just started as just like a little hobby. But then we just started doing regionals, and then we moved on to the national and did pretty well in that. And then we moved on to the next year and won the nationals and went to the United States for the World Festival. So.
And how did it go once you got to the United States? Is it much more difficult there to do well, or?
It's a lot more difficult. The standard is so much higher, and it's just amazing.
Yeah. And so this year, have you changed? Are you partaking again this year?
No, because a lot of our team is too old for the competition, so we're kind of broken up the team for now.
So you're back this year just to give a bit of moral support and then come and talk to me about what's actually happening down there.
Yeah.
So in the first game there that we just saw, just explain some of the sort of the actual concepts behind the whole setup. So you build a robot, and then what happens next from there?
Well, I mean, it's not just the robot that's important about FLL, it's also about core values and your project. But the robot is just one part of it.
So once you've done your project and then you present that as well, don't you, to try and sort of, and that's sort of 30-40% of the whole kind of thing. But once you've built your robot, which is what we're seeing down there at the moment, what actually you program it up using a computer presumably, and then the whole, you kind of practice it back in your sort of in your practice area and try and learn and teach the robot how to get better at doing what you want it to do. Is that kind of the concept?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of trial and error sometimes because the lighting is different in different tables, and if you're using light sensors and colour sensors, that changes it a lot. So you need to, that was one big problem that we had last year and the year before.
So you've got, so lighting is important, and roughly, do you try and set it up then back in your test area to be similar to what you're going to experience here on the finals?
Yeah, so we try and mimic the lighting, but we also use a calibration program to actually calibrate the lighting on the table so that we can make sure that it's right.
And the games this year are all about kind of recycling, reuse and all that kind of thing. Was it very different last year, or are they similar kind of games in concept?
I mean, the concept is very simple and very similar, but you just complete the objects. But, I mean, the actual course is different, obviously, and there's different restrictions, because on last year, you couldn't have a robot that was too big, but if it was too small, you wouldn't be able to do all the challenges, and it's the same this year.
Yeah, and we're seeing there the robots sort of move along, you've programmed it up to do different things, and on each of the game tables that are out there, you can choose to do some things within your time and leave other things alone, can't you?
Yeah.
So we're seeing that some of the teams are going for one particular area, they're picking up certain colour bricks and leaving others, coming back into their safe area. And just explain the safe area concept, what's that about?
So basically, when your robot is in the safe area, you're allowed to move it, pick it up, rotate it, attach different attachments to it, which is what we did last year. We had a bunch of different attachments to do different objectives. But basically, as soon as it's out that safe area, you're not allowed to touch it.
Right, so once it's on the kind of course, it's on its own, and that's the bit it's doing on its own as a robot, as it were.
Yeah.
And what do you think the most difficult sort of objective is today out there that you've seen?
I don't know. I haven't seen many of the objectives, but I definitely saw one which you had to flick a switch, and I think you had to move an objective into another area.
Oh, so is that the little puck that comes out? I think that's like that's the composter or something. I think they're putting stuff in recycling, and then you get a puck of like soil that comes out of it. I think the teams then have to drag that back, put it inside something else. It gets really complex from there, but I believe you can put it inside some packaging from earlier on. And if you do that and drag it somewhere else, you get more points, and it all gets crazy from there. But hopefully, when we cut back a bit later on, seeing some of the games, perhaps we can have a good look at those particular rules and work out what people are doing. So where are you going from here? Has this really sort of lit the spark of engineering and technology? Is this something that got you interested? What's happening for you in the future?
I mean, I don't really know, but I would definitely like to go into engineering and robotics and stuff like that. Maybe college, university, and maybe a future career. So it's definitely very...
And did it impact on what sort of subjects you took at sort of GCSE? I mean, were you interested in science and technology anyway? Are you doing the kind of sciences?
I was definitely interested in technology and science before, but this has definitely got me into it even more.
Yeah.
So.
And are you still Lego making? I mean, you can see some of the stuff that my daughter made here. Really lucky to have R2-D2 with us. I'm trying to finish this one, so if you get 5 minutes, we can join in with me on this. I got stuck a minute ago. I'd made used some wrong bits early on, and so you know you have to undo it all and start again, don't you? But anyway, we're back on track with that. But if you fancy coming back up a bit later and helping me out, that'd be fantastic. Do you have Lego at home then? Do you play just normally, or are you a Mindstorm kind of person?
Not so much anymore, but I definitely used to a lot. Definitely used to play with Lego and build different objects. And
well, Lydon, it's been brilliant having you up here. Hopefully you'll pop back in a bit later on and see us again. Yeah. But I think now what we're going to do is we're going to cut back down and have a look around and see what's going on down in the main actual area. Okay, back to you guys down there. So look, actually, we can see live now. Here's some of the table shots as well, Lydon, if you just stay with us for a little bit longer. Yeah. So here we got some of the models. So what they're trying to do is they're actually setting up their robots at the moment. And that's the safe area there in the top corner, isn't it? We can see. Yeah. So what would you be doing now if you were down there? If this was you guys in the corner, are they the two technicians they were talking about?
Yeah, so they're going to be preparing their robot. They're going to be make sure that all the attachments are attached correctly and that they've got the right program selected so that they can make sure that they can run it.
Yeah. And presumably each of the teams, we've got 44 teams here in the finals, and each of the teams will have a completely different model then, I assume, just completely different to look at. Yeah. Their robots will be literally, they'll started from a point of going, we've got to solve these problems, what do we do? And that's the difference, that's the real kind of innovation.
Yeah.
And have you turned up at these and looked at someone else's robot and gone, oh, that's clever?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I know the first regionals we ever went to, there was one giant robot, which was just crazy. It had a second robot inside it.
Wow.
So, which would come out when it got to a certain objective.
Yeah.
But that was just crazy to see.
And do you think it's better to keep things simple? Or do you think a big double-layered robot like that is the way to go? I mean, what's the things that work for you?
Generally, I would try and keep things as simple as possible while still managing to complete as many objectives in the time as possible.
And the two guys that were there then, they've walked up, they've put their little robot into the corner in the safe area there, and then and what we're seeing is them attaching attachments, is it? And that's because they couldn't put them on before they arrived, is it? Or why are they still sort of fiddling with the robot, as it were?
Well, it's because when you, there are so many different objectives, you can't fit just one attachment to do all of the different things. You need lots of different attachments to do different jobs.
I get you. So once they get it all set up, presumably one of the really important things are these kind of rails that go around the box, and that's kind of so that the robot knows where it is it, at the beginning?
Yeah. It's very important that your robot knows where it is, so it knows where to go, and it can complete the objective with that attachment in the right place.
So we saw it there sort of tucked right into the corner, and that's so that in its kind of little mind, it's going, I know exactly where I am, and then we're going there. Now I'm hearing down from the floor that we're actually going to be starting a live game here, so hopefully we'll be showing the pictures as we go along, and we'll be able to maybe comment on what's going on. But that's a fantastic look. So we're going live to the first game in the main auditorium. This is superb. So Lydon, hopefully if you can stay with me a bit longer. I know I'm keeping you from the first game here, but we'll watch it live on screen. We're going to be showing now exactly what's going on. So presumably these two guys that are in there at the moment, you've been there. Were you a technician yourself?
Yes, I have been.
And what does that feel like? Here we go, we've got 2 minutes 30 and they've got to sort of get that robot through. So off we go. The first thing they've done is push one of those big sort of containers up towards that and they've got it back straight into the safe area. And what's happening here?
So they've just reset it so that it's against the wall.
Yeah, it's picked up an object there and it's pushed it over to, I think that was the compressor there, but it's just picked stuff up and it's now got itself against the wall there, so it's coming back and they kind of get it back into the safe area now.
Yeah.
So is it like they demolished the building there? Presumably that was meant to happen.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. So they demolished the building. Now, apparently when you demolish the building, you don't need to patch it. So they want to try and pick those up. But this is a really clever looking robot, this one.
Yeah, so I think what just happened is they got stuck on an objective so they couldn't completely
so they've taken it back into the safe for you now.
Yeah.
And now is this the second table? Is this a different robot?
This is a different
robot
robot,
we're seeing here. So here we go, and this robot's setting off now. And it's going to put something. I think that was going to put something on top of the. If you can get your recycle bits over to the other team, and if they can take it, then it's like double points all round. I think it's 60 points per team for that particular objective. So they were joining in there. They were actually putting something on the middle there. So this robot, now this one here, we're cutting back to this one again, it's come straight back over here. It dropped to it there, but it's okay because it was in the safe area.
Yeah.
So the guys now are picking it up, are they kind of resetting things then? And what, putting it onto the next level, maybe attaching other things?
Yeah, and make sure it's set up correctly because sometimes things fall off in the middle of missions, so you have to take it back and then reset it again so that works.
So here we go, they're just putting something over there. I think that's that. They've picked up.
Yeah.
They've picked up. That's plastic bags. That's plastic bags.
Yeah.
They picked up some plastic bags for recycling now, I think. So that's brilliant. So that gets them loads of points. I've got a points list here somewhere. Hopefully we can find out what the points exactly are for plastic bags in a bit. But this robot here is a very different design, isn't it?
Yeah, it's definitely a lot more simple than some other robots that you'll see, but it definitely looks efficient, and it means that it can navigate through small gaps to get to the objectives.
Now that was taking off one particular kind of attachment and putting another on. They're fantastically attachments, aren't they? And is this the style of your robot was?
This is a lot like ours. We had lots of different attachments that we put on, took off to do different jobs.
And the end is coming up now, and we're cutting off there. And so that what happens now is it collecting all the recycling bits, all the bits you've collected from the different objectives, and basically the judges and the referees give you points towards that, work out exactly, and then the points will tally up on the board as we go along. So when you're actually here and you're taking part for the first time, is that first game the one that you want to get through?
That is normally just not so important. You just want to make sure that the table's right, you've got the lighting correct, because that is basically your test. It's basically just to find out what problems need to be solved, and if you don't do so well in the first round, don't worry, because then you can change and fix your robot for the other two.
So what will happen now is loads of those teams that have just taken part will go back into the pits, sort of program things up, change things up again, and then get ready for the next sort of stage.
Yeah.
Well, I think at this point this would be a great time to just pop over and have a look at some messages from our sponsors. Thanks, Leiden.
By 2050, there could be 9 billion people in the world. And me. How will everyone live and work together?
If I could be what my daddy was to me, I could tell you every day.
It starts with innovation and resources. Sun, water, wind, oil, low carbon technologies, gas,
Mama, I love you. Daddy, I love you. I hope my children sing to me.
how will we make the things we need?
Mama, I love you.
Food, metal, synthetics, fuel, the power to light the cities and connect people. Where I live and work will need smart services and infrastructure.
If I could be what my daddy was to me, I could tell you every day.
Rail. Roads. Air. Power. Communications.
Let me hear everybody sing after me.
If we're going to unleash potential for me and the rest of the world, we need imagination. We need engineers, like me.
At IET Faraday, our mission is to introduce a new generation to the sheer excitement of science, technology and engineering, and we've got hundreds of ways to do it. Our free online classroom resources, plus our events and activities, will bring science and engineering to life, challenging your students and transforming your lessons. We have a series of films that will take your students beyond the classroom to explore the practical realities of the engineering and technology in the world around them. Your students will meet engineers working on intriguing challenges all over the world. IET Faraday resources have been developed for teachers by teachers. Our downloadable classroom activities are closely aligned to the secondary curriculum. Faraday resources help you plan lessons more effectively with ready-made activities that can be adapted to the needs of your class, while online games give students the opportunity to test their problem-solving skills and get hooked while they learn. And all of these resources are free. Our hands-on activity days, including our Faraday Challenge Days, are run by our team of STEM professionals in your school. This national competition encourages students aged 12 and 13 to think like real engineers, working creatively to design solutions to real-life science and engineering problems. The days are cross-curricular and cover all STEM subjects for a more rounded learning experience. And each year, teams from schools across the UK compete to win prizes for themselves and their school. Alternatively, you could run one of our past Faraday challenges in your school with our online DIY Faraday Challenge Days. These packages of guidelines and electronic resources take you through the day and are all free to download. IET Faraday posters are designed for both primary and secondary level. Our posters, along with our career packs, are engaging and educational. They're all free and can be ordered on our IET Faraday website. IET Faraday classroom resources will feed curious minds, turning today's students into tomorrow's scientists, technologists, engineers and mathematicians, all for free. Isn't it time you released their potential?
Hi, so we're back again live here in the booth, and we've got Dr. Laura with us. Dr. Laura, just explain, what do you actually do then? What are you an academic of?
So I work at Loughborough University, and I am part of the EPSRC Centre for Innovative Manufacturing and Intelligent Automation. So we've got a stand down in the main hall, and we're showing off some of our gadgets and some of the things that we do. So we work with mechanical and manufacturing engineering within the manufacturing domain, looking at automating stuff that's really difficult to automate.
So did you start off playing with things like this? I mean, are you a Lego fan for a start?
Absolutely.
Did you play with Lego when you were young?
Yes.
And I mean, presumably it was more like this stuff that I had when I was kind of, this from the 1980s, that was when I was a kid.
Yep.
But nowadays they have lots more curves and things, but even so, still, Fantastic
it's beautiful stuff. I've got a 5-year-old and we love playing with it at home. We're into the Lego City things at the moment, but I'm pretty certain we'll be developing towards Technic and all sorts of more complicated things as time
the
goes on.
Mindstorm's transformed it really, hasn't it? You know, I mean, I haven't got a Mindstorm, but I think they're a fantastic piece of kit. Well, we're about to go live to Robot Games now, so hopefully we can chat along as we kind of see. So here we go, we're about to start. I don't know what the actual timings are, but it looks like the teams are getting ready down there on the floor. There's the team, 3, 2, 1, and they're off. So we were talking earlier to one of the previous team guys, and have you been involved last year and before, or do you know the kind of the whole thing that's going on out there? Yeah. So there's kind of safe areas and all this, but what are the main things to consider when you're building a robot, do you think?
Well, there are so many different tactics that people can go for, and I mean, lots of people have got their basic buggy, which I think is a really good idea. Trying to get something that is...
Apparently we've just got news coming in. They're actually going to start this round again for some reason. I'm just hearing on my earpiece that we're going to start again. As you can see out there, we're going to restart for some reason. But there we are. We're off now on this round. And you can see the model's moving. Anyway, sorry to interrupt you.
No,
so you were just saying that the main thing is to create like a buggy, and that's the wheelie bit at the bottom, yeah?
Absolutely. And something that's robust. Because when you think about the idea of this is to take things towards more of a manufacturing environment and more of an industrial environment.
They've done really well there. That's 2 methanes in one go, isn't it? That's fantastic. They're going to take those back. That's really good because I think that's big points for the methane.
Yeah.
And though apparently we don't really want to create methane because that's actually not recycling, that's landfill. But if we are doing landfill, we might as well take the methane.
We've got to use it intelligently. We've got to reuse things. I mean, what we've got is we've got something called a waste hierarchy.
Right.
And the most important thing is to reuse as much as you can, and then recycle what you can't reuse or what you can't create more. You know, it's wealth generation, but it's also waste minimisation.
Yeah.
By reusing things, by utilising the waste that we've got in different ways and novel ways, that's as valuable as recycling.
Yeah. Brilliant.
You know, because you can do so many things with so many different materials.
So Leiden, who was here earlier, he was saying, I mean, you were just quickly touching on there, getting your base buggy to be really robust and strong, and there's different designs of that, and some of them are really innovative, and some of them just look amazingly sort of tall, all different designs. But that's the starting point then, you start there.
Yeah, and work out how to operate it and get really comfortable with your basic buggy. And then once you've got that, then you can start thinking about the missions that you want to try. And then think about each of the missions and what it takes. So kind of dissect the problem rather than taking it as a whole, dissect it down as individual steps. And then you're more likely to be really successful in those individual steps, which could give you the higher points in the end.
And does this kind of translate from, you know, the students and the competitors here are doing it at this level, but in terms of the kind of process you're going through, does that translate into what the kind of things that you're looking at as you go further on?
Absolutely. So we think about a manufacturing problem, an industrial problem in all sorts of different arenas and different industrial applications. And this kind of thing is exactly what we do. We look at the requirements, which is exactly what these guys have got. We look at the problems, we think about solutions, we create a buggy or we create a solution that is really robust, is a very base proof of concept, and then we take it further and we build it up as we go, which is exactly what these guys have been doing. So it's really, really industrially relevant.
That was superb then. They came back, they knocked that over to Technic, picked something up and then finished right on the dot of time.
Awesome.
So that's also all about the timing. They've got so long to do the things in, and they might as well use every second of that time. There's no point just sitting in the middle and thinking, well, we've done one little thing there. You've got to actually do it.
Absolutely.
Well, that's brilliant. And so, you know, once you've designed that, how, you know, when you turn up at the regionals, you might do well. Do you go away and refine and rework, or is it just we've done it now? It's the programming.
Well, different people all have different ideas, because when you go to the regionals, it's almost a practice run. I mean, it's not, it's a competition in its own right, but if you then go through to the nationals, then you can learn from what you've done. So you can think about what went well and look at the feedback scores and then build on those areas that the judges were saying, well, you know, actually it would be good to build upon X, Y or Z. So you can absolutely kind of, I wouldn't start from scratch, but you can certainly improve upon a fantastic baseline that you've already got.
And you know, Leiden was saying that they turned up and they saw 1 or 2 people have a completely different approach to solving a problem. And is that something that engineers and technologists do in the real world, which is look at something that someone else comes up with and think, God, if we'd just done a bit of that over here, and then take some of that and use it?
Definitely.
Is that, I mean, it's not stealing as such, but it's using the best of what's out there, isn't it?
Absolutely. A lot of what engineers do is problem solving, and you problem solve through integrating. So you might have a solution that you work with I don't know, in the healthcare, and you suddenly think, actually, that could really work in manufacturing.
Now that's
And
horizontal
so
innovation,
it's
isn't it?
taking
That's,
things across. And that's part of engineering, and that's part of what these guys are doing here. It's a blank canvas, so you can come up with your own ideas and build upon them.
Yeah, we did some great footage not long ago on some guys that take some bits of Formula One sort of gyroscopes and G-force detectors and use them to look at neonatal transfer for premature babies, and they were putting them on the actual cots that they're transferring to work out how best to actually transport babies from one hospital to another. So it's that kind of use of technology from here over here, always a good way of, and it speeds up innovation, doesn't it? If you can use stuff from one area to the other, rather than just silo it all and nobody looks at anything else.
Absolutely.
So for the rest of the day, these guys that go back into the pits, they refine and they reprogram. One of the things they were pointing out there was the light differences, and that's an interesting thing for them. How and why does that affect the teams?
Well, you've got your colour sensor, which is your red and your green and your blue. And
why have you got those? Are they looking for the bricks then? What's the yellow, the green, and the blue
Okay,
for?
so in light, you've got 3 primary colours, red, green, blue. And if you mix those colours up, you can get every single other colour of light. So basically, that's where the sensors come from. But what looks red in different light is a different hue of red.
So like now, if we have different lights in the studio here, I can look really brown. If we put different bluer lights in, I look really pale.
Exactly.
And we have to change the colour temperature and that kind of thing.
Exactly. And therefore the range, because basically there's a scale, the grey scale and the colour scales are from 0 to 255. And so a red can still be red, but it won't necessarily be red 255. It could be red 243 or red even kind of like 150 or something. And so in different lighting, those reds look slightly different colours.
So for the people out there who haven't actually kind of ever played with Mindstorm, we're not talking about kind of programming something that goes turn the wheels forward 3 times, sort of turn right once, drive forward once and stop. It's much more sensitive than that.
Absolutely.
So just explain some of the basic kind of sensors and things and how you program this up.
Okay, so there's the light sensor, there's the proximity sensor. There's various gadgets for grabbing and taking, so you can create your hooks with the shapes of the Lego. And basically you program it either on a brick, so on its very simplest sense, you are doing forwards and back a number of turns when you're first starting out, but you can also use computer-based sensing. So that's, it's based on LabVIEW programming, and LabVIEW is something that we use in industrially relevant scenarios as well. We use a lot of LabVIEW in our labs. So it's programming using real programming languages to create tools that can do all sorts of different things.
So in essence, the sort of brick, as we'll say, it can be told to drive forward X amount of feet, but when it gets somewhere around there, it then starts using other sensors to work out exactly where it is, so that it knows to be able to pick up this or pull a lever or whatever it needs to do, as we see on the map down there on the floor.
Absolutely.
Got you. So the intricacies are amazing, and then the different ways you can approach that must vary immensely. And over the last few years you've been seeing this, have there been sort of ways of doing things that you've actually gone, oh, that was a real clever way of doing it?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, we've been involved with the regionals and the national finals for a few years, and there are always surprises, because we do it in our lab. We do the challenges in our lab, we come up with our solutions, we come up with our takes on it, and then you come to the competition and there are always people doing things differently, and you think, oh, I hadn't thought of that.
And do you go back and do you innovate off that as well? Yeah. So I mean that is the nature of it, isn't it? It's about. I mean, it's like design. They always say that design. You know, people look at something and then you merge those together, and that's new design. But actually, it was always sort of 2 or 3 things from before. Add a bit and a bit of your own inspiration, and away you go.
Yeah, absolutely.
And what's the hardest thing out there that they're looking at today? I mean, what of all of the missions, the objectives that they're doing is the hardest? I mean, we just saw that there. It knocked over the building.
Yes.
Took a piece and then carried on.
Yeah.
That looked incredible.
It did look amazing, didn't it? I mean, all of the challenges are difficult in their own right, and depending on how you're programming and whether you're using a dead reckoning approach, so driving a certain number and then doing a little bit more refinement, everything has got its challenges. I mean, it's bringing them all together probably. It's integrating it as a whole, because you can do one challenge, but that won't get you the big points. It's being able to integrate everything and maybe doing 2 challenges per journey out.
Yeah.
and then before you go back
and then
to base.
they take, and then, I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? They go out, they do 2 challenges perhaps, come back in under a minute.
Yeah.
Then the technicians whip off a load of bits, add another load of sections,
and then
it goes off again, and they've got a minute to go. And then, and that to me is the most incredible part of it, is the way they're changing bits on the same base unit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Phenomenal.
And I mean, these are young people as well.
Yeah.
And what they're doing is phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah. Well, it looks like apparently we're going to be going live back down to the floor in a few seconds for another game. So perhaps on this game, we'll take a bit of a closer look at what's going on and perhaps talk through, because you're obviously a real guru on this. So hopefully we're going back into the game. So here we go. I think we're starting any second now. And as the day progresses, you can see that all the different competitors seem to get more and more excited. And that's presumably because the point system's starting to show who's leading and it starts getting more important. But at this stage, everybody's just thrilled to be out there and getting their robot going, aren't they, really? So here we are. They're in the safe area here. They've got these 2 little guys in front now. Apparently, they've got to try and get those 2 somewhere else for a career move, haven't they?
Yeah.
So they're taking them across the sort of map here. And they've put them inside that black squared area there, which gives them the points, because that's the recycling centre, isn't it? So they're training now at the recycling centre. So they've got some straight off points there, and that was an unusual view. But now we're coming back here, so they've realigned it. They know roughly where to put it, presumably because there's a black line in there. Now it's set off. So what's happening here?
They're making their way up to the next challenge.
Oh, this is the combustor, isn't it? They've picked up the little...
It.
Oh no! They picked. That was clever. So they picked up.
Very nice.
They picked up a person and a fish and put it inside the. That's like an octopus. They put it inside the ring, which means they've saved something. I think that person needed to be in the ring as well. But I think on the line's probably okay.
Fingers crossed. Yeah.
So now they're setting up over here. So this is 3 in under a minute so far.
Yep.
Now they've come right over there. They're turning round. They're pushing the truck. The truck is along the track. They've grabbed some recycling. They've dumped that on the floor. That's great points. I know that one.
Absolutely.
And apparently you can collect that later and bring it back to base, and that gives you even more points, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That was really well executed there.
Absolutely.
Came up behind it, pushed the truck along, and then it grabbed that. It was the right speed to allow that bit to drop onto the back, because it could have missed, couldn't it?
Yeah, it could have missed. And
now here you go. Sorry to interrupt, but look, what are they adding on here? Wow. So this is a grabbing arm of some description.
It looks like it, doesn't it? I mean, you look at what they're doing as well. They're moving the robot around in the home, the safe zone. So everything that they're doing...
Oh, wow, they've grabbed the yellow brick, look.
They are controlling with robot positioning as well.
Yes.
Goodness, this looks interesting.
This is an interesting one. Now, so they're going to go and try and grab all those recycle bits, I reckon. Hang on. Oh, they've got 47 seconds here. That was a great shot. You can see from above here. I think we've cut to a different part of the table now, haven't we? I think they're over here underneath the letters now. But we'll see what's going to happen, because you can see the bricks over there in the bottom right-hand corner is what's going on. But if they can get this going, and they can they're basically, I think they're trying to grab all...
As many of those as
Oh no, where are they going with it? They're going completely over a different direction than we thought. Where? Oh, that is brilliant. That is brilliant. They've taken some, that's packaging now, so if they can put, I don't know whether it's later on, but if they can use, but that was brilliant. They grabbed a package there and they pulled it back.
Yeah.
With a ring like that. That was brilliant. And it gives a bit of error. They've got some sort of space in it.
Exactly. They've got some tolerance with what they're doing. Definitely.
Fantastic. That looked like a really good, strong turnout for their first game.
Yeah.
So yeah, we were just talking there about the tolerance. That's really important, because if that had been a really small little square and that thing had dropped down, it could have bounced off, could have done anything.
Yeah.
So we had no idea what they were using that for.
No, absolutely.
And is that how you approached that particular bit?
Not so much, no. We didn't have the big rings or anything else. I mean, tolerance is a really important aspect when you think about building the picture into further afield and outside of this competition, when you think about making sure that you can succeed. You know, when they collected the truck previously and they were going backwards down, that was also, as you said before, they created the right kind of speed. Now, partly that would have been through trial and error, but partly that would have been through making sure that they had enough tolerance and enough give in what they were doing to then be able to make sure that it went to the right place and it stopped and it had enough momentum to then move the parts off the end. So all of that, it comes together with such a set of complex thoughts.
Yeah. Well, look, I think that's fantastic. We've had a great game there. Thank you so much for popping up. Hopefully we'll see you again throughout the day.
Definitely. Well, we're downstairs all
and
day.
hopefully now what we're going to do is we're going to cut to a little video now all about the different aspects we've just been talking about there of First LEGO League. So hopefully...
So First LEGO League is a robotics-based life skills challenge. Now what makes it different from a lot of robotics competitions is that the robot game itself only represents about 1/3 of the actual overall competition. So the mats that you see here that the kids are undertaking their challenges on, and they have to program the robots to be able to deal with, are very important, and they do form an extremely challenging bit of the overall competition. However, what you don't see here is the fact that actually the teams also have to go off to different parts of the university to go and be judged on various other things. One of which is the robot design. So not only do they have to build a robot that can deal with all these different challenges, but they then have to justify how they've designed and built it and demonstrate the quality as well. They then also have to show what we call core values, which include things like creative thinking, problem solving, team working, to show that they can work together to overcome the challenges together. It's not just one person who's taken a lead and brought a load of friends along for a ride. It's actually a genuine example of teamwork. And then they also have to do a research project alongside it. Now this is linked to the annual theme. They look at the theme, they identify a problem associated with the theme, think about how they might want to address that problem, and come up with the solution, which they then have to present to the judges. So it's a very holistic competition.
Have you ever wondered how it works? Had to have a second look, a third, a fourth. Considered if magic could actually be real. Been a little bit distracted. There's an engineer in each of us. Sometimes it just needs a bit of encouragement. Here's to the daydreamers, the distracted and the intrigued, the ones that will go on to engineer our world.
And we're back with us, and here's Neil now. We're here with Neil from LEGO Education. Thanks, Neil, for joining me up here in the booth. We were just chatting before we just went live there about some of the bits and pieces on the table that my daughter Annabelle made for us. R2-D2 being my favourite, but you were looking closely at this one here, at the old, what's it, Millennium Falcon?
Exactly, I'm a big fan of the Star Wars sets. They're all awesome.
Yeah, this one's got so many moving parts as well, and I better not touch it too much, because if I break it, I will get
She won't be happy.
No, I mean, my favourite bits are all the kind of lightsabers and stuff that you get inside that, you know, the little guys can hold and all that.
Exactly.
So, you're at LEGO Education. What's your kind of role at LEGO Education then?
So what I'm all about is going out to schools, educating the teachers on exactly how they can use LEGO Education in the classroom, different areas of the curriculum. So yeah, it's all about allowing them to see what it's capable of before then using it in school.
So you play with Lego for a job?
I do, you can say that, yes. I get to use the Lego quite a lot, so I'm quite lucky, yes.
And do you have like masses of it at home then?
I do, I'll have to be honest, it overtakes my garage, but I'm more than happy with that. I love having so much Lego around my house, it's brilliant.
And we've really progressed over the years,
Yes.
you know, I mean, we were talking to someone yesterday, and I remember this as well. My dad had the white and red blocks
Yes.
on a grey basis with red slate roof tiles.
Yes.
And that was all you could do.
Classic,
and you had
yeah.
little metal poles to hold the roof tiles up and all sorts of bits.
Yes.
And it was kind of, wasn't like as much of Lego we see today. And we've moved on, we've
come a
come
long
down
way.
to the Technics came out.
Exactly.
And we've got all of the kind of stuff we see on the table here and lots more. How's Mindstorm changed things then?
So Mindstorm's changed it in terms of it's brought the programming element to it. So of course the Mindstorms, you've got the motors and sensors that you have to control. So it's really skilling the students up in being able to use things like computing, programming skills. But I think what it's really about is developing those 21st century skills as well. So allowing them to develop their problem solving capabilities, their critical thinking, their creativity of course as well. That's what always LEGO is all about. So, yeah.
And I mean, when you were a student, you know, obviously I'm into Lego, but computing's, you know, actually programming and those side of things, I find that really complicated. Was the programming side of things, was that something you were interested in at school, or was that something you've had to develop to get into Mindstorms?
To be honest, yeah, I've had to develop myself, so I've been upskilling myself since I've been using it. But it is with Mindstorms, I think there's that low entry point. It is easy for anyone to start using and programming straight away. It's just the complexity of where it can go is endless. You can go anywhere with this, yes.
And you know, from what you're seeing out there today, and obviously you've been involved in some, what's the hardest bit to, you know, when you get the school involved, which is what you know, what's the next stage? What's the complexity in it all? Is it getting the team together in the first place? Oh, hang on, I'm just hearing we're actually going to be going live now to a game. So hopefully you're a bit of a guru on this. You'll be able to explain what's going on as well. I've kind of sort of really clued up on what's going on. I've been trying to get information all the time. But hopefully when we cut down in a second, we're going live in 3, 2, 1. Here we go, and it's starting now. So it looks like we're going to be cutting down to a game. And there we are. You can see the crowds are slowly building up around the tables as well as kind of more of the people are getting involved.
There's always a buzz.
Now, just tell me, when a game's going on like this and there's 2 teams taking part on a table, are all the other teams manically working in the pits then?
Of course, it's all going on in the background, yes. They're tweaking, making sure that their program's right for their next challenge.
So that's why we don't see loads of students and competitors round the tables cheering on, because they're all actually doing stuff back there.
Absolutely, it's a bit of a mix. You'll get some coming to watch, see how the other robots are getting on, exactly as you said, cheering on, but then others will be in the background tweaking theirs.
Now we're seeing two competitors here. They've got a robot, and theirs is belt driven on the wheels, which is good to see, because this is the first time we've seen a belt driven one today, I think.
Yes.
The others have been more wheel driven, but that's just driven over there. It's just picked up. It looks like it's
looking like, there we go, so it's got the arm function, so looking to scoop some from
now this one's got plastic bags.
It has indeed.
That's just got plastic bags. That's the plastic bags it's picked up. That's good points,
success,
isn't it?
it definitely is.
Recycle some plastic bags.
This is great.
They're swapping bits over. Now they've put a little buffer up there. That must be to move the robot into position.
Exactly, they make sure so it's always starting in the correct position, because if it's not, then the program's not going to do exactly what it wants to do.
So they're doing well so far. They've already got in the top sort of left up there, they've just got themselves some plastic bags. Bottom right down there, they're coming at. They're on a different table. They're driving over here. That was great. That's taking the 2 guys for training, for career development, isn't it? They've actually come out of the safe zone and put over to the recycling centre. Exactly. And they're going to do some work.
So then they're using a jig as well to get themselves in position for the next one.
Right. Okay. So that's what you call that, a jig, and it just moves it somewhere to start with. So it's in the perfect position.
Exactly.
I see. Got you. And then off it goes. They didn't like that
so
start at
so
all.
they won't work for that, so they're bringing it back, which is fine.
That's fine. You can bring your robot back at any time, can you?
Yes. So they're absolutely going to be doing that. They need to debug all the time.
Here it goes. It's off. I think this is the other one now, actually.
This is what I love. You see all sorts of different designs of the robots.
Yeah.
It's great.
We were chatting earlier to Dr. Laura, and she was saying that they've built all of this themselves here at the university in their innovation centre, and they come back down and see stuff and go, well, that's an amazing way of doing it, and then they go off and basically work on other people's ideas.
Exactly, and I love being part of the design process when they're doing the judging of how they went through design, hearing what they went through to actually come up with design, to come up with the programme. It's always great to
Now this one here was just looking at, we saw one earlier push that lorry straight down like it was so easy, and yet they then had a little problem with that. Or were they actually collecting something? I'm not sure. Anyway, that looks like the end of that game there. That's fantastic. So yeah, you were saying there, you go out to the school and you get people in, and it's the design stage that's obviously the really interesting, and also the project as well. Do you get involved in understanding how the project works?
Exactly. Well, we always try and sit in on as much as that to hear what the students have gone through to do their research projects, and that's the really interesting thing about this. It's not just all about the robotics design, the robotics programming. It's about them going out and finding about real problems in the real world, and to hear some of their suggestions, solutions to those is awesome as well. Yeah.
And that's part of the overall sort of the judging and the overall point scoring. It's not just the robots we're seeing today here in the kind of finals, but there's all the presentation of the project about recycling, innovations there was one student that came up with straws and getting people to stop using straws when they go out, I read on from Lego, and they stop using straws. Explain a bit more about that.
So I'll be honest, I've not seen that project myself, but they do. So they have to identify the real world problem, and they have to come up with their own solution to it. So that doesn't necessarily have to be based around involving robotics. So it might be exactly as you've seen, yourself, something completely different in terms of the solution
Yeah,
to
I mean,
that.
one of the things that annoys me all the time when you're recycling the stuff, particularly in our area, and the weirdest thing as well is in every different area in the country, it's a different recycling bin scenario.
Yes.
But in my particular area, the kind of these sort of plastic bags that things come in, you can't recycle those.
No.
And it kind of, to me, it's a real bugbear of mine, because to me that's plastic.
It is.
You know, and I'm sure later on, if we get a scientist in, we can work out why that is.
What the difference is, yeah.
Yeah, but anyway, so you could come up with an idea, for instance, as your project of something for that, you know, something to do that.
Exactly,
you know.
exactly. And it's great that they're thinking about this age, because hopefully in later life they're actually going to be going into real jobs, real careers, all based around this and coming up with the solutions that we need for these sort of problems and problems that we don't even know exist yet. It's just all about giving them that process of problem solving, critical thinking to solve those problems.
Yeah,
It's amazing.
and then from that idea, they then, you know, obviously this particular set of objectives this year is all about, you know, recycling, reusing,
Yes.
and all of that. And that then their robot then goes to that. So it's a whole scheme that the sort of the classroom and the teaching can then get involved with over a longer period
Exactly,
of time.
yes.
Yeah, and for you, you know, what's the thing that you're most commonly asked about? How, you know, with particularly the robots, what's the thing that the students are most commonly asking you?
Well, it's in terms of, first of all, with the teachers, I think sometimes they can look at these robots and there might be that slight intimidation at certain points. They look at it and think, how are we going to do this? But as soon as they actually get hands-on with it and start using it, they realise they can get up and running quite quickly. And what you find is it's all about the students. It's all about the teachers just facilitating the students to work it out for themselves. They absolutely fly with it straight away. And so the level of programming capability they get to, and the design capability is outstanding. It's all focused on them rather than the teachers. Yeah.
And is this something that schools do generally in after-school club, or is it during classroom time as well?
Both.
I mean, how's it a mix?
Both. So yeah, we have schools that have it fully implemented into their curriculum, so delivering computing, science, D&T, maths. But other schools will go that route as well, so they might have lunchtime clubs, after-school clubs, like you said, STEM clubs. So there's lots of different ways in which it can be used, yes.
Yeah, and is it an expensive thing to get into for a school? Is it something that, you know, is in terms of these sort of models here? I mean, I know from buying these for Christmas presents for my daughters, they're particularly expensive, you know, in terms of what you think, but actually the hours of fun that they get out of it is actually a cost base is pretty good.
And that's exactly it, because it's an investment for the long term. This is something they're going to be able to use for years and years with multiple different students. And as we just said, it's not just for one area of the curriculum. They've got so many different opportunities with this to deliver all those different areas of the curriculum. So when you look at the investment for the long term, what you're getting out of it, it's a lot more powerful.
So you play with Lego all the time, don't you?
I do.
I've got creationary here then. So
Yes.
I think as we're chatting
Brilliant. I
now,
love
we're
this
just going to
game.
take that over the front there. I think, you know, I've arranged it properly into all the different
looks
colour
good.
sections. So I think, you know, you should probably now, I'll give you, what should we do, a minute?
That sounds good.
Okay, you've got a minute. Okay, so
Good
starting from now, go.
What's
You've got
my
a minute.
challenge?
Anything you like.
Anything
Build
I
anything
like?
you like. You've got a minute. So we're just going to do a bit of
Okay,
creationary here with someone who literally uses Lego all day, every day. So if they can't build something good in a
The
minute.
pressure is on now.
Yeah, and he's losing
There we go,
bits.
get away from me.
Right, good. I think you've had 10 seconds so
10
far.
seconds.
And while you're doing that, I'll try and do a little bit of my next piece, even if I can just get the
Fantastic.
bits out of the bags. That'll be good.
So it's going to be finished by the end of the day.
I'm going to
That's
try
the
and
aim.
finish it by the end of the day. Yeah, I know. I haven't built much as we're going along today. So, you know, for the guys out there who are actually sort of worrying now and getting stressed about the next things, what's the most important thing as you go through the day? Is it calmness? Is that what really gets you
I think
through?
that's absolutely it. I was listening to the team that won last year, Steve 14 earlier,
Yes.
and exactly what they suggested to the teams, to keep calm, keep focused, and you'll be okay. And I think that's what the teams will develop throughout the day. As they going through the different rounds, they will start to relax into it and enjoy it as they're going through.
And do you think that actually, you know, the students that are here are actually better at keeping calm and relaxing into it, or do you think the adults are the ones who get more tense and more stressed?
I think
as the
they
day
do,
goes on?
especially with the parents that come to watch their kids be involved as well. I think it might be a more stressful experience for them,
Yeah.
but hopefully they start to relax into it as we go through as
Okay,
well.
your time's nearly up. Are you happy?
I am happy.
So that's what we've managed. I mean, it's not a bad effort. I think it's kind of a good goggly-eyed bird, is it?
Well, it can be your interpretation. That's the beauty of
Oh,
Lego.
is that
People
what-
have
yeah.
different interpretation of it.
So-
What I was actually going for here, in light of what we're doing today, it's a trophy.
It's a trophy.
So my
well,
example of a trophy.
do you know what? I was hoping that perhaps at some point today we can get one of the trophies up here from downstairs, because the trophies themselves for the actual the finals are made out of Lego, aren't
They
they?
are indeed.
And
They're
they
like
look
a
fantastic. But actually, yeah, I can see that. It's a small trophy. Well, we'll leave that there, and that's your contribution. I've managed to get 3 pieces out here, and we're going back to a robot game any second. So I think we're cutting back now. Let's have a look. Here we go. So again, so maybe you can describe some of what's going on this time, and let's have a look. Here we go. We've got 3, 2, 1, and it looks like this game's underway.
So I'm going to go, okay, so we've got a couple of different robots. I'm liking the look of this attachment. They've gone for quite a wide angle scoop. And so it looks like they're they're actually lining themselves up with a wall there and possibly using the black line to help them navigate. Can't quite see what sensor they're using, because that's what it's all about as well. It's not just about the motor control, it's using the sensors.
So these guys over there we just saw have just literally picked up some plastic bags and a turtle out of that particular... Oh, it looked like they were. They've moved the turtle.
So they put the blaster bag now into the circle where it needs to be.
That was superb. So they went over. We didn't actually see how they did that, but they hooked round it, picked up the turtle, put him into one circle, picked the plastic bags up, put him into another circle, thus separating them.
Exactly.
So the turtle survives and the plastic bags are recycled.
And they're multitasking now, so they can't do activities in
that
one
was
go.
brilliant. And that's
Very
a real,
efficient.
I mean, in terms of environmental impact, all of the guys who've worked on that particular bit will now have a real understanding about the difficulties of marine life in the seas because of what humans are doing by dumping loads of waste in there. So they'll have learned all of that through this particular thing.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So what's happening now? What are we seeing
So
here?
it looks like they're lining themselves up for the next challenge here as well. They might have put a new attachment. Of course, they have different attachments for the robot for the different tasks. So it looks like they put on a different scoop at the front here, and they're going to transport these pieces to another place on the mat. And hopefully they're going to start the program any second. And that's the interesting thing, you don't see the programming that's gone into this. The level of program they've got is awesome.
Yeah, so and the different attachments are just amazing.
Yeah. The creativity.
The two teams here are having a few problems by the look of it as
are,
well.
because
There's a few
getting it
things, but
lined up. So
now we saw earlier they're just using a little tiny bit of grey, but the other team had a really big, strong boxy thing. So
Exactly,
that again is something that whoa.
That's it. So it looks like it's not quite what they wanted to do on that one, but again they can bring it back for another run. So it's not a problem. So this one looks very smooth, bringing the
that was bringing the truck
place.
through.
Yeah.
It's picked up its box, but it hasn't dumped it, has it?
Not yet.
It doesn't look like it's pushed it far enough to dump that off the back there.
Unfortunately not. So maybe
And that was
they
part of
need
it,
to
isn't it?
move on.
They collected the recycling, but they needed to dump the recycling as well. So maybe it's coming back now. Let's have a look. Maybe
So
it's
they might be
doing
going for
it's
another
only got
run.
17 seconds though. It was bringing that over to the
Time.
and
They brought that back to the base.
Yeah.
So they've been successful.
So they'll get points for picking
They
up
will.
that recycling box, but they won't get the points for dumping
Exactly.
it.
They
will
might
they?
not got the maximum points they were going
Yeah.
for, but at least they've got some.
And this guy over here is just having a few problems with where it is, isn't it?
So it looks like the position, but it still looks like so they've got it to the base in the end. So it's still got some points for that.
So that's brilliant.
Awesome.
So there we go, we're back with us again. So you've built me a model and we'll keep that all day. I'm going to carry on looking at this. As we go through, I mean, I've managed to get 3 bits out. Finding the bits is hard enough, isn't it?
It is. Sometimes they get camouflage within the boxes.
In the early days, one of the things that I really liked was, I mean, it was a much more expensive packaging, and this was £19 back in 1980 because it's still got the price on it there. Look,
There you go, it really has.
Yeah, but this all came. It's difficult to see there, but it all comes in its own little box of where the bits go.
It does, yeah. It's all about the
whereas
organisation
now,
as well.
obviously, it's much cheaper. You get a box with a few bags in it. I tape them up, but it's a nightmare.
Yes,
anyway, so going back to what we just saw there. We saw one model sort of bouncing along the wall. What was going on there, do you think?
So that, I think, it wasn't quite where they wanted to be, because obviously you've got the walls on the side of the challenge. So I think they might have originally been trying to avoid that. Unfortunately, it's gone a little bit too far, so the vibration is causing that action.
And it's the kind of wheels jumping around, trying to keep moving.
Yes,
yeah?
exactly.
Yeah.
So it's not got quite the smooth run that it was aiming for.
Yeah,
But that
yeah.
happens. They can go back and tweak that for the next
Absolutely.
one. Yeah.
Well, Neil, it's been brilliant having you up here with me. I think what we're going to do now is we're going to have a look at a little video we made a little bit of time ago about a Rubik's Cube solving LEGO MINDSTORM machine that's
Love that
quite
model.
cool. So, Neil, thanks ever so much for coming up and
Pleasure.
joining us.
Thank you
Hopefully
very
we'll see
much.
you again through the
Of course.
day. And let's go and have a look at this Rubik's Cube machine.
Thank you.
So, Mike, we're here on the arm stand looking at your amazing device. What does it do?
Okay, well, this is CubeStormer 3. It's taken about a year to develop using the latest LEGO MINDSTORMS kit. And we're actually solving Rubik's Cubes faster than anything that's ever solved them before.
Right, so I've actually been here for about 5 minutes trying to mix this up as much as I can. Apparently I just pop it in here, yeah?
Yeah, by all means, I guess, yeah.
And then basically, what happens next? How does it actually do what it's going to do?
When we tell them the machine to start, what it's going to use is the camera on the smartphone.
Yeah.
This is an ARM-powered Galaxy S4.
Yeah.
We're going to use the camera on there to analyse where all the colours are initially.
Yeah.
Okay. Work out a good solution, pass it to the Lego kit, and that will manipulate the faces in the correct order until we're back to a solid state.
Brilliant. And you used to have the world record for a different machine.
We did, yeah.
And now you're going for a new world record with this machine.
Fingers crossed, yeah, on Saturday we're going to go for a record, hopefully well under the time we set last time. Yeah.
Brilliant. And is there anything on here that isn't original Lego? This is real Lego?
This is all available Lego now, built with the latest EV3 kit. Yeah. Obviously we've got the smartphone on top of that.
And how long did it take you?
Took us about a year to put together. Of spare time.
Of spare time.
Yeah.
So you built this where? At work or at home?
This was all done at home.
And whereabouts at home? You got it shared or?
Yeah, just in the dining room with the boxes of Lego and with the kids and what have you. So
brilliant.
It was all fun.
Well, let's see it in action then. So
okay.
what do you do next? You got
Let's
a little
give it
start
go.
button.
We have a start button on the side here. There we go.
.46 seconds, and it's completely finished.
Yeah.
That is remarkable. Mike, that's brilliant.
Yeah.
Thank
No
you.
worries. Thank you, Mike.
Computers and technology are at the heart of everyday life. Today and in the future, engineers will be essential to develop and create solutions for an ever-expanding global population. And the UK needs to keep pace with the rest of the world in developing new innovations for these problems, helping to grow jobs and sustain employment. A major BBC project developed in pioneering partnership with over 25 organisations will give a personal coding device free to every Year 7 student across the country. The microbit will be a small, wearable device with an LED display that will give these students an exciting and engaging introduction to coding.
This BBC-led initiative aligns perfectly with the IET strategy to inspire the young students of today to become the engineers of tomorrow.
For us as a school, it is important we prepare our students for careers in tomorrow's world.
The IET is developing a range of teaching materials. Some of these will be text-based and others will be video-based. The Education Events team will be producing a number of events. Some of these will be small, localised events. Others will be activity days in school, and there'll be bigger regional events where parents and families will be encouraged to attend.
And we're back with us now. That was great. So I'm here now with Jeroen, who is the head judge for the first LEGO League tournament today. And just explain to me, what is the head judge role then?
Well, the head judge is not judging anything. We're just leading all the judges who are actually in the individual panels. So our role is just to facilitate the process that we get an actual result at the end of the day.
And do you work full time for LEGO? Is that what?
No. I'm just a volunteer, like most of everybody else who's here helping out.
And are you an engineer or a technologist, or what do you do sort of day to day?
I work as an IT consultant.
An IT consultant. So you're into more of the programming side of things and that kind of thing.
Yeah, and how things work together. So, like we build things to order.
Yeah.
And making sure that what's getting built is actually what the client wanted.
Fantastic. And are you a LEGO fan? Do you play with LEGO a lot?
Yes, obviously. I'm very jealous of the kids today because we didn't have all this NXT technology.
That's right, yeah. I mean,
I had a few motors, but that's about it.
I've brought my stuff in here. I mean, this is from 1980. That is
Jesus.
actually mine from 1980. And we had a motor that went with that drove that you kind of pushed forward and back, and that was it.
Yeah, that was it.
That was it. And then with my daughter, Annabelle, she got this for last Christmas. This is hers as well. She makes this, she's 13. She'll spend hours and hours and hours in a day. Over Christmas, if she doesn't get some Lego, she's properly disappointed. And she'll spend hours and hours. But the parts have changed as well. You get angled parts now, you get curved parts.
Yeah.
Whereas if you look at this going back to 1980, everything was flat. You built curves by building stuff on top of each other, didn't you?
Yeah. The technical Lego was really at the early stages. But it was fun. You had a lot of design decisions to make. It was still possible to build something that functioned, that worked. But the technology that's available today to build these robots that actually grab things and push things, pull things, that's amazing.
It's phenomenal, isn't it? Phenomenal. And we've been seeing some of the games earlier. You know, the different ways of approaching a solution is just completely different from every team, and then how you program that must change because of that as well.
Yeah.
And so, what are you looking for? What are you judging? What are you actually looking for in your judging today?
Well, the judging sessions are divided in 3 subjects. So, of course, we have the LEGO robot competitions, which we've seen earlier today. But kids are also judged on the robot itself, so how they build it, so more the mechanical and, of course, the programming side of the robot. So that's next to the actual performance of their robot. But they also have to make a project on this year's theme, which is Trash Trek, so it will be things about garbage and stuff like that.
And I think we're just going to cut down now to live, where we're going to get actually to a live game. So as we watch this game, we'll be able to see what's going on. So here we go. And I think we're actually starting 3, 2, 1. And we're live on a game here. So you'll be able to tell me now what actually is going on, probably from a judging point of view. What are you seeing here?
Well, I see this robot. I think it looks very minimal. That doesn't mean it's good or bad. It just means that they use their parts very efficiently. So that will be a question the judges will be asking is, how can this robot do everything? So are there other accessories they put on it, and hopefully you get to see some of those. But this is not even close towards the basic robot that you can build from your kit. So they really designed it to something else. And just asking the kids why they made that decision, what advance they want to gain.
And we just saw one then, it drove straight forward, hit the black line there, turned actually left, turned right, and then drove. So it's using the black lines as a way of navigating, isn't it? That's what's really clever there. So that's using light sensors, presumably.
Yeah, that's using sensors.
And it's picked up 2 methanes there.
Great.
That's good points.
That's
and now
points
it's got to bring those back and get them into the safe area, hasn't it? But on the way, it's going to do something else, is it? Or is it's finding the black line again?
I think it's navigating.
It's really navigating. Well, hang on. Where's it going? Now then, that's the composter. So if it picks up a brown, it's a brown sort of compost, what do they call it? A slug or a pellet.
Now they picked it up, but they hit the machine, so it was activated, so they will get points for that.
Brilliant. So you get points for activating the machine, and you get points for doing the next stage of it as well.
Yeah, and even if you read the rules, they're not really strict. So there is some leeway in it, and that's of course for these kids to be innovative.
Yeah,
it's not.
Now I've read the rules on a number of occasions, okay? and without your own table and your own Lego, it's really difficult to imagine until you start seeing actually all the models and stuff. But presumably, do the schools and the teams have all of these models of the bins and composters?
Yeah.
So they have those back at base.
If they sign up, they get one full set.
Great. So they're practicing back at their base to do all of this.
Yeah.
Okay, so now the guys here, they're actually changing some attachments here, I think.
Yeah.
So they're putting something on there. We have no idea what this is going to do yet, and then they're going to start.
No,
and again, they've got some little yellow bits here just to buffer them away from the edges to make sure they're in the right position, isn't it?
Yeah.
And off they go.
Mostly the kids use alignment to go straight ahead of some position.
It's hit the back wall to know where it was going. It's come up here. Oh, it's missed it. It was. I think that was trying to hook that little bit of.
But it is still clever to go backwards and then square off against
a wall because they're absolutely flat. Yeah. But that one there just looked like the edge, and to me that looked like the little sort of. The bit that it was going to hook itself into on the Lego wasn't quite up in the air enough, so it just missed it. Now, will the judges look at that and go, well, if that had been a millimetre up, it would have caught it, and so we'll give you the benefit of the doubt? Or?
For the robot competition, the state of the table at the end of the match is what actually counts.
Right.
So that's how those scores are getting calculated. But if you have a robot design that's very repeatable, very efficient in doing things, that's a big plus in the robot judging session.
Great, okay, so different things can happen in different places.
You can imagine that some designs look like they have lots of failure points, and so they might not be that repeatable. And that's a good question to ask these kids. Why did you build it? Have you tested? Did it succeed 100 times?
Yeah.
Have you tried it 100 times?
Got you.
Or did they just dream it up yesterday?
We're going to have a look at the scoring in a second. So here we go. Here's the scores at the moment. Now, as you can see here, the team's progressing to the next stage. If we look up there, can you talk me through the scoring system here and what's going on? What can we see there from the scoring? Obviously, West Linton Watts look like they're well out in front at the moment. But does that mean... so does that actually mean that they've done more games, for instance, or is that a good position? Can we see a leader emerging here?
Yeah, possibly. But teams have 3 rounds to score, and just the highest score counts.
Right.
So you really have 3 tries to get it right.
So if the first time you
setting
do
a
it,
score from like 700 or something, that's high.
So that's 700 from one go.
Yeah.
And then they'll go again, and they might only get 500 because it doesn't work as well.
Yeah, and the 700 still stands.
And the 700 still stands. So basically, it's not adding the 3 goes together.
No,
it's
no,
one.
no.
Right.
They have each round is a separate try.
So the score we just saw up there, I don't know if we can see the scores again. They'll probably show them in a second. Yeah. I think we can see the scores again. Here we go. So West Linton at the moment, they've got 762 points. That's a phenomenal run.
Yeah, that's a good run. That's still possible to get even higher, but that's then you've done pretty well.
And then presumably there's another set of stages coming up later where the teams sort of narrow down to the winner. Yeah.
Yeah, but for the overall winner, we're looking somebody who's in the top 40% of robot scoring.
Yes.
And did well in all the other judging categories.
Well.
Yeah, so we get one. The winner is actually somebody who really performed over
across
the whole
thing,
board,
including their presentation and everything else.
Yeah.
But these guys, West Linton Watts at the moment, are doing remarkably well. Now, interestingly, there's a jump down, and then there's an awful lot of teams in the 300s, 390s. So
yeah, probably they all did different missions, and they all succeeded in, let's say, half of them.
Yes.
And so maybe the next run they can get both missions done, and they're also going to get 700, 800 points, even possibly more.
So the thing we're not seeing here is how many runs they've had a go at yet. So they get a run, then they go away, reprogram.
We can't see the composition of the score.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
And we also can't see...
But the teams will. They have to sign off the scoring form. So they know why they got this final score for their run.
And that's just for the... West Linton Watts might have another run to come?
At least 2, I guess.
At least 2. So this is first run so far.
Yeah.
So it could be that Team HCS down there on 337 could do another run in a minute and get 800, 900, and suddenly they'll jump up to the top of the board. So we're kind of only seeing a sort of little snapshot yet of what's happening down there in the main field.
Yeah, you really have to follow an individual team to see what went wrong, or if they have huge opportunities to score better. But we're in the national finals. All these teams won their regional finals or performed very well over there. So I guess these scores are going to increase during the day.
Brilliant, brilliant. And in terms of the presentation, have they done those already, or are they carrying? Or do they do those today as well?
They're doing it at the moment.
At the moment, yeah.
Teams are when they're not having robot matches, they're brought into their judging sessions, and then they have like 10-15 minutes with the judges to demonstrate their project or demonstrate their robot. And even for the core values, they have to do a team assignment, and it's just to get some interaction going, and observe how this team is performing, how they're stimulating each other.
So do you find that the teams are made up of some particular characters who are really good at doing the presentation side of things? Maybe some of the other characters are much more involved in the computer programming. I mean, do you get a team of different type of people, or are they all?
Maybe just as in real life, good teams are balanced, but that doesn't mean you really need a balanced team. You need to be aware of your unbalance, if you have one. So if teams have got members that are not very vocal, then they need to stimulate them to talk, to speak up, because they're also going to have bright ideas and individual input. They just need to be aware of it, that they need to be stimulated. And when teams do that with their team members, that's of course a great plus, because they are aware of their unbalance, so to speak, and they're correcting for it. So that's even many adults I meet don't do that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so this isn't just about the technology, the programming side, the building side. This is all about creating teams, about people interacting.
Yes.
So it's a much broader thing than just the kind of thing we're seeing down there on the main floor at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Because in science and technology, there really is a place for everybody. All these kids can get a job into science and engineering without being very, very technical. We do need project managers. We do need people who are able to sell these products, to sell these ideas. And they also need to have some kind of understanding or at least enthusiasm about technology. We don't want them to go work for a bank.
Absolutely.
We want them to work for an engineering company.
Absolutely. You know, if we, I mean, you know, at the Institution of Engineering Technology, we're always trying to sort of get the message across that, you know, that the jobs in law, the jobs in banking look like they give loads of money, look like they give loads of career opportunity. But actually, if you're an engineer and a technologist, the world's your oyster really nowadays. You know, we're really, the globe needs engineers and technologists because of all the issues that we've got in terms of energy production, you know, reusing, recycling. There's just a plethora of jobs out there for engineers and technologists, isn't there?
And even if you choose later on not to get an engineering degree, then there's still a job for you in the engineering
infrastructure as well behind
in the
it,
engineering industry.
Yeah.
And I think that's the key strength of the first LEGO League program, to really emphasize that great teams are diverse and aware of their capabilities.
Yeah, I mean, we find, for instance, that, you know, job roles such as broadcast technology, you know, event technologies, rock and roll bands, you know, you've got sound engineers, you've got lighting designers, lighting engineers, you've got rigging guys who are engineers in structures, and that's all just in rock and roll. So, you know, people at school and people at college don't appreciate that engineering and technology is such a huge range of work and jobs for people. And this is really inspiring along those lines, isn't it?
Yeah, true. Because teams need to find, they run into really this problem because they're going to have to design a robot, but also have to present it. And they may have to make a presentation for it, they have to make documentation for it. And you know, maybe you've met some technical guys, they're not really good at making documentation. That's understandable by somebody who's not a very technical person, like some of our judges. They're just normal persons like you and I.
Great, so thanks for that. I think we've got another game coming up now. So again, with your expertise, we might be able to have a good look at what's going on. So hopefully the countdown clock will come up and we'll be able to understand exactly what's happening here on the mat. So 2 minutes 30 to go, and again, here it comes straight out. It's I think that's the two people it's just put at the back there. So that was the it's career progression, isn't it? It's taking some people and saying you can go and develop your career working at this recycling centre.
Yeah.
And that's a point, again, they'll get points for that.
Yeah, and of course it's a bit of an easy mission, but it's something done.
Yeah.
And it's,
whoa.
They're now going to demolish the thing.
Oh, wow,
So
and has it got it in that?
Yeah, one of them at least.
They've allowed that, brilliant.
Great.
So they've got all that. Now they've got some black bricks there. They don't want the black bricks, do they? Because those aren't recyclable, so they need to try and get rid of those, don't they?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure where they should go at the moment. But they can put, of course, the yellow ones, the blue ones into the sorting machine.
Yes.
Which
and the black one, I think they can put them into a kind of a bin. There's a bin somewhere they can put them in, and then it's at the end of the
building a robot now with attachments to do so, I guess. Yeah, because there's the bin.
There's the black ones going in. Now I think if they can put that on that blue thing that goes over to the next team, then the next team can take that and they get 60 points each for that, I believe. That's right, isn't it? So they've kept all of that great, loads and loads of stuff they've got there that's for recycling. And we're just seeing them setting that there. They're putting it in position, working out exactly where it is on the board.
Yeah, because they want to do it right the first time. So you better spend a few extra seconds getting this right.
Yeah, they've got a minute and two, a minute and one. They probably have a time, so they've come there, they've moved round. Wow.
It's a bit wobbly.
Oh, where's it? So it's picked up the black line, is that what it's doing?
Yeah, I guess. Now it's aligning itself. I'm not sure if that's right.
I think that's, Oh, and it's dropped it. That's a shame. That was a shame.
Yeah, and now they're allowed to pick it back.
Yeah, so they can take it back. They've got 34 seconds to reset it and have another go, haven't they? So I think they're taking those.
I think they're trying something else.
Yeah. So that looked like it actually, I think it wanted to go the other way.
Yeah.
But they've just had one control there that's turned it the wrong way and actually sent it the opposite direction. So they'll go back to the pits now.
Yeah, and there are a practice table, so they can figure out what went wrong.
Yeah.
Maybe adjust for it. So that's that's the time they have between the rounds to get their score in order.
So it's a fine balance between going for the big point scoring. I mean, they're out on the table now. They've run out of time. And that's a shame because actually they were going really well at the beginning. They had a strong start. They pulled everything back in. They tried something, perhaps tried something new, and then it just failed. And then they kind of ran out of time. And then that's where you lose points.
Yeah, and that's a huge decision to make for the team. What are we going to try? What are the risks? What's the reward? So that's a huge decision. And yeah, a good strategy will be to start your round off easy. You saw a lot of teams who had 300, 400 points, but they're already in the bank. So if everything goes worse from now on, they still have 300, 400 points. But I imagine that in the next round they're going to try something more elaborate to improve on that score.
So really this is all about practice, 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 innovate, practice, practice, innovate, practice, and just keep refining and refining over a long period of time. The more you do that, the better you are when you arrive here.
Yeah, and keep it simple, of course. The repeatability of the mission is, I think, is key, because you're always going to be under pressure. There's music, there's a host, there's excitement. So if you have something that's simplistic, that always works, you can be confident about it and do it with ease.
Well, you know, it looks fantastic down there. I think what we're going to do now is we're going to have a little look at how anyone out there can actually get involved in First LEGO League, how they can get started, and actually watch a video here of the ways you can actually join in. Or perhaps not. Well, we can carry on chatting. We're going to cut there now. I think it's coming up.
First LEGO League is a robotics-based life skills competition.
It is a global programme that is run in the UK and Ireland
by the Institution of Engineering and Technology
to give young people the opportunity to have fun with engineering.
To register, just head to firstlegoleague.co.uk.
There's an entry fee that includes your robot game field setup kit and your entry into a tournament.
Now you've registered, you'll need a LEGO Mindstorm kit to build a robot.
Any version of Mindstorms is fine.
Talk to your local STEM coordinator.
Maybe you can borrow a kit.
Ask parents to donate some extra LEGO, but you're not having mine. Now we need to get the team together. No more than 10 people in a team.
No cheating.
Let's practice programming with Mindstorms as soon as possible.
There's no need to wait until the challenge is launched.
When the challenge is launched,
we need to read the challenge document very carefully.
There are quite a lot of rules and we don't want to build something that doesn't do the right thing.
Remember, there are 3 parts to FLL: the robot game, the project, and the core values.
Don't get carried away only focusing on one of them.
Your job as our coach is to encourage us and help us focus. You're not allowed to do the work for us.
Don't worry, we're smart enough to work it out ourselves.
But we do need your help to organise the trip to the tournament day.
The day is action-packed and event staff are on hand to keep the day running smoothly.
Feel free to look online to see what other teams are doing around the world.
But don't let them worry you.
At the tournament, there will almost certainly be other teams there for the first time with you. If the team have had a go and got involved, they'll love the tournament.
So what we need you to do: register online, get the kit, create a team, help us organise ourselves, and get us to the tournament.
We look forward to seeing you there.
Pardon me. Is this your first year at the competition?
Well, most of it's our first year, but Faizan has in his third year here.
Wow. So are you giving the team confidence? Are you telling them like how it lies, the lay of the land, what happens when, and things like that?
Yeah, pretty much. Because I remember my first year here. I was obviously 2 years ago when I was here. It was really nerve-wracking when it's your first time. You don't know what's going to happen, and so I guess I can put myself in the position of these guys, so I can keep them riled up as much as I can.
It's nerve-wracking but exciting. Yeah. So you've already had your first round on the table, yeah? And how did it go?
Average.
That's not what you told me before. So what was wrong with it?
Well, we had problems with with some of the attachments. Some didn't work, and then we had the light detectors on the front which didn't pick up the right light and things like that. So.
Yeah, the lighting is quite hard in this situation. It's very different to how you practice back at your school, isn't it? So is there anything that you would change for your next round?
Hopefully we can make the program a bit more consistent, because we were finding that it wasn't picking up the readings, so hopefully what we've done now should improve that.
Okay. And what are you most excited about today? Because obviously there's the robot rounds, but there's lots of other judging rounds. What are you most excited about?
Well, I think the robot, like the main thing that we've just done is very exciting, because you don't know what's going to happen. Anything can happen. But I'm most excited to see the knockout rounds.
Okay. Yeah, because they're a lot of fun, aren't they? Well, thank you very much, Team AI, and good luck in your second round. And now we want to show you a video about a challenge, another challenge for kids of the same age of these. Enjoy.
The Faraday Challenge is an in-schools challenge day, and it's actually a full engineering project from start to finish, including all the bits around a project of engineering, including project management, accountancy and presentation skills as well.
They start with stage one. Stage one is about 15 minutes, and that's where they have to really brainstorm. So it's pie in the sky thinking, what could they do? Stage two really is about them pinning that down and deciding exactly what they're going to do. So what shape will their beacon be, what will the electronic circuit look like, what will it communicate, and what are the advantages and disadvantages to their design. And then what they'll do is they'll move on to the development and build, and that's when the shop will open. They'll start to purchase all their materials, start to design their beacon, build it up, take their beacon off the print as soon as it's done. They put their electronics in it, and then what they're doing is moving on to preparing the presentation, and then finally where they do their presentations and their pitch, and then we have the final judging.
The IET have really managed to make this like a real working scenario today, working in teams with different roles, having importance on budget and timescales, and they've really set up a real world experience of what it's really like to be an engineer, which many kids don't get at school, so it's fantastic they can come and experience this in a very hands-on way.
I think it's been a brilliant day today. The Faraday Challenge has really infused a lot of young children, and all the children that have been here today have been so motivated. They have been so focused on the challenges that have been set to them. Their presentation skills and communication skills have really improved throughout the day, and all of the children involved seem really enthusiastic. It's been really positive.
So First LEGO League is a robotics-based life skills challenge. Now what makes it different from a lot of robotics competitions is that the robot game itself only represents about a third of the actual overall competition. So the mats that you see here that the kids are undertaking their challenges on, and they have to program the robots to be able to deal with, are very important, and they do form an extremely challenging bit of the overall competition. However, what you don't see here is the fact that actually the teams also have to go off to different parts of the university to go and be judged on various other things. One of which is the robot design. So not only do they have to build a robot that can deal with all these different challenges, but they then have to justify how they've designed and built it and demonstrate the quality as well. They then also have to show what we call core values, which include things like creative thinking, problem solving, team working, to show that they can work together to overcome the challenges together. It's not just one person who's taken a lead and brought a load of friends along for a ride. It's actually a genuine example of teamwork. And then they also have to do a research project alongside it. Now, this is linked to the annual theme. They look at the theme, they identify a problem associated with the theme, think about how they might want to address that problem and come up with the solution, which they then have to present to the judges. So it's a very holistic competition.
Hello, and I am here now with another team, and they are the Digital Devils, and they do have the most amazing hats I have seen. What's your name?
Kira.
Kira, can you just turn around so the people at home can see your beautiful hat? Go on, turn around. It's an octopus chicken. Am I correct with that? Of course, it's an octopus chicken. Why not? So, why an octopus chicken?
When we were programming, one of the tasks was to collect an octopus and a chicken, and we thought we'd make it easier by putting the chicken on top of the octopus, and then we came up with Okie Chicky. Then he became our team mascot.
Of course. Makes perfect sense, doesn't it? I presumed you made those hats and you didn't look online at a fancy dress shop and find an octopus chicken hat. So, you guys, where have you come from today?
Wales.
Wales, I should have guessed from the accent. And is this your first year here at the final? Some of you have done the final before. Fair enough. So you've done your first round of the robot competition. Yep. How did it go?
Well, from what I saw, I haven't been involved in the programming so much, but from what I saw, as a first round it went pretty well. And we have more experience now for what to expect in the second round.
You're more involved with the project part, aren't you? And what's your project about?
As we use Bags for Life, we thought of Wrapping for Life, where you reuse wrapping. So for different occasions, such as Christmas or birthdays, you can reuse your wrapping.
That's a brilliant idea, because you use wrapping just once. Well, I wrap in newspaper, but other people, they wrap properly and they use it once. And so that's a great idea. So who was involved in the robot competition? Who was the drivers? Okay, how did it go?
It was a bit shaky, but from that experience, I think now we'll know what it's like now to get more used to it. So.
Okay, and what would you change for next time when you do it?
What we would do, we would take more time with the missions and don't rush, because as we put all our objects together, sometimes we forget. Like on the man mission where you got to dip it in, we forgot about that completely. So we need to just take our time and just think more, really.
It's quite hard though, isn't it? Because you can practice as much as you want, but then when you're in the moment and the lights are on you and the clock is ticking down, you've got the commentators screaming at you, it's quite hard to remember everything. But guys, best of luck for the next round, and hopefully you'll keep your hats on all day. I'm disappointed that you're not wearing one there, Kieran. But for you guys, we have got a video all about a robot that made it last year, and it did very well, and it's called The Beast.
Our robot's called the Beast, and it's made of 3 robot structures. There's a big part, a medium part, and then there's a small part. So our robot's unique because it's just so big and so complex. It drives around using the big robot, the medium robot drives off, and that completes some of the smaller missions that require more dexterity and stuff. Throughout the season, our design changed because our old robot that we used at our regional and national competition, we didn't think was good enough. So we did a rebuild, but we used the bits we liked from the old robot and got rid of the bits we didn't like so much. So this is the Beast. We split the missions into 3 main sections. The first part is this big robot, then a medium robot drives down around. The medium robot uses light sensors to navigate its way around the whole of the map. And we did this to try and reduce human intervention. It uses like motors and pneumatics to complete most of the missions. This is the final part of our round. The robot needs to end on the platform and also fires a missile across the map to complete another mission.
So First LEGO League is a robotics-based life skills challenge. Now what makes it different from a lot of robotics competitions is that the robot game itself only represents about a third of the actual overall competition. So the maps that you see here that the kids are undertaking their challenges on, and they have to program the robots to be able to deal with, are very important, and they do form an extremely challenging bit of the overall competition. However, what you don't see here is the fact that actually the teams also have to go off to different parts of the university to go and be judged on various other things. One of which is the robot design. So not only do they have to build a robot that can deal with all these different challenges, but they then have to justify how they've designed and built it and demonstrate the quality as well. They then also have to show what we call core values, which include things like creative thinking, problem solving, team working, to show that they can work together to overcome the challenges together. It's not just one person who's taken a lead and brought a load of friends along for a ride. It's actually a genuine example of teamwork. And then they also have to do a research project alongside it. Now this is linked to the annual theme. They look at the theme, they identify a problem associated with the theme, think about how they might want to address that problem and come up with the solution, which they then have to present to the judges. So it's a very holistic competition.
So here we go, we're back live in the little sort of broom cupboard, I suppose we can call it really. But I'm here with Martin, who's actually one of the coaches over at West Linton Wasps. And we saw earlier on from the scoreboard the team were doing quite well out there. So just explain what your association with, what you do with West Linton Wasps.
We run an engineering club on a Friday afternoon. And what we do is it's a bunch of parents that after school's out on Friday afternoon, we give them a science and engineering classes, and it's only an hour long, and what the idea was, we just sort of started doing little experiments and little STEM projects with them, and then we got to hear about this whole FLL thing, and it all blew up, and we were actually quite late coming to the table, so we discovered about it about 3 or 4 weeks after it had all been released, and then we sort of just got involved with the school. Told us about it and said it'd be really good if you got involved in this. So we sort of headed on into it and got the table built, got a mat, got the kit, and off we went. And it's not the whole. There's about 15 of them in the team, or sorry, in the actual engineering club. So some of them wanted to do it. Some of them didn't particularly like Lego. No. We managed to get 2 girls involved in the team. Some of the other girls wanted to do other sciencey projects. So we ran sort of 2 streams really. And what we did is we tried to get the ones that really were interested in it, get them involved, and the ones that weren't so interested, because we knew, we started off with 12 probably in the team, and we knew we'd have to drop a couple somewhere along the line. But luckily, sort of natural sort of droppage allowed them to disappear off. So
fantastic.
They did quite well.
We're just going to have a quick look at the scores as well, which will probably interest you anyway. But there we go. Look, there's in fact that's the team progressing to the next stage, and you're up there in first place at the moment. So that must make you feel a bit happier anyway.
I know.
So that's
incredible.
Great. So are you from an engineering and technology background originally, or why did you get involved in a Friday club then?
Well, the actual reason was, what happened was the other coach, the other main coach that we have, John, he sort of got in touch and we were looking for more kits. And for one Christmas, I got given an NXT kit for Christmas, a robot kit.
What, just because you, like me, you're into
Lego?
I love it. Yeah,
I just love all this kind of stuff. I love technology and all that kind of stuff. And I think it was my wife said to me, what do you want for Christmas? And I went, oh, I don't know, how about one of these?
Yeah.
And she went, okay. So we got that. I built all the robots and did all the sort of sample things that you could do with it and shoved it up the attic. And it stayed there for about a year or 2 years, basically, and didn't use it again.
I've got to cut you short there. We're going to cut straight back down now onto the floor. I think we've got a game about to start. In fact, we're literally starting now. Here we go, 3, 2, 1. I don't know whether you guys are involved in this particular game now, but there's 2 minutes 30. So you must know an awful lot about this. Just talk me through some of what you're seeing here. This isn't your team here, is it?
No,
no.
Not
This
at
is
all.
the I can't remember what their names were now, but they've got it written on the back of their shirts as well. So they've come over here. They're collecting the turtle and the plastic bags. They've got to leave the plastic bags.
No, I don't think that worked quite right. They should have been collecting them and bringing them back to base.
So they've missed it. They've actually missed hooking over that. So what do they do now? Because the turtle and the plastic bag, can they go back into the ring where they were originally, or do they have to stay where they are
that's
now?
absolutely got to stay there. They're not allowed to touch them at all.
So so if they send that back for those now, that'll be in the wrong place, wouldn't it? So
Yes,
actually, you're better off leaving that and moving on
Yeah,
now.
you have to just keep going.
Yeah.
You've only got 2.5 minutes, so you've really got to be close on time. So most people are running right to the edge of the wire.
Yeah.
So what we found is that if something goes wrong, you just got to pick a robot up, get back on with it, launch the next mission, and hope that the bits that you've left behind aren't in the way.
Yeah, and they're exactly. So that's why, that's important too, I guess. So they're coming over here now.
I think they've just dropped.
They've dropped off the 2 little guys.
People,
They're training for a career change at the local recycling centre and sorting factory, aren't they? So they've had a career move. So they've moved, whether they liked it or not. And now they're putting on different attachment here. This looks like a hooky over kind of attachment.
Yeah, it's a very
technical
complicated
word
robot.
there. Hooky over attachment. I'm sure that's what it's called.
I think they're doing quite well, actually. I mean, I think their robot is very complicated. I think this is what happens with a lot of these robots. We've discovered that, I mean, I'm amazed we're at first place. When I look at the complexity of some of the other robots and what we've got, our robot just looks like a basic thing.
But
very,
I was
very
chatting
simple.
to one of the guys, one of the ladies there, Dr. Laura, who works in the Innovation Centre, and she was saying that actually getting a robust, I mean, that's great. They've picked it up. They've got to keep it going now and tip it off the end. They've done that. That's fantastic, and they're continuing on to pick that up as well. Yeah. So they've done 2 little moves. If they can get this robot back now, that's a great run because they've done.
That's what we do.
They've done a number of objectives in one, and they're pushing something else as well.
All right, they're moving that back.
And hitting.
I think that's gone wrong, actually.
If they hadn't have hit that, they could have now. They're stuck.
Well, they don't need that. That's not going to get any points moving that. It might be actually, because what they might be doing is there is extra points to be had by keeping that east of the guide.
But now it's stopped there, and we've come to the end of that game. Do they get the points for that?
Oh no.
Because they didn't return to the safe area.
No, they wouldn't have even got points if they'd returned it. I think the only points they would have done is if.
But they had,
no, they wouldn't. No, they wouldn't.
But they had the other
points
bits on that, didn't they? They had as they came round, they picked up. So before they hit the car that they were pushing, or that thing, they actually picked up something else that they were bringing back, weren't they? But they've now got 2 things trapped. Anyway,
yes,
it all gets a bit complicated, doesn't it? So going back to your sort of your involvement from the start. Then you set up this club, you got things going, you got you got yourself your own bit at home to play with, which is fabulous. And then 10 or 12 kids come along and start getting involved. How then did you get? Have you taken that to the next stage? How did you get into the regionals? How did you do well there? Explain the whole process of going through that.
Well, I think what happened was that we were all doing it for a bit of fun, really. It was no more than that. And we thought it'd be great for the kids to get involved in it. They liked the idea of doing it. So we were just going along for the ride almost. And then we booked into the regionals. Basically, when you pay your money and you sign up, then you're expected to go to the regionals. That's what tends to happen. But then you've got to start planning. You've got to work out what you're going to do, because one of the things is the robot design is only part of it. As well as that, you've got to come up with a good project. So you've got to come up with something like that. And we have to teach the kid core values as well. And that's been quite a challenge in itself, because a team of 10 people or more, trying to teach them how to behave as a team and try and work and look after each other and all this kind of stuff. They're pretty good in that school, actually, I must admit. They're better than a lot of schools I've seen. But they're all talking over each other, they're all messing about.
And you're doing it one evening or one afternoon a week.
Yeah.
Some of the schools are doing it as part of maths, as part of STEM, as part of all different areas of kind of the curriculum.
Yeah.
But you're doing it in an after club, so that must make it much more difficult to get all of it in.
It was a nightmare. We were doing 1 hour a week to start with, and when we very soon discovered that wasn't enough.
Yeah.
So what happened was we start with the 1 hour, and then we said, right, okay, the guys that are doing the Lego want to do the Lego, we'll do another hour. So we actually were able to stay on for an extra hour.
Right.
So it became 2 hour sessions just for the Lego people. The rest of the group that were doing just the sort of STEM type projects, they just stuck to the 1 hour. because that's all they were supposed to be doing.
Yeah,
And
because
they would stop and play.
It seems to me that a lot of this is about, we were chatting to one of the judges and also to the Lego education guy, and they were saying that it really is about, set your robot off, do an objective, practice it, see what happens, come out, reprogram, do it again, reprogram, refine, reprogram. So the more times you do it, but each time from this you can see it takes a minute just to run it.
Yeah.
Presumably then it takes 20 minutes to reprogram it. Then you come back, run it for a minute. That's only 3 goes in an hour, and that's all you get in a week. And if you've only got 2 or 3 months, that's a lot to get. So you guys are doing really well.
Well, what we did was we actually took the table out of the school over Christmas, because we realised that we couldn't get into the school over Christmas.
Yes.
So we literally hand carried it from the school down the road to our various houses. We moved it around different houses over Christmas.
Wow.
And then we let the kids loose on it. So we actually had 4 full days. And
really?
the kids would have kept going. They
That's
loved
fantastic,
it.
isn't it? So what you've done there is actually put it into the holiday time and moved it on. And from the school point of view, they must be absolutely thrilled that their schools are out there and
absolutely,
doing well. It must be helping presumably with some of those students as well in how they're doing in their computer programming or in their work or teamwork or whatever else.
Yeah.
Have you seen changes in people?
Absolutely. I think they've bonded a lot more as a team, and I think we've seen sort of some of them are shining out for being really good at programming, and others are shining out for their artistic flair and things like that. So they've all had little areas that they can sort of focus on. And we're doing lots of team building with them as well. So we've been sitting there and saying, right, okay, we want to do a sort of a task, and we'll pick a task like standing on a big piece of square of paper, and all of you have to stand on the thing and you flip it over without getting off it. And the yells and the shouts, and they're so disorganized to start with. So we've been saying to them, right, okay, do you maybe want to select a leader? Maybe you want to put somebody in charge of all this. And then once they start to focus and they start to do things like that, they do much better. And and they all get on really well. That's the other thing. And we were expecting, when we went up to Dundee for the first heats, we really didn't expect them to do as well as they did. It was incredible, because they started off, in the Friday afternoon classes, they're out of school and they think it's time to muck about, and they have a great time. And they do have a really good fun time.
Yeah, you picked a hard day on a Friday, because when we're all on our way home on a Friday after work,
nobody wants to do anything.
Absolutely.
So trying to get them to focus and do things was quite tricky. And we've seen them mucking about, do all sorts of things, and they've had a great time, but we didn't expect them to behave as well as they did on the day. They were absolutely brilliant.
And why Dundee? So where's Westminster based?
All right,
then?
so we're actually south of Edinburgh.
Right.
But what happened is that because we came late to the whole thing, it was at least 4 to 6 weeks after it started that we actually got wind of the whole thing. So when we tried to sign up, the whole of Edinburgh was full, the whole of Glasgow was full. Right. So we had Dundee and we had Aberdeen, I think, and where was the other one? St Andrews.
Right, okay.
So we had to pick one of those basically to go to. And so Dundee.
So that's a day out as well then. So I suppose that's quite fun in a way, getting out of the sort of the norm and getting up somewhere else and meeting some different people.
It was quite funny because we had a massive entourage of parents as well.
Yeah.
As there's 10 in the team, then what happened was we turned up with all these parents, because we were expecting the heats to be very much like this today, because we'd seen all the YouTube stuff, and we'd seen loads of the American stuff, and we thought it was going to be this huge event. And we turned up at Dundee with all these parents, and they had nowhere to put us, because most people were turning up with like a school teacher, and that was about it. But because we've all been sort of parent-led.
Well, exactly, it's parent-led. They're all going to want to be there, aren't they?
Yeah,
Do you know what I mean? All around the houses, they've all been involved over the Christmas period.
They have, absolutely. And we've had so much support from the parents as well.
That's brilliant. And is this your first year then?
Yeah, absolutely.
Your first year. So, we're cutting down. And do you know when you're next on? I mean, do you recognise your robot like that when you're looking down here? You do.
Absolutely.
So if we see it in one of the
games.
It's
the simplest one here, I think.
One of the things that I haven't quite got my head around yet, and hopefully we can work this out from this, and you might be able to say it, we've just cut to a game just before, and there was a set of teams playing then. Is this the same set of teams playing now, or is this a different set of teams we're seeing now? Do you play one game after the other in 3 goes?
No.
Or you've gone, that team that we saw there have now gone away?
Yeah.
And they'll have now an hour or so or something to change. And
there's a big timetable laid out.
Okay.
Everyone's got a timetable in their pits.
Yeah.
And the idea is that we all have to stick with the timetable. You've got to be very accurate. You can't, because this is run like clockwork. It's a military precision operation.
This isn't your team's here then?
No.
And can you see the chap here in the white shirt? He's a referee, yeah?
Yeah.
So what's he watching for there?
There's a number of things. I think the referees, certainly in the heats, what we noticed was they're also looking at the design of the robot and things like that as well. They're paying a lot of attention to everything. They're actually monitoring the kids as well and making sure they're behaving and they're not doing anything they shouldn't do. But
It looks like we're about to start one of the games again, so here we go. So just talk us through this one then. You're a guy who really knows about it. This guy's going straight over the truck. Oh,
too fast.
He was going too fast then, was he? Oh, that's a shame, isn't it? Because that was presumably there's a real balance between speed and accuracy.
Precision, yeah, that's it. And we did all that. We tested a number of different speeds, and what we found is the faster you go, the less accurate the robot is.
Right.
The faster the motors go, the more chance there is of error.
Right.
So in particular, if you want to do things quickly, then what you've got to try and do is get to somewhere quickly and then use the lines on the map.
Oh, that was close.
They've only got to get one in. They've only got to get one in the area. As long as one's in there.
But they're coming back for another go. Oh, that
no,
was
they
superb. So they went back for another go and they thought, well, we'll give it another go. We've programmed it, we'll have a go.
Yeah.
They're giving it another go. Look, there we are. Put them
really
in.
well.
Brilliant. Now that's a really, really robust sort of lump of a robot. I say lump, but it's a solid looking robot. It hasn't got loads of sort of springy arms sticking out.
Yeah.
And actually, somebody earlier was saying that there's a balance again between having two real complex robot and a simple robot.
Absolutely, yeah.
And what have you gone for?
Simplicity. Yeah, I mean, the whole thing, we've tried to build a solid robot, solid design, and try and keep it as accurate as possible. You know, make sure it's nice and solid, make sure we've not got too big a wheel, too small a wheel. Make sure the wheels are spread apart nicely. And we've got to be careful. We're using a gyro, and there's a lot of issues with the gyro. We've seen a lot of teams have failed massively because of the gyro. You can suffer what they call gyro drift.
Right.
Also, if you try and rotate the thing around too quickly, the gyro goes into saturation. And what happens then is that it starts to drift after that point and becomes really inaccurate. So we've had to try and check what these points are and keep below these sort of things. So we've struggled a little bit with the 2.5 minutes because we've had to slow everything down, and line following you've got to be careful with.
So these guys here at the moment, they're trying. They've just. No, that's. I don't think that was meant to happen. They just drove over the octopus, and then I think they've smashed the tortoise.
I think
the turtle rather.
Yeah.
So, and then it's come back. So this hasn't been a great run for this team. They must have spent ages programming this as well. So something's just gone wrong.
They're doing it too fast. I think that's the only problem they've got.
Wouldn't that have happened in practice?
I would have thought so, yeah. I would have thought they should have learned that, because there's no difference between these tables, or very little difference between these tables and what they should have been using in the practice.
Yeah.
So they should have learned all this. So I'm really surprised that they're attacking it that quickly.
So there we go. That's the end of that game. So it is interesting how, you know, perhaps in the practice runs. I mean, it's a shame I didn't actually sort of manage to see some of the practice runs earlier. But yeah, that team there have obviously practiced that. They've come in, they've put their robot down, they press a button, it goes off, and it all just goes wrong for them.
Yeah.
And it's heartbreaking, really, because they've spent, like your team have spent, they've spent a long time programming it up.
Yeah.
You know, you guys today have obviously come in. You've probably, it sounds like, a 4-day block of practicing and playing with this thing over Christmas has done you wonders, because actually. There's never any sort of there's no other way than actually just doing these things, is there really?
Yeah. Well, I think what we did was also after Dundee, our score in Dundee was 601. That's the maximum we could possibly get with our robot. That was all the missions working perfectly as we planned them. So what we then did is we went away, and again we took the table to somebody's house in the evenings, different person's house, and then what we did is we practiced on that, and we tried to get the kids to come up with new ways of accomplishing extra things, because we just ran out of time basically. And what we said was, well, we only had 2.5 minutes. We were very close to 2.5 minutes the first time, so we couldn't re-engineer everything because we only had 3 weeks in between the end of our heat and this coming now. So what we had to do is we had to just make little tweaks to try and get extra little things involved in the runs. And then we had to try and slicken up the changeovers. And one of the things we decided to do, because there's 10 in the team, we said we're going to do a tag team thing, just to get everyone involved and make them feel like it was part of the day. Because what we didn't want to do is have two sort of master people doing the whole session on their own, because it's not fair.
No.
Everyone's been involved in it, and they've all had a really good time. So we said, it doesn't matter, the score's not important. What we want you to do is all have a tag and all have a go at everything. And they did really well, and that slows them down actually. So they've been so close to the wire, and they've been practicing the changeovers and the changing over the attachments. They've had to get that down to a fine art.
It's like pit stopping, isn't it?
It is
really?
exactly, that's what we call it, yeah.
I mean, it's honing their engineering. And that seems like a really good place now. I think we've got a little video here that just talks a little bit more about engineering in a wider way. So let's have a look at that. We're going to cut over to a little video now. Well, I'm here with Fran, and I said she had a minute to build something, so what's she done? She's cheating.
I'm just getting ahead.
Go on, I'll start my watch then.
ready.
You've got a minute.
Okay.
Okay, let's go. So she's got a minute to build anything she likes. She's going to start stressing now, but we're going back to a game in a second. But it's great having Fran up here. I've not had much time down on the floor today, but you've been down on the floor. How's it been going? You're not going to be able to talk to me and do that, are you?
It's been going really well. Like the teams. Oh, are you going to delay me with my building?
Yeah, you've only got a minute, so keep going.
The teams are quite nervous, but they're really excited. And what I love about this competition is the fact that they are so open to helping the other teams as well. So there was one team that had a bag of sweets and they were giving them out to different people. And there was one team that I was like, oh, do you want those to lose? And they were like, no, 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 we want all the teams to do the best they can. And to the team spirit, my wheel's just fallen off. The team spirit is amazing here. And so even though they're quite stressed about their project doing well and their robot doing well, they're still looking out for the other teams, which I think is an amazing type of attitude.
Yeah, I think
to
the
have.
thing that's coming across more than anything is you can see
this is what I need.
how much it means to actually the people taking part, but also, you know, how they're really calm and really diligent, and you know, if something fails, they don't get upset about it. Off they go and they try and fix it, and that's a real engineering kind of viewpoint, isn't it? It might not have worked this time, but let's look at why it didn't work and fix it for the next
Exactly. There are no tears.
No.
There are no stresses. You know, they're just like, do you know what? Let's see if we can make it
Right,
better.
well, I'm going to give you another minute because so far that's
think I
not
did
really
quite
driving.
well.
It's getting there, but we're going to go down to the floor now and have a look at some real games taking place, and let's try and talk about what we're seeing from up here. I mean, I get a great view from up here because I get to see all the different cameras, obviously not just one viewpoint, but we're going live now. So here we go. Here's the first one we're going. Now, this is a great looking robot because it's got loads of extra arms. It's going to pull down the building, I believe.
So is that
That's the idea. It's knocking the building down now, and what it wants to do is it wants to take some of that stuff to recycle. Here it is. It's going to pick it up. Look, it's pulling it all back into the safe area, and that was a really fantastic move. It's knocked the building down, recycled it all. Now what they've got to do is they've got to split out the black bricks, keep the yellow and blues for recycling, and they've got to try and get rid of the black bricks on somewhere else, kind of on the middle between the two different mats. And then if the other team on the other side pick it up, they get double points. It's brilliant. So they're resetting now, and we'll see they put a different attachment on. They look like they're really. That's a robot with lots of different attachments by the look of it. But here it goes. So it's leaving now, and it's interesting to watch how they actually, from the top view, it picks up the black line.
Oh no!
Well, now that's the first time we've seen someone actually do that in that style. They've put the octopus. They've got to drop that. Oh, unlucky. I think they had to put that octopus down is what I think they were going for. Now they've got to pick up the bags. Here we go.
It's just slightly missing it,
I think
isn't
it's
it?
just slightly missed all of that. Oh, but it's got, no, it's not done too bad. It's got to pick that up now. It needs to put the plastic bags into one of the other black rings as well. That's what it was trying to do there. So it's interesting, you've only got the detail, 1 millimetre out at the beginning can make all the difference later on. So, seems to have got stuck there now. No, it's coming forward. It's,
And that's a turtle that they're trying to pick
yeah,
up?
the turtle has to go into one of the circles, and the plastic bags needed to go into another circle. And when they drop the little man there, that's for training. What they're doing, he's got a career change, so he's going from one job to another, and he's working at the recycling factory and the sorting factory. So he wanted a job change, so they put him in there. So that's fine. But normally they push him over, but that one there just threw him onto the place.
Yeah, and he missed.
So you spent some time in the pit area.
Yes,
Just for the viewers, because we haven't seen a huge amount of the pit area, for the viewers, just tell us sort of what's it like in there? What's the atmosphere like?
To be honest, it depends if things are going well or they're not. So there was one team which we were just about to approach and their robot wasn't stucking. And I was like, no, let's give them the space to breathe because they're just troubleshooting.
Yeah.
So when things are going wrong, yeah, they weren't, you know, throwing their toys out the pram, but they were just so in the zone and trying to fix it that you just got to leave them to it. So there's a lot of concentration. But also there's a lot of sharing, a lot of laughing, a lot of joy. People are just having a really nice time and enjoying the day.
Yeah, it's kind of a festival, really, isn't it? It's kind of a festival of fun. You know, we're seeing kind of a lot of the sort of parents. You know, they're getting excited. They're actually getting probably more hysterical than the actual competitors, because the competitors are so focused on what's happening, whereas the parents have been involved in this for years, having to take them to the clubs or get involved at school. So we're seeing that down there, and as the day progresses, it just gets more and more frenetic, doesn't it?
Yeah, and like they're sort of excited, but in a really controlled way. So they're confident, but not cocky. So they know they've put the work in. They've worked for so many weeks and months actually making their robot, doing the project, that they're confident in their own ability to be able to do it.
So you've had 6 minutes now so far. How are we getting on with your model here?
We've actually got even more.
We've got 2 parts. So I don't know. So I mean, one of the things that people can do actually, which is good, if you're out there and you're watching live as we're talking, you can tweet to hashtag FLLUK. That's use Twitter to hashtag FLLUK. If you've got some Lego, build us something, send us your photos. We'll try and show you them. I'll be able to get an iPad up, show you the pictures live on camera. So yeah, send me any photos of stuff you've built. If you've got something like this, I just got a tweet or a text message from my daughter, who I said was 13 about half an hour ago, who built this one for us. And actually she was 14 last week. So so I did get pulled up on it, but it's actually the week before that, so let's get it right. But yeah, she built that and that, yeah. And that one over there. So to be honest, yeah. But she's 14, not 13. So sorry, Annabelle. We've got that right now. But anyway, so what else? What's happening as we go through the day? Do the game?
Can I just show you? I've got a little. Oh, that's my driving for you.
What do you now? I think there is spinny. There was
things. A bit of.
No, I think I'm going to
steering going on there.
This is turning into. There is no here. Look, for steering, you can use one of those. You see, that's got spinners on it, right?
Yes.
There you go, right.
It's always the way, and that noise. That noise is such a
10
great.
minutes,
It's such a noise that it reminds me of my childhood.
It's great, isn't it?
Never find the one that you need. It was always like, we need an 8er. Who's got the 8er? Let's find the 8er.
Well, now the great thing is on here as well. They actually give you a map, and they give you that. So in the past, you used to have to go back to the front page. Do you remember? And you'd actually line up things. But now they give you sides. Just for older people like me, it's much easier.
And you follow the instructions. You're one of the good ones.
Yeah, well, this is quite complicated, this one. I mean, I couldn't do it. It is. But earlier on, it was interesting. I mean, I'm sure lots of people who build Lego get to this. And actually, down there on the floor, they're doing exactly the same thing. They get a problem. They've got to look back, what went wrong, and come back. Well, I got to a point where I needed a part, but there wasn't any parts in any of the bags. So I'm thinking, well, I've lost them. And I'm thinking, well, I haven't, because I've taped them all up as I got here and all that kind of thing. And what happened was I'd used the wrong part earlier in the day, right back at the beginning. And so the part I needed in here was actually in here, and this one was in here. So I had to take it all apart, rebuild it. And you know, that's part of the thing. It's kind of looking back at what you've done. It is a fantastic thing.
So you see, I'm all about function rather than aesthetics.
What's the wheel that's in your hand?
That's sort of surplus. So I've got a little bit of a steering wagon going on.
Yeah, what you need to do is go forward now, because then the wheels behind will track. Because if you go forward, what will happen is...
Thanks.
No,
thanks.
Anyway.
There's like, thanks.
Anyway, no, keep put it back together, because we'll put it here, and then later on we might even, you know, have some votes on who's done best.
Because who did this one?
That was, I think that was Neil from the first Lego Education.
It's not really functional, is it?
No, it's a trophy. And
that is functional.
It's actually really cool. Yeah, it's a mini trophy.
Mine could be a trophy.
Yeah. Well, I know which one we're voting for. So anyway, you know, coming back to the pit, so the guys are back there now. You know, we saw a team earlier on have an absolute calamity. They started their model off. You might not have seen it because we're getting the close-up views. Their model set off. It just went wrong. It just smashed into things, drove into walls. You know, but we were chatting about it up here. You know, they'll go away now, they'll reprogram a few things, come back, run it again, and they get 3 runs, don't they?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, so they get 3 runs, and that's the way it works. And apparently now we're going to cut back to the live audience because things are happening down there. So let's see what's cracking. So it looks like we're going to be going to another Lego game in a second, I think. Here we are, we're getting ready. So these guys, you see the 2 little guys in the front there? They want a career change. They've got to get over to this sorter here. So that's a recycling centre, basically, in the middle.
For careers.
Well, they're learning a new career. So at the moment they work somewhere else, and part of the mission was get these 2 people over to the recycling centre who are going to change their career. So they've got them ready there. As soon as they set that off, it'll push it over. And that was, you know, it's interesting to see the different attachments, how people have approached things. And there was a lady here who works at Loughborough in the Innovation Centre, Dr. Laura, who came up to see us earlier. And she was saying that, you know, they've gone away and built all of this themselves to see how they would approach it. And then they come and watch the competitors here do it and go, oh, I wish we thought of that. And that's amazing that you've got like PhD Dr. Laura, you know, in who is actually out there being a technologist and an engineer, and she's watching, you know, 9 to 16-year-olds and thinking, God, that's a clever way of doing it. And that's what happens.
That's the best thing about kids, though, because kids, their imagination's not inhibited in the same way as when you get to be an adult.
That's right.
And you limit yourself, whereas children, anything goes.
Yeah.
And with imagination and design, that's a great attribute.
So just looking at the wide shots there as well, the audience has sort of gone away a bit. There's lunch happening in the back room as well now. It's just started because it's that kind of day. We've got a lot of the people stood around the table for this kind of final run, I believe, before the lunch sort of really kicks in at the 12:30 time. So it's good to see. We can see some t-shirts there with St Joseph's Primary on their backs. Look, a coach. And it looks like Leith Primary are ready to go there in the corner. It's great when they have their team names on the front for me, it really is. And we should make it compulsory. So Leith Primary are down there. Now that's quite a young age group, Leith Primary. I mean, if you think primary school, yeah, that's 7 to 11. So,
but I know one year a group from a primary school actually won it.
Really?
So
wow.
sometimes...
That's fantastic. There they are. They're waving at us live for us, Leith Primary. So hopefully, when this gets going in a second, we're going to see it. So we've got a countdown clock coming up, I believe. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, and we're going live. Let's see what happens here. So this is Leith Primary. They're setting off. They're taking those two little people over to the recycling centre. Really slow and steady. And to be honest, slow and steady seems one of the best ways of doing it. They've got a really robust robot there. They've got a nice front attachment. Now they've got a different attachment for this. And what they do is, part of the attachment is also about where your robot is set up on the table, because some of it is a bits of plastic wall behind, and that allows it to know where it is. So they're sort of building blocks away from it. Off it goes. She's got it going. She wants to knock that down. Brilliant.
Oh, but bring them back.
And then she's got to bring that back. Oh, that was brilliantly done. We like that. That was superb. She got that. It was touching the edge of the safe area. She's got that in. That's extra points there. They're doing really, really well here.
So with the people...
Can you see this kind of jig they've got?
Yeah.
It's called a jig. That's so that they know where to set up the robot to set it to start off. So it's really good. A really good system of doing things. Off it goes again. It knows to leave at that point. It's going off now to pick something else. It looks like... Oh, they've dropped the octopus into a ring.
Nice.
So that saved the octopus. Now they've got to go over here. They want to pick up the plastic bags. They've missed the plastic bags. That is such a shame. That is a real shame, because it would have been hooked on the end. Look, you can see that. You can see the disappointment. But they were so close. They were so close. They're talking to the referee because the plastic bag. I think the plastic bag might have been over, but anyway. Yeah. It would have picked that up then. It would have picked the plastic bag up. It would have brought it back. And you can just see it was a little bit off on the way back. But that's fine. That was a really good run. Now they've got to reprogram it now. They're going to put it in the jig in a different way. It's got the front piece on here. It's setting off again. Now I think that this is going for the lorry. This is going for the lorry. They've got to push the lorry along the... No, it was dropping something off there into the stage. So they've moved... I think they've moved... Now it's going for the lorry. They push the lorry along at the right speed. Oh, keep going. Come on. Come on, no, and now it won't where it is. Oh, that is such a shame. It was doing brilliantly. That would have pushed it along. The yellow pallet would have dropped onto its back. I believe they can have another go if they've got to set it up. Set it off.
Just got stuck on something.
It did, so they're going to reset it. Come on, here it goes.
That little girl's face is great as well, because it's telling us completely how she's...
Yeah, it is, it is. So it's dumped that there again. It's going to come around the corner. Come on, let's do it. Not enough time, but you'll see here this... Oh, what a shame.
No.
But they've done fantastically well. That was a really, really, really... You could see how close the margins are between absolutely making it happen and not. And I mean, I sit up here and watch it. It's heartbreaking for me.
You sort of want to push it a little bit.
Yeah,
oh, hello.
You just... You're talking this much. And it looks like... You can see they've practiced it and it's worked in practice, but all that needs to happen is it sets off, and as it sets off, it just moves by a millimetre and it's off on the wrong track, and that's it, they've lost it. So, it's sad when you see it happen. But the great thing about this game is they'll go away now and they'll literally all get together, work out, solve a problem, move forward, come back and have the same energy for the next round. It's brilliant.
It's quite clever having that. It was a jig, you called it, to set it off in, and so in terms of, as long as that's touching the backboard, the robot should go in the same direction, in the same way every time. but obviously it doesn't sometimes go to
Well,
plan.
there's so many, there's variables as well. I mean, one of the guys from the, from I think it was Dr. Laura earlier from the Innovation Centre, she was saying that there's different sensors you can have. So you've got the wheels going round so that the motor knows how far it's gone with those wheels. Then you've got light sensors that tell where the lines are on the map. And if the lights are different in the room and your sensors programmed for back at the school where the lights were different, then things can change by just a few millimetres and that throws things off. But hopefully that team there will come back, they'll have another go and we'll see them just change that one little bit and away it'll go.
And it's great that they've got the practice tables as well, because I know when we were here last year, the kids were like, but the light's different. And I was like, well, why is that a trouble? And so they were talking to me about their light sensors. And I was like, oh, I see now. So you're completely right. It's slight changes in the light can just completely affect how it performs.
Colour, you know, I mean, to be honest, you know, they could just have set that little jig up. All it needed was to be a millimetre off somewhere and not quite pushed against the wall, because under the pressure of the excitement, it can all happen. Now, I know that we've got 44 teams here today. There was 530, I think, through in the regionals.
Wow.
It's 20% up on last year. It gets bigger every year in the UK. But hopefully now we're going to have some photos flying up on the screen that just show us some of the pictures from over of the different teams that are involved. And so, yeah, let's have a look at some of the pictures from the teams. I don't know, you probably recognise them in the back room there. So there we go. Look, we've got different teams coming through now. That was fantastic.
Wow.
And you can see there at school, they have that one set up back at the school. I've seen them on the actual mats today. There's the actual trophies are made out of Lego. They're fantastic, aren't they?
You've got to be really careful when you're handing out the trophies, because trophies tend to be quite heavy.
Yeah.
And obviously they're lighter than the normal trophies. So last year when I picked up the trophies, I was quite surprised. I caught them, but
yeah, hopefully we're going to get someone to bring a trophy up here before the actual trophy, so we can show the actual teams out there. Yeah, I'd like a trophy up here. If we can bring one up and have a good look at it, that'd be fantastic.
Not this trophy that someone made.
No, exactly. But you're still making yours. So
I should make it a bit more aesthetic.
So there you go. We've got loads of teams flying up. They're here today. I've seen them definitely. But you can see it's a range of people, and it's great to see so many young females involved as well. And that's something that we really want to try and get more involvement on. Is the sort of female young engineer and getting them coming through, because there's a serious lack of female engineers and technologists in industry.
Completely. And it's quite harsh for females at times, because when you're growing up, there are the books out there. Robots are very much the robot books, how to build a robot. Sometimes they're just targeted as boys, and for girls, you get the kittens, you get the princesses, and it's not what every girl likes.
Yeah.
And so this is why it's great for sort of this competition, because, well, a lot of the teams are mixed. I don't think I've actually seen a fully male team.
Yeah, that's the best thing about it, I think, as well, is that when you get the mixed teams as well, that's a really good thing. And certainly for my two girls, you know, we've enjoyed Lego right from sort of, both of them were really, really young with the kind of Duplo, the bigger bricks, and then moving forward and the creation and all that kind of stuff, to where we are now, which we're kind of building. I mean,
that's amazing.
Yeah, she's massively Star Wars fan. So, but you know, the thing is that was great for me is to be able to sort of be involved a little bit, but to be honest, as they've got older, you're not allowed to touch and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I'm really lucky to have these models here, and they were bubble wrapped up to actually deliver them through. But yeah, so it's brilliant seeing so many great young teams and so many people involved, and obviously, you know, 250,000 people worldwide have taken part.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah,
well,
250,000 this year, you know, so that's an amazing, I can't remember exactly how many countries now. I had the stats written down earlier somewhere. We can probably pull them out here, but yeah, there's been over, I mean, and we've actually got some down on the floor as well. We've got the 2013 World Festival Champions, Untitled 1. They're here with us today. So they got all the way through and won the whole thing at the World Festival. So that's amazing. C14 here, we had someone up earlier. And there's, I mean, 20% more teams than last year. That's great. I mean, that's a big growth.
It shows you that it's just people are actually opening their eyes into that Lego. Yes, it's primarily a toy, but it's so much more than that. And it's great in terms of to see what it's capable of. Because Lego, like you said, it's changed a lot since we were little. And the fact that you can now program Lego, that took me a lot to get my head around. Yeah. I was like, it's amazing.
Yeah, it is. It's a complete step change. I mean, I was saying earlier, this one under here is from 1980, and that was my first Technic Lego.
Let's have a look.
And there is, and the great thing about that, there's no sort of, see how here there's curved parts.
Yeah.
To make the curved parts on all of this, you actually build sort of bits on top of each other. You know, it's all flat parts.
Yeah.
And there was there was no way of putting Lego Mindstorm on that or anything. They finally came out with a motor. You could attach a motor and it drove it along.
Yeah.
But you couldn't steer it with the motor. You know, you had to literally jump down and turn the steering wheel. So things have really developed. You're coming on with that. You've taken about 30 minutes. But I think it's looking like a tractor.
It's sort of a little tractor. It's a
That's
not
not bad
a
at all.
symmetrical tractor.
So let's have a look then. So I think 20 minutes, and we've got a model.
We've got a sort of spare hub going on
there. Yeah, and I think that front bit there looks like it's going to fall off there. I think you need a... there you go, that's a bit better. There we go.
It's quite organic, the process of building it though. It was, I'm not sure I would have gone for this design if I do it again, in all honesty.
So I was very lucky to work at Legoland Windsor right back in the early days when they were still building the theme park. So I was there from when they were digging the holes. It was fantastic. And we had a family day where, I didn't have any children at the time, but we had a family day and you could go and they gave you a bucket. There was just buckets of coloured Lego. So if you wanted yellow or blue, you could have as much yellow or blue, squares.
That sounds like a horrible day.
I know, I sat for 2 hours and built Big Bird, and I wish I still had it. It looked just like Big Bird, and I actually won. It's the only thing, I don't win very much things in my life, but I'll remember it how I won the Lego building competition, and I built Big Bird, and I wish I still had it. It looked absolutely
you were 32 at the time?
I was about 26 at the time. Yeah. So I don't, you know, I mean, this was one of my older daughter who got halfway through and said, do you know what, you can carry on. So I'm really lucky to have a bit of Technic Lego that I've been building.
That you're allowed to join in on.
Yeah, it's taken me a long time though, to be honest. So what else have you seen today? And what else has been sort of key things that you've been spotting?
The thing that sort of always catches my eye is the effort that they go into their fancy dress. And how they just really take on board the whole, like you said, it's like a festival atmosphere, and how they take that on board, and they just really go for it, the teams. So you've got the Einsteins, so they're in their wigs. We've got obviously the turtle octopus hats, and their team names and how they come up with them, and the team.
I've got a feeling we're going to go live to another game in a minute. Sorry to interrupt, Fran. Sorry about 3, 2, 1, and it looks like we're there. So this is another game now. So here we go. They're straight up. They're putting the person in. It seems like a good way of getting an early win. That putting those people in that little square.
And they just have to get them in the square, not in the dumper truck.
No, just in the square.
Okay,
and actually, apparently, they only need to get 1 out of the 2 in there to get the point.
So they've done it.
They've done it. They're in. That's safe. So they've got those points. They're coming straight back again now. They're looking at this thing again where they're going over. What they're doing there is they've hit the button on the side. It now takes 20 seconds to drop a little brown sort of round circle onto the floor. And what that is recycled soil.
Right.
So they need to pick that recycled soil up, put it in a plant pot, which is a recycled piece of packaging. So let's see if they go and get the packaging now. And that is huge points. If they can put the soil in the packaging, they've created a flower pot. Right, so it's about using something from somebody else. They're doing for the truck, they're putting the lorry, they're using the wall as a guide. They put that on there and it'll tip it, and they've done it. That's a fantastic run there. You saw the whole process. Pick up the lorry, push it along, get the pallet, dump the pallet, come back, get your robot back. That's a great robot. Look at that, that's done brilliantly. And they've still got 121.
That's amazing, and that's because they made their robot the right size so it could push against the wall.
Right size, you know, for this particular task that we watched there, it's the right size, and it seems to be using the walls and the lines to get around, and that's good. Now this guy, I've seen this attachment before. It looks really flimsy, but let's see what it does.
Just the wall knocking
Here we go, and all it was for was to pull all of that back, and so it did 2 things there. It knocked over and graded everything back towards them, so that's more points. Brilliant.
So the more that they get back, the more points? Or
yes,
do they just
the more.
need the
Now,
hook?
I've seen this before. This is really cool. We were sat here with Dr. Laura, she was earlier on, who's from the Innovation Centre, an engineer, and we were looking and going, what on earth are they going to do with this? And you think, I have no idea. We've got 44 seconds. Hopefully we're going to see it. And here he goes. He's programming it up. They're getting it exactly lined up. Remember, we were talking about making sure it's lined up so it can set off in the right direction. Here it goes. What they're going to use it for is they're going to use it to lasso some stuff. Okay.
Oh no!
No, they're going to set it up again. Come on.
Obviously something was out of kilter. So
yeah, they're going to set it off again.
Oh,
it lifts up a little bit. It's still not got it. Oh, it did it earlier. They're going to try it again. What I think is happening there is that the actual boinginess of the thing as it pushes away. Can you see?
Yeah,
the different boinginess seems to be pushing it to one side.
Boinginess, is that a technical term?
I think it's a really good technology word. You know? Yeah, thanks for coming on that one. So, boinginess is our technical word of the day here in the cupboard. Yeah, so I think it looked like that's what was happening.
Completely,
but, you know,
and it was pushing more on the left, and
boinging.
so it was boinging more on the left, and so it was getting a curve. I'm very clumsy, and so I don't want to destroy.
Yeah, we can. No,
these,
don't. Yeah, you break this, there will be phone calls on my mobile. You see that one's wobbling. We're going to break for VT apparently, so that's good. So we'll have a look what's coming up. So breaking for a VT. So what VT are we breaking for? Ah, right. Okay. So anyway, have you just broken?
No, I haven't.
Okay. So yeah. So I mean, there we go. So you know, there was some fantastic stuff going down on the mat. We saw that happening, and I think at this point we should have a look at last year's winning robots.
Our robot's called the Beast, and it's made of 3 robot structures. There's a big part, a medium part, and then there's a small part. So our robot's unique because it's just so big and so complex. It drives around using the big robot, the medium robot drives off, and that completes some of the smaller missions that require more like dexterity and stuff. Throughout the season, our design changed because our old robot that we used at like our regional and national competitions, we didn't think was good enough. So we did a rebuild, but we used the bits we liked from the old robot and got rid of the bits we didn't like so much. So this is the Beast. We split the missions into 3 main sections. The first part is this big robot, then a medium robot drives down around. The medium robot uses light sensors to navigate its way around the whole of the map. And we did this to try and reduce human intervention. It uses like motors and pneumatics to complete most of the missions. This is the final part of our round. The robot needs to end on the platform and also fires a missile across the map to complete another mission.
Have you ever wondered how it works? Had to have a second look, a third, a fourth. Considered if magic could actually be real. Been a little bit distracted. There's an engineer in each of us. Sometimes it just needs a bit of encouragement. Here's to the daydreamers, the distracted and the intrigued, the ones that will go on to engineer our world.
Well, I'm really lucky now, really lucky. I'm joined with Habiba here in the broom cupboard, and she's actually brought one of the kind of the base models up with you, your robot basically, haven't you? And one attachment, I think. It's already got an attachment on the front. So, Habiba, what's it been like today so far for you?
It actually went pretty bad our first round. We got 124 points and we were aiming for 400 on our first. So it went
And
really
what
bad.
happened?
Everything that could go wrong went wrong.
Really? And I know this sounds stupid. Let's start with the basics. You've practiced that run loads of times on the pits and at school.
Yeah.
And then you can turn up here and you run it. And what happens? Why does it go wrong?
I think sometimes the difference of the tables, sometimes some tables have bumps, but I think it was...
I'd blame the table as well. I think the tables, you know...
I think now it was just the time and we were a bit like panicky, but we've calmed down a bit.
Right. And so you went away, You changed a few things, you came back, and did you run the same run again, or did you change to a different run?
When we came onto our table, we did the same thing, but we haven't actually done our second round
You
yet.
haven't done your second round yet. So, now then, but I presume you've practiced and practiced now, and you think it's going to go better, do you?
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, we'll be looking out for you then. Keep the hats on. Is everybody wearing a hat?
Yeah.
I will know what we're looking for. So, baby, this is your base kind of robot, and that's the one that's taking part. This isn't a spare.
No.
This is the real one.
Yeah.
So just hold it up, just because obviously we've got a bit of the old Millennium Falcon in the way here. There we go. So there it is. There. Look now. You know, explain to me what you've got. Wheels. You've got what's the ball for at the front there?
It's to make it more steady and efficient to make it go straighter. It's like a third wheel.
It's like a third wheel, but it doesn't go round and round. It just slides on it, does it? So it's more like a kind of a frictionless point of contact. Yeah. Great. So a two-wheel motor at the back. You've got a ball at the front.
Yeah.
And then what else? What else can it do then? You obviously program it how to drive. Has it got any other things that are kind of looking to things?
It can pull.
Can push and pull. Has it got any sensors?
No, we don't want to, because it's the two programmers. It's actually our first time in the Lego, so we didn't want to go overcomplicated. We wanted something basic that could do most of the things. Yeah. Even if we didn't get to the overcomplicated things, then it would be fine. Just simple things. A few simple things which will be quick to get us quite a good score.
Brilliant. And just quickly go through what the attachments do.
This one is for pushing mainly, and to such as the valuables, it can lift it up.
It can lift it up as well. So you've actually got something that lifts that up. And that one there, that looks like something that goes over things and pulls back with it, is it?
Yeah.
So that's like kind of cleaning the table, as it were, and bringing the stuff back.
And it pushes the composter.
Now, Habiba, you're here with me. We're going to go live now to actually watching a game live. So this is great because you can help me concentrate on this because I've been learning fast. So hopefully, here we go. We'll get the countdown on the screen any second. Okay. And you've got a team in the corner now. I can't see quite what that team was, but you've been there. And what's it feel like? Are you a technician? Do you actually run the game as well?
Yeah.
So you've stood there. What's it feel like?
It's really panicky. I think on your first round especially, it's like the first round is just practice all the time, and then your second and third round, you just improve on it.
So they say go, and you're like, oh, we've got to press a button, and it goes.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, that was a beautiful drop off. It seems that everybody goes for the drop off first, because that's. Have you done the drop off of people?
No, we push composter first and collect a set of bags, and we bring the compost back.
Brilliant. I like that one as well, because you can put the composter inside a pallet as well later, can't you?
Yeah, get that pallet.
So they've just done that. They've dropped the people off. They've demolished the building.
Yep.
And now they're going to change. It looks like they're going to try and pull back. Now they're having a bit of a. So that's where the excitement, the adrenaline. They're going, oh, I've forgotten what I've got to do. They can't remember what they're doing. And if that happens, that's like you've got to kind of really calm yourselves, haven't you?
Yeah. If anything goes wrong, it's like you just be put under a sudden stress, and then everything goes wrong.
So that's where the stress, the adrenaline, and so it's all about keeping calm. And how have you have you tried to practice the kind of adrenaline rush? Have you tried to get that feeling? Have you done it in front of your friends at school? Have you run things?
Yeah, we've said that we're going to pretend that we're at school and we're doing it with no one around, so we're just going to try and block everyone out and just focus on it.
Yeah, and once you do it more and more, it gets easier and easier, doesn't it? Is this your first year?
Yeah.
Yeah, and are you going to do it again next year?
I'm going to high school next
year,
so I'm not sure it depends on high school.
So that means so if they don't do it, you'll be out of the team.
Yeah, I'll have
so you're going to have to put loads of pressure on your new high school to try and do it. And where's your high school going to be?
The tell is March. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
So.
And what sort of area of the country is that?
Blackburn.
Blackburn. Now I'm from that area. I'm from Longridge up in Lancashire originally. So there you go. I went to Accrington College way back in the years. So there you go. So here with a fellow Lancastrian. That's fantastic. I thought I could hear a bit in the accent. So yeah, you're off to somewhere. And then what's your plans in the future? What do you want to do with your life? Do you like the kind of engineering and technology?
I do, but I'm not actually sure what I'd like to do. I think.
Now this is great. I like the guys that do that. They put it on, they've palleted it, and it's off. But now all they've got to do is get that back to the beginning, haven't they? Brilliant. Yeah. Look, it's round. That was a good little run there, wasn't it? So that's a good one. They've got to push the truck along, get the pallet on the back. And the hardest bit about that is keeping the speed right, isn't it?
Yeah. I think if you do it too fast, sometimes it can go wrong. And some things you can go fast, such as going forward, is really simple.
Yeah, yeah. Brilliant. So there we go in the game. So for them, that looked like, I think they're called the robot lifestylers. That looked like a nice little run there.
Yeah.
So here we are, back live in the broom cupboard again. So, you know, this is the first year you did this at your primary school?
Yeah.
And what's your school called that you're at?
St Thomas's.
St Thomas's. So you're at St Thomas's. Did they have this going last year, or was it?
Yeah, they did. They've done it since.
And this is this in sort of year 7. You get to have a go at this, do you? Or can you do it in year 6 and year 5 as well?
We've actually got people from year 3, year 3 to year 6. We don't have.
Really?
Yeah.
Cool. So have you heard of a thing called a BBC microbit? It's a new little computer that's come out from, it's kind of like a BBC backed little computer. And all the year 7s around the country are going to get sent one for use at school, and you can use it for programming and stuff. And anyway, I think we've got a little bit of footage about that. Well, we can see what it's about. Computers and technology are at the heart of everyday life. Today and in the future, engineers will be essential to develop and create solutions for an ever-expanding global population. And the UK needs to keep pace with the rest of the world in developing new innovations for these problems, helping to grow jobs and sustain employment. A major BBC project developed in pioneering partnership with over 25 organisations will give a personal coding device free to every Year 7 student across the country. The microbit will be a small, wearable device with an LED display that will give these students an exciting and engaging introduction to coding.
This BBC-led initiative aligns perfectly with the IET strategy to inspire the young students of today to become the engineers of tomorrow.
For us as a school, it is important we prepare our students for careers in tomorrow's world.
The IET is developing a range of teaching materials. Some of these will be text-based and others will be video-based. The Education Events team will be producing a number of events. Some of these will be small, localised events. Others will be activity days in school, and there'll be bigger regional events where parents and families will be encouraged to attend.
So we've had a quick change around in the cupboard, and I'm here with Sahir now, and you're from, let me have a quick look, from Robo Steve. We are Robo Steve, and one of the teams today.
Yeah.
How's it going?
It's going really well, you know. We've done 5 of the 6 things that we have to do today, and we're just about to do our last run on the board. So
and points have been accumulating well, you're getting good. What's your highest score on a run?
So far we've got 346, I think.
Yeah, and where's that putting you at the moment?
It's putting us around, I'd say 8 or 9. So it's looking good, but there are a few little things that we can work on, so it's going quite well. So.
Excellent. And you know, we'll look out for you as we go through the day now, but have you built a really tall, sort of leggy kind of robot, or is yours quite a small kind of...
It's quite compact, because what we thought is we wanted to meet the criteria of what we were kind of doing.
Yeah.
So a lot of what we were doing, we only really needed a few objects on the robot to keep it as light as possible.
And also not to overuse, so you're not reusing, you're keeping it all,
So we thought, and what we've done is we managed to create distances for our robot to measure.
Yeah.
So we didn't need all the light sensors and everything to almost like not weigh it down. So we thought we didn't need it. So ours is quite simple, but it's got loads of good things about it. So.
Fantastic. And what's been the hardest thing to kind of do? I mean, is this something you do during school, or is it something you do after school in the club?
So it's what we do during school. During lunchtimes, every lunchtime really.
Every lunchtime.
And it's been pretty good, because it's all about enjoyment, and everyone in the team enjoys it.
Fantastic.
So it's quite good.
Yeah, brilliant. And who's been your biggest coach, help, teacher involved at
well,
back at
it's
school?
Mr. Scott, Alex Scott, and he's been a great help.
And what does he teach?
Us. He teaches maths.
Maths, does he? So he's a maths guy. He's obviously into technology engineering.
Yeah.
And is it something that you were already into, Lego and that, or how did you get involved?
I was in Set 1 Maths, and he came over and asked who would want to take part in this thing, and I thought, well, it's Lego, it's pretty fun. So, I took part straight away, and he was quite happy, and he's a great mentor, so it's been really fun.
Excellent. And you know, we've got a bit of Lego on the table.
Yeah.
While we're chatting, I'm going to give you a minute with the creation. We've got a couple of examples here. That was made. We won't talk too much about that. That one's a trophy, apparently. And you've got a minute. I'm just going to time you. Just make anything you like in a minute, and I'll still put you off while we're talking. Here we go. Brilliant. So you've got your model. Are you the programmer then, or are you the designer? What's your kind of role in the team, or are you just a generalist? How did you...
So I'm structure analysis. So
structure analysis.
So my job is to...
You've actually titled everybody up then.
So we've got programmers. We've got what have we got? So yeah, we've got programmers, builders. So there are 6 of us, and we thought that the best way to do it is so not everyone's getting on each other's hands and everything. So my job out there is to actually almost to measure distances and tell the programmers what to program.
Brilliant.
And then we go from there, and then builders make what's appropriate.
And then look at why it didn't work and go back and tell them. So you're kind of the link between the kind of design and the programmer and the actual mat, as it were.
Yeah, brilliant. So that's because we wanted core values and everything, so that's what it's about, having fun and everyone kind of getting involved in it. So
So are you the fun man in the middle?
I'd like to think so, I'd like to think so.
Excellent.
So yeah, I'm quite laid back.
Did you do the presentation then? Are you one of the presenters at the actual kind of the project stage as well?
So yeah, my job was actually to do the PowerPoint and almost like
I
kind
can't
of run
imagine
that.
why at all. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's about rechargeable batteries, because one of the main things that we want to work on is trying to convince people to use reusable batteries, because it's one of the problems that we don't really look at nowadays.
You see, I got this thing about, it must be this, my wife will probably be watching and be going, oh, don't go on about your recharge. But I got really upset with buying batteries. I mean, we've got them here. All our microphones use them. They're a nightmare. These aren't rechargeable. And the trouble is, I went out and I've probably spent a lot of money on recharge. I had everything rechargeable, batteried up. And they just don't seem to charge very well.
Yeah.
Now, what was...
So that was one of the problems that we were, because obviously battery manufacturers aren't really focusing on rechargeable batteries because it's new technology, it costs a lot. But at the moment, we're trying to help the environment here. We've got it with plastic bags, we've got all this going on. So we thought, really, if we could get manufacturers on board, they would do more research into charging up batteries.
And simple things. I mean, I had one earlier on here, but I can't find it now. Here we go. Simple things like your remote control. Rechargeable batteries work a treat in those. You know, when it comes to kind of like your Walkmans, you don't have those anymore, but you know what I'm talking about. Things that require a bit more power. But I think we've got to go back to a live game now anyway. But while you're here, don't go away. Hopefully, so here you can actually help me talk through what's actually going on live down there on how's your model going?
It's going all right. It's going all right.
What are you building me there?
Well, it's a bit of a... I'm not really too sure, you know, because...
Just keep going. I'll give you another minute, okay? Because somebody else had 15 minutes planned down there earlier. Anyway, we're looking now. We've got a game underway here. They've gone straight into... it looks like that was one of the people dumps, wasn't it?
Yes,
But it doesn't seem to have gone very well there. They might be going back. They picked their robot up again. So they're having another go now. And that's always, to me, the surprising bit there is the excitement, the adrenaline. You put it on, woof, it goes out, and you think, oh, I've just pushed it the wrong way. And it's
that's the problem, because you're under so much pressure.
I saw a team earlier have a jig. You know, they had a little kind of Lego wall, and they put the robot in the wall, and it can only start from that position. That's a really good tip,
That is really helpful, yeah, because what we did is exactly kind of the same thing, but with wheels on the side, because it's really useful to use the walls, because then you know you're going straight, and you've got a bit more reassurance. That's pretty much it.
So that's amazing. Now, from your point of view here, which is the easiest mission, the easiest objective?
I would have to say demolition, because it's the most...
And give me the intricacies of it, because you've got, from what I can understand, you knock it down, you try and drag as much of it back with you. There's a thing in there that's also got a loop on it at the front. What's that?
It's a toilet, and actually it's kind of strange, but that's your main objective, is to get that toilet, because... You know, I have to be honest, I really don't know.
Is it something to do with the fact that that's industrial waste, that it can't be just flown about the earth?
Yeah, I think it's to do with that,
It's to do with that, right.
What you flush,
So basically, you knock the building down. The black bricks, you don't want them.
You don't want them.
But you don't want to leave them on the mat either, do you?
No, you don't.
So you want them back in the safe area. Then you put them in a bucket and you try and put them on the wall.
Yeah, you try and put them onto that red block.
The red block thing, and then recycle it.
And then recycle it.
Brilliant, okay. So, and now that thing there, that's a little nugget of dirt that it's taken out of the composter, isn't it?
Yes.
And you're trying to put that into a little yellow...
Yes,
Yeah. And so, from your point of view, your team, what are you going for? What's the biggest score on?
So for us, the biggest scorer is actually, I would have to say, demolition, you know, because it's the quickest to do, and then you can take all those blocks and you can just recycle them and get more and more points.
Right.
But it's very hard to do, and
it's hard to recycle them,
it's
isn't
hard,
it?
yeah, because.
And have you done it today yet? Have you managed?
We haven't managed, you know, but we've done demolition.
But in practice, do you do it?
That's the strange thing.
Right, okay, this is what I can't get my head around.
Yeah.
Okay, so in practice, it's the same table. I mean, the tables are they're so intricately measured and laid out and done. The lights are all the same.
Yeah.
And in practice, you're doing it.
Yeah, in practice, we're getting it back. You know, it's very unreliable with us. It's sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Why?
I think, you know, it's got to be pressure.
Is that what it is?
Pressure gets to some
well,
of the
and
teams,
you just and your technicians, are they just starting it off ever so slightly, a fraction of a millimetre, just not lined up?
For us, it's like 6 1/3 start, and it's very hard to measure.
A 6 1/3?
Yeah, it's the oddest because it's got to be that exact for it to work. And
so, have you got a jig? Have you got one of these jigs that's up against the walls?
What we've got is on the side of our robot. We've attached wheels on the side, which so that the
buffer
robot
against the walls.
buffer against the wall, and that's how we do the truck mission.
Right.
So yeah, because you might see it.
I think I saw a truck mission go absolutely perfectly.
Yeah.
That was probably you guys.
It was. It was because we thought
it was banging against the wall all the way along. Have you got tracks?
Well, yeah, we did have tracks, but we removed them and put wheels on because.
Well, you had tracks at the first run?
No, no.
Oh, right.
We didn't, but I think you'll see. Yeah. I think you'll see later on in our third one us attempting it, and what we've done is we put a red, almost a red line on the side of the robot to push along the.
Fantastic.
It hasn't worked on the first go, but I think you'll see it work because we made some adjustments.
Well, we'll be looking out for you.
Yeah.
So you've got the truck mission, you've got the demolish, and do you try and do the demolish and the truck in one go?
No, because what we do is we do demolition, and then we go for the compost.
Yes.
And then we come back, and then we put the animals in base, do the careers, you know.
So you do the animals in base, then you put the two people in.
Yeah,
so
and then
you're basically doing demolish, pull back, get all of that, put it to one side. Then you go out, you do the composter, 20 seconds for the composter.
Yeah, so we go.
And then you want the brown chip. You put the animals in, grab the compost pup,
come
pull
back,
that back, put
go
the people
truck.
on.
And then,
truck.
And then
so
truck and then finish.
And in 2 minutes 30, have you done all of that in practice?
We have in practice, but
really?
we've got to the truck. We do the truck, and then bam, your time's up. So it's very narrow, and it's very hard on the technicians because it's quick turnovers, you know.
And you're not a technician?
I'm not, unfortunately. I'd love to be, but you know, I'm structure analysis, and that's my job.
Yeah, you can't do
so,
everything. You can't keep morale up. You can't do the structure analysis and be a technician as well. That would be too much. You'd actually get stressed.
Yeah, so
I can't imagine that.
And we've got some good technicians.
Excellent.
So it's good.
So I think actually, what we'd like to do maybe in a second is go down now and just look at some of these. This is in the pits, I believe.
Yes.
We're in the pit area here. So you've been in this environment.
Yes.
What are they doing here? What would be happening now? You've got a guy here. He looks like a kind of a referee, is he?
Yes. Yeah.
What's he doing? Talk me through what's happening here.
Okay, so what he's doing is he's almost adding up your points, telling you what you've done right and whether you've got things back into safety, which is what I believe. And then he's almost. I think some of the referees even are that good about it that they give you a bit of feedback. You know?
Yes. Yeah. So they're coming back and saying, if you'd done that a bit better, push that another millimetre, you'd have had that point. Great.
So yeah, that's pretty much what they're doing there.
So that's how it goes. So and then you literally. I mean, even though you've practiced this over and over and over again back at school, a referee comes over and says, if you'd done that one more inch, you'd have had a load more points. What you're doing? Yeah. What would you change something, or would you stay with what you've got?
I would definitely, because what's good about the
But it worked when you were back at school.
It worked back at school, but at the end of the day, it's our wall around the actual. Almost
your
the
mat,
your mat is actually a bit different to this one
because we made of a different wood, maybe it might be a different texture.
So what we do is we take their feedback, go back to the practice boards over there, and then we practice it, and then we add on there, and it just works.
Phenomenal,
so
phenomenal. I mean, the intricacies are amazing. That's the thing. So. What year are you in now?
I'm in year 9.
You're year 9.
Yes.
So year 10, you've got the start of GCSE year. Really. I mean, I know year 9's kind of the start nowadays, but year 10, 11. So are you going to be doing this next year as well still? Is it something you can do while you're in year 9?
I would happily do it in year 10.
Are there year 9ers with you here?
Yes, 4 of our team are year 9, the other 2 are year 10. So
okay, and you're year You're Year 9, so it's 4 Year 9 and 4 Year 10s.
2 Year 10s.
2 Year 10s. And then next year you think you'll take part, do you?
Well, I mean, you never know. If they need me, I'm happy I'll be there.
Excellent.
Yeah.
So if the call comes,
Yeah,
as it were,
yeah,
you'll
I'll
be
be
on
there.
Excellent. And has this changed anything in you? Has it changed the way you make a team and play part of a team? Are you a sporty kind of person?
Yeah,
as well?
I'm one of those ones that plays a lot of sports.
Sporty,
So yeah.
school work, everything. You like
So
it all.
yeah, I like it all, and I think it's just taught me to appreciate, because you in sport you tend to meet sporty people, and I think I've met a different caliber of people, and it showed me how nice they are.
Yeah.
And that actually there's so many more friends I could have at school that I don't really, you never know, talk to you that much.
So it's just changing your kind of who the people you know, and has the school got behind you?
Yeah, I think the school's definitely.
Are they watching? Do they know you're here
Yeah,
today?
they know we're here. Loads of announcements. We got the trophies from last round presented to us. So yeah, it's brilliant.
Excellent. So they've got behind you as well.
Yeah.
And what are you wanting to do when you go through school now? Have you got any ambition of where you want to be?
Well,
have you thought about that? Has this made you think about engineering and technology in
well,
a different way?
it's definitely it even like inspired me to pick computing as a subject.
Really?
You know.
Okay.
So, but I'm thinking hopefully in a couple of years I want to be more down the law path, because
Really?
I quite like talking.
Why is that? Is that now that you see this is a debate that we have at the Institute of Engineering and Technology where I work all the time about how we're trying to get younger people to understand that engineering and technology is as big a career choice, if not better, in terms of financial rewards, in terms of reward of what you do, jobs where you can work. You know, if you're a lawyer in Britain, you're a lawyer in Britain.
Yeah.
You know, that's it. Great money, but you know,
that's
I mean, it's like long hours. It's stressful. You never get outside. You know, it's, you know, and I mean, I'm not trying to diss down lawyers, but, you know, we are here in engineering and technology. And the same goes with banking. You know, I mean, the great British public don't really revere bankers. But engineering and technology, you're having fun, you're outside, you're in big things like this. You've got people working on big robots. Does it not make
Tell you what, every time I think of that, I think one of my teachers at school told me it's about quality of life.
Quality of life, absolutely.
It's about how much fun you have, and I think it inspires someone to do.
But also, I don't think what we don't seem to be able to do very effectively in the world of engineering and technology is to get across the huge range of job opportunities.
Yeah.
If you're an engineer, you can be working on a Take That concert, doing the staging and working out how the structural engineering behind a massive rock concert needs to be done. Okay, or you can be working, you know, in a factory, or you can be working in a massive big telephone centre where all the connectivity of communications happens, and you can be working on supercomputers. You could be working on Astrium, on rockets and spaceships. You know, so the breadth of engineering technology is absolutely immense, and you don't have to choose that now. But we don't seem to be. How can we get it across to people like you that it's such an exciting?
You know, I think you've just got to do what you just said. You've got to speak to people, because I mean, I didn't know that you could do that much with it, because it's not. You don't hear a lot about that every day. But I think you just got to get it across, like almost exactly what you've just done.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we've got a sound engineer down there who's an actual sound engineer. So he's studied the engineering of sound. That's still engineering.
Yeah.
You know, broadcast engineers, all the guys who are working with all the cameras and everything. There's broadcast engineers, you know how to plug it all together in oscilloscopes and test it all works, you know. And so, it looks like we're cutting back now to again. We'll come back. It's interesting. Anyway, we're coming back. You'll be able to help me out again now.
Okay.
And talk me through some more of this. So 3, 2, 1, and we're live on a game. So here, go on. You talk me through what
you
you're
can see
see.
is actually my team are doing it right now.
Oh, fantastic.
You can see that little sign, "We are RoboSpeed."
Yeah, I can
is
see
my
that.
team.
Fabulous.
That is my team, and I think it's all about precision, you know. You've got to get it right. You've got to start on
Here
the
they
right
are. So who are these two guys here? This is brilliant.
This
Oh my
is
God, you're
my
here
team.
with us live watching. This is superb.
Right. So what we've got here is Inesh and Brinman. They are, what we're trying to do is, I think we'll just get it right. We're trying to do there you go, that's the robot, right?
So they're pushing those two guys.
Yeah.
That one guy, you only need to get one in, don't you?
Yes.
Yeah, that's right.
So now,
here we go.
okay, so
they've missed the
just
puck.
missed
They've
it.
missed the
Because
puck.
what happens is,
So do they reprogram it now? But the pucks move.
that's the problem. So it's very hard. But
So what do you do? Do you just ditch the puck? Do you move forward?
We've got to ditch it, you know. We don't. It's 2 minutes 30 seconds, and we just don't own that.
Why did that miss the puck down?
I'll tell you
So
what.
now they're going for demolish.
Okay,
They're going for demolish. Go on.
Okay, so what we're doing is bringing the arm down. There we go. We missed it. Well, this is not looking good. But It's just.
I'm sitting here now. I actually feel gutted now, but they're going to go again because they can drag all this back.
There we go. We've got it.
We've got loads of it.
And
you're after the toilet. That's the most important thing.
So we've got the toilet now.
So
we're going to move on.
They're talking to the referee about can they pull that one back and all that kind of thing. That's brilliant.
So what we've got now is we're trying to place the animals into the circle.
Yes.
And
you've not got a jig. So how do you know where to put it?
So what we've done is, if you can see on the back of the robot, we've got those wheels. Yeah, do you see? Yep. And what they do is they actually line up the robot with the back of the wall. So you
but how does it know how far it is from the
Because what we've done is we created a program that so the robot only needs distancing. It doesn't need light sensing. It's a my block where you can just enter in whatever
That's
you want.
cool. So it's doing its distances based on the wheel turn.
Yes, based on the wheel turn. So
but if it slips at all or moves or doesn't.
So there you go.
Here we go for the lorry.
Oh, we've got it. We've got it.
They've got it.
This is brilliant.
And this is a great run. Now they've got to get back though, haven't they?
Yeah. No, this is the end. This is how we finish.
Where's
And we're
it going?
just trying to. See, the problem is we had to. There we go.
now?
We've
What's
got it.
happening now?
I don't know. It's gone. It's almost gone a bit.
But does it need to get back, or is
So
it okay?
no, because what happens is when you finish, you can finish anywhere on the board. So that's why we finished that.
So what's it doing at this end? Why didn't it drive back then? Everybody else's drives back. You've just gone, I'll leave it.
Because it's about time. You've got to know how to work the time. And on the rules, it doesn't say it. And that's going to be 5 seconds.
Fabulous. So was that was an okay run then?
That was an okay.
I mean, if you'd have got the original, if you'd have done the first go at pulling that stuff back, you'd have had a bit more time. If you'd have managed to get the puck, you'd have had that as well. So that could have been what, a 700 run, but it's probably only a 400, 350, 400. So it's I mean it's so for me. I just the tolerances for like total success are so small, aren't they?
Yeah, it's just.
And have you got another run? You've got another run?
Yeah, I think so. I'm not too sure though, because I think we've had 2.
So do you need to be running down there now to be able to start going through some structural analysis? Am I holding you back?
Well, I don't know, but I think we know what's good about this is you know what you got to work on, and you can just work on that.
Yeah, you can see. You know exactly. You know exactly. I mean, and that to me, when the puck drops down, it's random how it lands.
Yes, that's
right. Okay. So, I mean, this is just me sat here watching stuff. I go, well, that's not very fair because it's just gone bonk. And if it jumps this way by that much, it comes along. He goes, I don't know where it is.
Yes.
Whereas if it just jumps in the right place exactly, and then you're away, points.
And I think it's so funny that it just happens to land in the perfect place when we're practicing.
Do you know what? I think that's the trouble with competition, isn't it? I mean, you look at guys in the Olympics who are doing all these huge jumps. I mean, they have to get their foot in it. I mean, it is all about tolerance, isn't it? And exactly the right thing, perfect. And so if you go through, we've looked at the scoring. There's like 8 teams. What happens next? You go through these 3 rounds here. Then what happens?
Yes. So we've gone through these 3 rounds, and then we've also done core values on the side. We've done our product design. We've done our renewable and reusable batteries, and now there's a knockout round after this of the top 8 teams,
right?
With all the points, and
that's for the prize. That's for
the
prize of the robot thing.
One prize, yeah.
So that's this afternoon.
That's this afternoon.
So if you're in the top 8,
yes.
At what sort of time? When's the last run?
I think the last run would be in about I don't know. I think about half an hour. Probably,
really? Crikey! So this is the crunch moment.
Yes.
So you've got to be in the top 8.
Yes.
So we'll probably get a look at the scores at some point. I'm not exactly sure, but hopefully we'll get the scores up on the boards and we'll have a look. Actually, I think we can get the scores up here. Here we go. So, they're not up there. That's the top 8 at the moment. You've got West Linton Wasps. They're on about 760, I think the West Linton were, and that was their first run as well.
It was an amazing
They did an amazing run. And do you know what? What was really interesting about those guys, I was chatting to their coach earlier, they were only doing 1 hour a week.
Yeah.
Right? And then over Christmas, they took the board out of the school, and they took it to someone's house, and they did a whole day, and then they took another person's house, did a whole day, and they just did 10 hours. And that mega concentration seems to have jumped them forward a lump. And is that I mean, how?
I tell you what, it is because using lunch times, it's very hard because.
I bet you guys want to be there all day, don't you?
We do, but the problem is it's such short time you tend to forget what you've done. Yes. Whereas if you spend 10 hours straight, you know what you're doing. It's so much quicker.
Yeah.
But I mean, we're secondary school children, and it's very hard to get everyone in the same room.
So for next year, would you think maybe that before the actual finals like this, you might be thinking, well, I'll tell you what, let's do it like a 2-day
Yeah.
over a weekend or something.
I would probably do that because it's over half term, so it's perfect timing.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely. And what did you do? Were you revising and stuff?
Yeah, we've been revising. We've got tests.
It's a balance, isn't it? It's always a balance, you know. So yeah, though it's been brilliant. I mean, hopefully, I think actually you probably need to get going now to get back to your team, don't you? So look, hopefully we might have we might be able to cut to look at a little bit of a video all about engineering, I think. So we're going to run a little video about engineering. And so here, thank you so much for coming and joining us. Really appreciate it. And great seeing your team live on the screen with you here as well.
Brilliant.
Absolutely brilliant. So here's a video about engineering.
You come from today?
Peterborough, Bristol, West Linton,
Fife,
Sheffield,
Ashford Kent. We've came from Middlesbrough,
Carlin, Wiltshire. But it's been a really, really good experience.
I feel really excited and I really want to do my best and want the whole team to do great.
I think we're going to do quite well because we've practiced a lot. I think it went really well as we
Well, I'm on my own at the moment, which is a bit sad. But we're going to be going down to some games, so hopefully you'll be able to see some games coming up now. And we're down right on the actual floor. We jump straight in. I think we're not though. I think we've just jumped over there to the video. No, we're coming back. It looks like we're coming back. I think we've got some live games coming up for you. So it's really good getting a real insight from some of the people who are taking part down there themselves. So here there was talking to us about, you know, the different things, and his own team were there and how it had gone wrong and how it changes. But here we go again. We're starting to really understand now the games in front of you, hopefully. So they're going straight out there at the front. They're actually lining it up. They've actually got themselves squared off. That's what that was doing there. So, and they're going to knock that over. And now they're setting off here. They're going to pick up the plastic bags, hopefully. They've picked up the plastic bags. And they've got to move the turtle into one of the circles now. And that then actually means that the turtle has been saved from the plastic bags. So that's environmental. Oh no, the turtle didn't come off, look. So that's a real shame, because by actually just holding on to that turtle for too long, it's just not gotten the point. So they got the plastic bags, which is brilliant. So this model here is looking very good. It looks like they're going to set it off again now, and I think they're actually going to try and grab some of the parts maybe that was knocked over from the building. No, they're going to do something different here. But they look like they're actually reprogramming up now. They're getting it set up for their next move. And you can see the concentration there as they actually take that over. They put the 2 people in for their career change, and they brought back some more plastic bags, which is excellent, more recycling. So they've got some people there into the recycling centre to do a career change, and those people, little Lego people, symbolise some people who wanted to move into the world of recycling. They're changing the attachments now. They're actually hooking on some different parts, and this looks like it's going to do a bit of cleaning up, maybe some grabbing, and they're going to bring back some bits and pieces, and they're setting up where they're going to set off from, and making sure that everything's working. And they're happy. Line it up, program it up. Which program they're on to, you can see there. And they've got 39 seconds. It's setting off. It's got up to the other wall. It's turned around. This is what it's doing. It's actually going to take the so it's taking the truck, putting on the pallet. They've got that. That's brilliant. And they're going to tip it, and they've done that. That's a success. And now, I think they've got. Can you see the little pallet truck down there that they've got? Actually, what they've got to use there, they're bringing that back. They've now got. They can reuse that to put some of the black squares in, and then, or if they had the recyclable puck, they can use that, which is the compost, and they can use that as a plant pot. They've got stuck. They need to get that inside that little safe area in the corner. And so they've done pretty well there. That wasn't a bad run from the team. I think it was a better run than their first go. So they've done really well. Well, we've had a few models made today. I don't know what we made. I think that you can see who the professional Lego builder was. They've built something with real symmetry there. That's Franz from down on the floor, and I think she's done a pretty good kind of combine harvester affair. That took her about 20 minutes. And that was Sahir. Sahir built us a lovely little Lego model that's done quite well. So we've got 3 models built so far. Still got a bit of stuff left in the creationary box. And we're going to quickly show you now a great video we made not long ago about Lego Mindstorm gadget. And I met this chap. He's an amazing guy. They built it as a team, and they built a little robot basically that you mix up a Rubik cube, stick it in the top, and they've got the Guinness World Record for solving a Rubik cube using Lego. So let's have a look at that. So Mike, we're here on the arm stand looking at your amazing device. What does it do?
Okay, well this is CubeStormer 3. It's taken about a year to develop using the latest LEGO Mindstorms kit. And we're actually solving Rubik cubes faster than anything that's ever solved them before.
Right, so I've actually been here for about 5 minutes trying to mix this up as much as I can. Apparently I just pop it in here, yeah?
Yeah, by all means, I guess, yeah.
And then basically, what happens next? How does it actually do what it's going to do?
When we tell the machine to start, what it's going to use is the camera on the smartphone.
Yeah.
This is an ARM-powered Galaxy S4.
Yeah.
We're going to use the camera on there to analyse where all the colours are initially.
Yeah.
Okay. Work out a good solution, pass it to the Lego kit, and that will manipulate the faces in the correct order until we're back to a solved state.
Brilliant. And you used to have the world record for a different machine.
We did, yeah.
And now you're going for a new world record with this machine.
Fingers crossed, yeah, on Saturday we're going to go for a record, hopefully well under the time we set last time. Yeah.
Brilliant. And is there anything on here that isn't original Lego? This is real Lego?
This is all available Lego now, built with the latest EV3 kit. Yeah. Obviously we've got the smartphone on top of that.
And how long did it take you?
It took us about a year to put together. Of spare time.
Of spare time. Yeah. So you built this where? At work or at home?
This was all done at home.
And whereabouts at home? You got it shared or?
Yeah, just in the dining room with the boxes of Lego and with the kids and what have you. So
brilliant.
It was all fun.
Well, let's see it in action then. So what do you do next? You got a little start button.
We have a start button on the side here. There we go.
.46 seconds, and it's completely finished. Yeah. That is remarkable. Mike, that's brilliant.
Yeah.
Thank
No
you.
worries. Thank you, Matt.
Oh, sorry, I was just in the middle of trying to build something. I've actually got 3 parts together. That's about the first bit I built today. But the interesting thing is I've just heard actually down from on the floor, there was a little problem with one of the rounds a little earlier, so they're going to rerun around again. So we thought we were actually coming away from the main stage area for a little while, but we've actually got one more round to show you. So hopefully we're going to be cutting back to that in a second. Yeah, the helicopter, I did think we were going to get finished today, but unfortunately it's not gone that way. I've got about 3 parts put onto it so far. It's been a really exciting, busy day here at the broom cupboard. So yeah, well, what can I say really? Hopefully this round's going to go well. So here earlier was showing us and telling us some real insight there into why, you know, you can get things set up back at the school, you can get things set up in the practice area, but when you actually come out into the main arena, you know, you've got the excitement, the adrenaline running, the tables are ever so slightly different. It might just be the paint, it might be the sort of the actual slippiness of something, it might be the light, and then things don't happen for you. So you have to go away, reprogram it all, and really kind of get to grips with these kind of really fine nuances that make the difference. And they go away, they do that, they put them back out there, and they try and get a better run. And we saw there, so here's the second run was slightly better than last time, but they still think they can go even better. So good luck to them. I think some of the other things that we've learned today is that, you know, the world of engineering and technology is absolutely vast, but actually, you know, it's very difficult for teachers and educators to really get that idea across to students that the world of engineering and technology can bring you fantastic life opportunities. It can give you a career that really goes throughout, you know, and is one lovely long continuous career in very different companies, but you're still, you know, a qualified engineer. And hopefully some of the competitors here today will really get the bug for technology and engineering, and perhaps will buy into that, and we'll go on to really help, you know, deliver something that will change the world perhaps, who knows. So we're going to cut back to the live floor, and let's see this final round going. You can see people getting ready there, and we've got 3, 2, 1. It looks like we're going live now. We've got 2 minutes 30, and it looks like, oh, I think, again, we've got a little issue there. It looks like we're going to have to rerun that start again. They're just looking, the referees are on the table there. You can see a few sort of brows being sort of furrowed, and a few scratching of heads, and people are sort of getting ready. So it looks like we were a little premature there with the go live, so we'll hopefully come back. So it looks like we're getting ready now. I think people are lining up, and the cameras are, you can see the cameras there. A lot of technology involved in keeping us live on screen today. I think there's 9 cameras down there on the floor. We've got the broom cupboard up here with me in it. We've got presenters and commentators around the venue. So it is really a busy, busy day in making sure everything keeps happening here. And not only that, but we try and keep in touch with people out there. So if you have got any photos of any Lego that you've been building, anything that's really exciting, you know, please do send them in, and let us know what you've been up to, and we can hopefully show them. And maybe we can show them up on screen by getting the pictures up there. So it looks like now the referees are setting things up. People are getting ready. We've hopefully when you come back, we'll get some more models made throughout the day and see what we can do. We've certainly got a couple. I think we've got 3 now that we've had. We've had Sahir's here, who built as a sort of modern take on a flat with some nice windows. We've got a combine harvester that was a little bit over the 1 minute mark. I think that was 20 minutes in total, but that was Fran's effort. And then I think we got Neil. I think it was Neil who made that earlier, which is our little sort of a yellow. I thought it was a bird on edge that had been run over, but actually apparently it's not. It's a trophy. And as for me, well, I've managed to get 3 parts done on my model. That's all I've done so far. I've done 2 pages out of my Lego book. It's been that exciting and that busy here in the broom cupboard. But very shortly, it looks like we're going to be going down. I think they're preparing. There's a bit of lunch going on in the background there, which looks nice. I think that sounds like a good idea, but it looks like there's a few sandwiches being eaten. It is that time of day. But hopefully, any second now, we're going to be cutting to this sort of final run of the morning sessions. I think that looks like we're down in the pits now on camera. That's where the guys and all the competitors go back to. They go back into the pits. They then work it all out. They work out what's gone wrong, how they can sort of make it work better, and go from there. And that's really important that it's not just a one-run kind of final. You get the opportunity to hone your actual robot and make sure that you get the best possible result you can. And it is really the best. It's the best score from any one of the 3 runs. So you get 3 runs in the morning session. They take the total of the best run. They don't add them together. There's no average. It is just the best run that you do. And that then, if you're in the top 8, you go into a sort of a playoff, as it were. And that wins you the robot section. The actual overall competition for the UK and for the rest of the world competitions before you go to the world finals are all made up of the 3 blocks. So it's not just about the actual robot. It's also about the presentation. And it's also about, oh, so it looks like I'm just hearing from down there on the floor that we're not actually going to be running that little session again. They've got a few more issues, so they're just going to leave that for now. So in the meantime, you're back on me. So the helicopter here, I've been building that for about a week now. And it's really, it's taking a lot of time. It's quite complicated, a lot more complicated than I thought. But hopefully during the rest of the day, I'll try and get a bit further and we'll start seeing the helicopter coming together. So in the meantime, we're going to cut over now and look at some other things that are going on in the world of LEGO.
At IET Faraday, our mission is to introduce a new generation to the sheer excitement of science, technology and engineering, and we've got hundreds of ways to do it. Our free online classroom resources, plus our events and activities, will bring science and engineering to life, challenging your students and transforming your lessons. We have a series of films that will take your students beyond the classroom to explore the practical realities of the engineering and technology in the world around them. Your students will meet engineers working on intriguing challenges all over the world. IET Faraday resources have been developed for teachers by teachers. Our downloadable classroom activities are closely aligned to the secondary curriculum. Faraday resources help you plan lessons more effectively with ready-made activities that can be adapted to the needs of your class, while online games give students the opportunity to test their problem-solving skills and get hooked while they learn. And all of these resources are free. Our hands-on activity days, including our Faraday Challenge Days, are run by our team of STEM professionals in your school. This national competition encourages students aged 12 and 13 to think like real engineers, working creatively to design solutions to real-life science and engineering problems. The days are cross-curricular and cover all STEM subjects for a more rounded learning experience. And each year, teams from schools across the UK compete to win prizes for themselves and their school. Alternatively, you could run one of our past Faraday challenges in your school with our online DIY Faraday Challenge Days. These packages of guidelines and electronic resources take you through the day and are all free to download. IET Faraday posters are designed for both primary and secondary level. Our posters, along with our career packs, are engaging and educational. They're all free and can be ordered on our IET Faraday website. IET Faraday classroom resources will feed curious minds, turning today's students into tomorrow's scientists, technologists, engineers and mathematicians, all for free. Isn't it time you released their potential?
Okay, hello again. It's Fran again. Hello. And I am here with team We Are Robot Steve, which is quite an original name. You got a little bit of a fan club there. We heard them screaming. So, what's your name?
Inesh.
Inesh, can you tell me the theory behind your robot team name?
So the year before us, they did the competition and they named their robot Steve. And so we're the next year doing it, and our mentors are 2 people that did it last year. Them 2, and so we took the idea of their name, our robot's name being Steve, so we named ourselves Robo Steve.
And is your robot called Steve as well this year?
Yes.
But Steve the second? So it's the same version?
It's the same.
Yeah, but just with different additions.
yes.
Completely. So I was chatting to these guys just before about how the robot sessions went, and it was quite a range of how it went, wasn't it? What was your name? Tieran, do you want to explain?
So the first one went okay. We thought we got 300-ish points, and we thought that's pretty good. Then we went to the second one, and it went really badly.
How did it go really badly? Like, what completely went wrong?
Some things just didn't work. The robot decided to turn when it wasn't meant to, and things just went wrong in general. But we fixed it up, and the third one, it went really well, even though the compost landed on its edge, so it rolled off, and we couldn't get it. But we did pretty
Unlucky. And you guys were saying that now you're in second place in terms of the robot games, which is an amazing outcome considering your second game went so badly. And what have you enjoyed most from today? Because you've been here before, haven't you? What's your name?
Yeah, Luke.
And you've been here before, haven't you? Yep. But what have you enjoyed most about it coming back the second time?
Honestly, I'd say the atmosphere is really good. It was last year as well. Just having all these people here who evidently really enjoy this is great.
And but it's really nice coming back again because you'll be calmer, you know what to expect, and so you can enjoy it just that little bit more. Yeah. And what advice would you give to teams that are thinking about entering, but they're a little bit nervous about it?
Honestly, I think if you stay calm, and then definitely during the robot game, you think you have to rush because of the timer, but if you sort of slow it down a little bit, make sure you're getting it right, and then you should be okay.
Yeah, if you do it once and you do it right, it's better than doing it multiple times quickly and not getting it right. Well, thank you very much. We are Robot Steve. We can now look at a video all about last year's winners. I am here with the winners of the 2014-15 first LEGO League. C14, are you happy?
Yeah.
Yes, you're really happy. You looked so happy when we announced it. How does it feel just at this moment, a few minutes after being announced the winners?
It was exhilarating, really. I almost burst into tears because of happiness. I think we all had the same idea. We had different opinions on how the reaction was, but different opinions too as well. Yeah.
Fair enough. And in terms of the day, how do you think the day went in terms of from the start to the finish? Did you know when you were starting early doors, were you like, I think we've got this in the bag, or did it come as a massive surprise?
Well, at the start, our first round didn't go so well. We had a bit of trouble with the light sensors, but round 2 it worked perfectly because of our calibration, and then since then it's just been up, which is really good.
And the prize to go to the USA and represent the UK and Ireland at the festival, that must be an absolutely incredible feeling.
Yeah, I can hardly believe it. It's just unreal.
And it was this robot that got you to the USA, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And do they have a name, the robots? Because people tend to name
Yeah,
them.
yeah. This one's called Jarvis.
Jarvis.
Sort of named after Iron Man's operating system.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Really geeky.
I mean, it does look different to the others that I've seen today.
Yeah.
Go on, describe its elements.
It's basically, last year we had a tiny robot and we it worked, but we wanted something bigger, more impressive.
Yeah, bigger, more impressive.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
So we came up with a few prototypes and drew things out, and we ended up with this, and it's amazing, really.
Yeah, it is.
What do the different parts, because I can't really, to be honest, it looks like a Lego house at the moment with a robot in the middle.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it is.
What do the different parts do?
Okay, so you've got sort of little places to clip your attachments onto.
Oh, so there are like, it's like a modular, so there are
Yeah, it's
different
modular.
parts.
You sort of clip things on and off. Then you've got sort of a motor there that'll lock into the attachment. You've got a motor there, sort of, you can have bits coming off and powering all sorts of attachments. I mean, obviously you've got your main brain in the middle and then 2 drive motors either side. And the rest is just sort of holding it together.
Did you know much about engineering apart from the cars, the bridges, before doing this project?
No, I didn't. Well, when I began this year, the guys taught me loads of things, and it's been truly an influential process of learning. And it's been great. I've had truly a fantastic time. Yeah.
And I've had a fantastic time, and I'm slightly wishing that I'd actually been on a team, because I would love to build a Lego robot that could do all of those tasks. But guys, you must be so, so happy. I am going to let you go and celebrate, but do you want to do one final cheer? Should we do a cheer to camera?
All right.
And should we go? Right, so 3, 2, 1, it's C14! Hello, I am here with the lovely Nigel. Hiya, Nigel, who I just accosted in the crowd. So, Nigel, which team are you here supporting today?
Tech Heads.
Tech Heads, and where have you come from?
Wiltshire.
Wiltshire, so not too far.
Not too far, just far enough.
How are the Tech Heads doing? Have they made you proud?
They're having a few difficulties at the moment, but I'm sure they'll pull it out of the bag in the end.
So, difficulties with the robot or with the other interviews?
No, I think they've done very well, I think, in the presentation, but they've had a few technical hitches. I think the robot didn't perform as it should have.
Robots can be naughty like that, can't they?
Technology is a problem at times, yes. So hopefully the third run will be much improved, so we'll wait for that.
Oh, fingers crossed. You've only done the first and second so far.
Yes.
Oh, so one more to go.
All to play for.
All to play for. And is this your first time here at the final?
It's the second time, actually. The team made it here about 3 years ago, I believe. So.
And were you here?
Yes.
So have you used what you've taken from that previous final and brought it to today?
Yes, they bring it into every competition. It's a learning process, and they build on it. So.
And do you secretly enjoy it more than the children?
Oh yes, we enjoy it as well. That's right.
Do you wish there was something like this when you were growing up?
Yes, it would have been very helpful, I'm sure. That's right. It's a wonderful tool for getting technology into children's hands and getting them used to it. So, and it's got real engineering aspects to it that they can take into a career.
Completely, and it's quite a long process to actually get to this final, isn't it? They're very committed, the teams. They go in after school, weekends. They live and breathe this project for several weeks, several months, don't they?
They put in an awful lot of hard work for it, yes. Yeah.
And then it must be quite hard to not be able to affect anything, to sit back and just let it happen how it does.
That's the interesting thing, that you just have to let them get on with it and learn by their own mistakes, really. Yeah.
Fair enough. Well, thank you very much, Nigel, and best of luck to Team Tech in terms of their third robot round. For you guys at home, we've now got a video all about today so far. Where have you come from today?
Peterborough. Bristol. West Linton.
Fife.
Sheffield.
Ashford Kent. We came from Middlesbrough.
Carlin, Wiltshire. But it's been a really, really good experience.
I feel really excited and I really want to do my best and want the whole team to do great.
I think we're going to do quite well because we've practiced a lot on it.
I think it went really well as we worked as a team really good.
We've been quite excited and we've been practicing as hard as we can.
Like as we're all friends, it's really easy to just talk and like we know what we're doing.
Are you guys confident?
Yeah. Yes. Awesome.
So I am here with Team Lynx. Say hello.
Hello.
Hi. So Team Lynx, where does the idea for that name come from?
Well, it means Lego in Norton Archibald School, and that's the name of our school.
That makes sense. And is this your first final that you've been to?
Yes.
Isn't it amazing? Yeah. It's so much fun. Look at their faces. That's how good it is here at the first LEGO League UK and Ireland final. And you guys have done 2 robot rounds already. How did they go?
Okay, we've got 200 points on each, so yeah.
Staying confident.
Yeah.
So you're consistent then, and you've got 1 more left. What adjustments are you doing to try and get a few more extra 100 points or so?
Well, we've refined the order that we're doing the missions in, so that might help, because we're having problems where it's crashing and we're getting penalties and stuff like that. And we've also edited a few programs slightly, but we haven't tested them properly, so we're hoping, fingers crossed, that they work.
Have you tested it on the practice tables since adjusting?
No, we didn't book them quick enough, so we haven't had any practice rounds.
We brought our own mat, so we were practicing a bit on there as well.
Genius, genius. Always be prepared. And so basically you're going into your 3rd round with adjustments that you haven't really practiced.
Yeah.
What could go wrong? But how have the other aspects gone? So your project, you still do your project one, aren't you? And how do you feel about that?
Well, we're pretty confident with that because we've done quite a lot towards it. So, yeah.
I mean, we spent every lunchtime at school for the past 6 months.
Yeah.
And then we spent after schools for the past 2 weeks, and then on the Wednesday and half term, we spent the whole day at school. So, yeah.
That is the sheer commitment that the teams make to the first LEGO League, because it's not just about robots on tables. There are 4 different aspects to FLL, and this video tells you all about them.
So First LEGO League is a robotics-based life skills challenge. Now what makes it different from a lot of robotics competitions is that the robot game itself only represents about 1/3 of the actual overall competition. So the mats that you see here that the kids are undertaking their challenges on, and they have to program the robots to be able to deal with, are very important, and they do form an extremely challenging bit of the overall competition. However, what you don't see here is the fact that actually the teams also have to go off to different parts of the university to go and be judged on various other things. One of which is the robot design. So not only do they have to build a robot that can deal with all these different challenges, but they then have to justify how they've designed and built it and demonstrate the quality as well. They then also have to show what we call core values, which include things like creative thinking, problem solving, team working, to show that they can work together to overcome the challenges together. It's not just one person who's taken a lead and brought a load of friends along for a ride. It's actually a genuine example of teamwork. And then they also have to do a research project alongside it. Now this is linked to the annual theme. They look at the theme, they identify a problem associated with the theme, think about how they might want to address that problem, and come up with the solution, which they then have to present to the judges. So it's a very holistic competition.
Well, it's got to that point down there in the floor now where people are having their sandwiches, running around, trying to get ready for the afternoon session. But I'm here with Kenny, who's one of kind of the international judges and a judge observer, I believe. Is that right?
Yeah, so judge advisor.
Advisor.
Right. So it's basically what we do is help judges throughout the day, right? They see a lot of teams, they have to make tough decisions. So we coach the judges actually through the process.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
And you go all over the world with this kind of competition, don't you? You see lots of different countries. Is the standard different across the world?
Well, so that's actually interesting. Obviously, every country has their own way of celebrating, right, what the FLL is. I've been in Brazil, where it's very grand and a lot of dancing going on. I've been to Greece, but also in Germany. So they're all different styles of celebrating. But the cool thing is actually the competition is the same. So it's almost like soccer. When you play or football, when you play it, you can play the same match anywhere in the world. So a team that advances from this event to the World Finals will find the exact same rules, matches, and judging there.
And
so
presumably the same kit as well that you had to go into in the first place.
Exactly. So we have the matches, the challenges that are on the fields are the same as those you see here.
So it's a level playing field wherever you go, really. Probably better than football and soccer, because you can go to some countries and the pitches are absolutely rubbish. Whereas at least you've got a standard, you know. So
right, and moreover, it's really a good sportsmanship, right? So
yes.
I know that in soccer often there is some fierce competition going on, which is also in the FLL. This is fine, but once the matches are over, there's teams helping each other in the pits, and that's all over the world.
So have you always been into Lego?
Actually, when I was a kid, yes.
So some of the stuff you're seeing on the table
absolutely.
here. So while you're talking to me, you've got to build
something.
So this was Fran. That took 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
She only had a minute, but it took 20. This was Sahir, one of the competitors. His is some sort of new modern style condominium or something. This was Neil, who knocked that together. It's a kind of trophy. So we've got a few models here, but
okay.
Fill your boots, as it were. There's some bricks there for you as we're chatting away.
Okay, go ahead.
So you've been into Lego since you were younger.
Right.
I mean, what's the thing that most excites you about First Lego League from a kind of getting people into building stuff, teamwork, but what really gets you about this competition?
Well, so for me, obviously there's the engineering, right? So the kids, whether it's the project or the robots, it's really engineering. You find out problems, you're going to solve them, you're going to work with other people.
Problem solving. People forget that engineering is a lot about problem solving, isn't it?
And moreover, modern day problems are, it's not something you solve on your own, right? The time that engineers were sitting in their rooms coming up with stuff, it's all teamwork as well. So that's something that the FLL illustrates as well. We're facing a lot of problems in our world today, and you're not going to be able to solve them by yourself anymore. You need to work with other people, you need to share your ideas. And I know that sounds very abstract, but actually you see the same things in the FLL. If I may, I can give you an example of one of the things I've seen a few years ago at the World Finals. That back then they were hosted in Atlanta. And there was a team from Haiti. And the customs officer from the US, they took the robot apart because they wanted to inspect it. But that same evening, when we were in the hotel, we saw the team from Haiti assembling the robot in the foyer. And all of a sudden, teams from all the rooms start coming down, bring their Lego, bring their and they start working with, I guess, 25 kids, rebuilding the robot. And they would compete with them the next day.
That's teamwork at its
exactly.
best. We're going to cut down now to the floor. Perhaps we can try and actually explain some of the things down there for the viewers, you know.
Right.
So it looks to me like we're setting up ready for a game here by the look of things.
Right.
And that's the hardest bit. We were chatting to Sahir and to a couple of the other people earlier. It's trying to keep your nerve, trying to keep sort of calm, so that you don't just set this thing off willy-nilly across the table. You know, you've got to be
So the thing is, but that's a good thing, right? So it's excitement. And
adrenaline helps, you know, in competition, doesn't it? You know, it brings out the best.
Exactly. And we're trying to encourage kids to be proud of this as well.
Yeah.
You know, it's engineering, and you should be proud of showing what you've done. And of course, that showing makes a little bit pressure on the competitions. And we want, one of the ideas first initially when it started was, you know, we have a lot of people look up to people who play football or soccer or other sports heroes. This is also sports.
Yeah.
Sports for the mind. So we want kids to stand in the spotlight and actually, you know, be proud of what they do. And we want people to look up to engineers in the same way they look up to movie stars and people who are good at sports.
And you know, some of our competitors who've come up here earlier have said, you know, that the school's got behind them, all the other students are behind them, they hear how far they've got, where they're going, they get to the nationals, they're like, wow, this is amazing. The teaching staff all get behind it, and suddenly it becomes a thing. You know, whereas before it was just this kind, and also, one of the competitors was saying that he's met people he didn't have in his friendship groups. He's met people he didn't have in who he knew before, and suddenly he's enlarged what he knows at the school and in his peers, and that's really great for teamwork as well, isn't it? You know, that's what it's all about. So these guys here, they're in the safe zone at the moment. I mean, it looks like they're kind of setting it up ready for another quick thing here. So what are you looking for now as a judge? What are the judges looking at here?
Well, so the judges, if they watch the competition, referees basically is consistent performance when we're talking about the robot game, but also well-considered design. Because obviously, like you said, when you're standing on the floor, you can see the tired faces. The robot gets stuck.
That's a sensor gone wrong or something there, isn't it?
Exactly.
It's come over. It was meant to touch the wall, but it's not spun round, and they can't believe it's coming back, and you can see that it's. I presume they're going for the truck here by the look of it. I would think the way it's going across there.
And actually, they looking. You can see that when you see them as coaches, you feel, oh my God, I should help these kids. But you will see when they leave the match, they're still pretty. They're not disappointed, but they're looking for improvements. So what are we going to do next?
Yeah, absolutely.
And
there it goes. It's so close. Now that to me looks like there's two things. One is, and I was getting this described earlier. Literally, the selection of paint that they put on their practice tables back at the school compared to here can make a difference. And also, the way they're setting this up with their jig at the top here, that can literally just be a little tiny bit out at the start, and that can make a big difference to how it gets, a meter away, isn't it?
Absolutely. So one of the things we also look is how you deal with different when you build stuff, right? So you need to be able to adapt to different environments, and you apply that to the robot the same way you would apply it in your project as well.
Yeah, phenomenal. So we saw there a few tired, disappointed faces, but like you say, they go back into the pit area, they get the team round, they reprogram and they go again.
Right, and it's important to remember as well that that's the reason why we have judging sessions on top of the robot matches. So obviously the robot matches are very exciting and a crucial part of what we do in the FLL because it's celebrating technology and engineering. But the judging sessions give teams the ability to explain other things that might not be directly visible on the matches, right? So that's why the judges score, and that's actually why the judges, work on. I remember you asking for this morning. Oh, that is
fantastic! We wanted to see this. So this is the actual. Is this the main? This is the UK and Ireland Final Champions Award, made out of Technic Lego, and I mean that is fantastic. Wow, that is brilliant. So. And do they get one of these for the school, and then do they get anything else for themselves? Or?
So this is basically the award they will get as a team that they will have to share and work on together, and that will give them also potentially a ticket to go to the international events.
But no fizzy apple juice going in here then,
because no.
You need a little liner in there.
Exactly. I think Lego is notoriously bad in containing liquids.
I'm so pleased you brought that up. That is great. We'll just pop it over here for now, just so that the viewers can get a little look at that. There you go. But that's one you made earlier. So that's your model for this, is it?
I'm gonna.
You've been going now for about 11 minutes. So what have you got for us so far?
I was actually thinking about building something that resembles volunteering.
All right, we'll go for it.
That's one of the.
You keep going there. I'll keep making my helicopter. Okay, that's what I've been. Oh, do you know what? I've done a page. I think 2 pages today so far. Yeah.
Yeah, but you get excited watching Lego.
I know, and I get a few bits out on my map, and I've got a few bits here ready to go, and then I'm sure I had 2 red bits out earlier, but I seem to have lost. That's the other thing as well is I get so excited, things jump off and then they're gone on the table and I have to look for them and, on it goes. But we'll get there. We'll try. And
absolutely.
I had this thing this morning that when I first started, we were going to finish this today. But, look, here we are. Here's the red bits. There we go.
Excellent.
And we are getting there. But it's a very slow process.
Absolutely.
So what else is exciting? I mean, obviously the teams, we were talking about this earlier, the team that win here get to go off to the World Finals. That's a fantastic opportunity.
Right.
But from the other 40 teams that are here, plus the 500 that are taking part, it's invaluable to their sort of growing as a technologist and engineer, isn't it?
Well, and the key thing that we also wanted to show today is to teams to be proud of it. Not only the teams that have advanced, but the teams that have been here, and the teams at the regionals as well. So they should, besides the competitions and the events, we also want to encourage them to go out there, right? To share on social media their experiences, to go talk to engineers in their environment, and to get to know the world of science and actually be advocates for STEM for science, technology,
Yeah, because
engineering,
it
and math.
is. I mean, we were talking about this earlier as well. That it's a vast, vast area, engineering
Absolutely.
and technology.
They also one of the slogans of FIRST is, you know, this is the only competition where every participant can go pro.
Yeah.
They're like jobs. There's a job for every student in this competition.
Yeah.
And we're in 85 countries, and it applies to all 85 countries.
Yeah, I mean, you know, some of the competitors here earlier were better at presenting in front of the judges and others, so they get up and do the presenting, and that's kind of the sales and marketing aspect of the team. So it really has got career aspects and everything, but people forget that in the world of engineering, there are sales and marketeers who need to understand the engineering and technology. And so,
look at one of the best innovations that's happened in the past few years was great technology innovations. But you also have to sell them. Look at what Apple has done and Tesla is doing. You know, great engineering concepts, but you also have to be able to present them and convince other people of the validity of your ideas.
And create a brand that people want and buy into and understand and all that kind of stuff that goes with it, you know. So in terms of the games themselves, this year it's all about recycling, reusing, that kind of thing. And you have a different theme kind of every year.
Absolutely.
Has this been something that the student and the competitor here have really bought into this year?
I think so, because, you know, the nice thing about the FLL team that it changes every year, but there's always, either it's an area where you initially think you know about, like trash, but you often find that when you start, you know, taking pieces apart and you start doing your research, you uncover a lot of things you didn't know. And that doesn't only apply to teams. That's what's being so fun about volunteering and judging, because actually you sit there and a lot of teams teach you about things you didn't know.
Yeah.
We had teams that were able to look at ketchup that could be, you know, reused and recycled and from bottles and all kinds of amazing stuff you wouldn't think of yourself. So it's really nice. I'm not sure if it's this year in particular, but every year it's a lot of fun. And obviously trash is one of the big issues that we're facing in our societies these days.
And so you've seen some of the presentations. Have there been any ideas that have come through that you've gone, wow, that's a great idea? And what happens to them if they are? If they are a great idea?
So, I mean, there are lots of good ideas, but to be honest, I won't, you know, that will be in our judges' deliberation later.
Okay.
But we had teams that, there's actually a competition linked to the FLL. It's called the Global Innovation Award. And we encourage teams to take their research project and really go and get it patented.
Right.
Patented.
Yeah.
Sorry. And we encourage them to go out and really make a solution and apply it in practice. So we had a Japanese team that came a few years ago. We had the topic of older people who came up with socks that would help people stretch their feet so they wouldn't fall.
Fantastic.
And that's now being produced.
Wow.
So there's really, this project's obviously a lot of fun, but there are real world of practice, and we want to encourage teams to go and explore it. Talk to engineers and make it happen, develop
Make a difference.
Yeah.
I think we've actually got a chance now to cut back down to the and hopefully we're going to be seeing some actual Lego going on, some actual robots going on, but I'm not sure what's actually happening there at the moment. It looks like they're about to get ready for a game. Yep, so we should be getting a countdown clock any second now, and hopefully we'll see that going. So how's your model coming on anyway? You're actually getting somewhere now. This is looking great. Yeah, you carry on.
It will be very abstract.
I'll talk through this. You carry on building.
Sure.
So here we go. So we've got a model in the safe zone there. It's looking like it's about to get ready to start. Programmed up. We'll hopefully get a countdown clock any second now, and then the timer will start, and they'll have 2 minutes 30 to complete the course. It was fascinating about which route they've taken, you know, and how they calculate where the good quick wins. It's like the low-hanging fruit. Let's get that done first, do that one. And then as they progress, as they get better on the table, they get more confident, they get it to do more things. It's brilliant. And just, I think it was Sahir who was here earlier, was saying, you know, they had a 170 run first, then they had a 400 run, and I think he's going to come back in a bit and tell us, because they're now in second place, I believe. So the runs have got better each time, and that's really cool to see, you know.
Yeah, absolutely, to see that the teams improve. And actually, know the people who designed the mission sets, among others, it's Scott Evans from FIRST and Lee Magapelli from LEGO Education. They design every year the challenges, and they try to design in a way that there is like an incline. It's easy to learn, hard to master.
Yes.
Right. So the higher the points get, the more difficult it will be.
It is to get the next 1 point. Brilliant.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So they're really designed these, but it's also to get teams. You know, just try it. You don't have to do all the missions. Go for it.
Yeah, because we could see that there was a sort of 400 point where there was quite a few teams at the 400, but then those that were jumping over, that's like, here we go, we're starting now. So anyway, let's have a quick look. So 3, 2, 1, and they're off. So hopefully we're going to see, we're doing again, 3, 2, 1. We'll count back again, and we're off. 2 minutes 30 on the clock, and we're all set up now. So you've seen this many, many times.
Right.
Let's hopefully we'll get, here we go. Explain from your point of view what you're seeing.
Well, so I can see here that the robot is following the line, which means that they're employing sensors to ensure accuracy, which is, you know,
wow, and they've dropped that straight in there. But I've not seen that before. Is that good points?
I think so.
That must be difficult. They must be, and look, they picked up the methane.
Yep.
Yeah, brilliant.
And
now that's a complex pickup, grabber, everything on there,
Well, you
isn't
can see
it?
that they really combine all these missions in
And
one
it's picked
run.
up the line again. It picks up the line again, found the intersection, and now it's started the compost at 20 seconds.
Right.
So now it's gone back. It's going to dump some stuff. Hopefully, we'll see it go back and grab the compost.
Exactly.
And they've
But
got
you can see in the background that often the coaches,
they're going, wow, this is great.
Exactly.
Yeah, they're loving it. So this is interesting here because they didn't have much of a lineup issue there. They just set it off. They kind of put it in the right place and gone, there you go. And it's found the lines. So it's using optics, yeah?
Exactly. So there are all kinds of different ways, but you know the maps are designed to have these lines you could follow if you wanted to, and you can see that they built also a bumper at the back from the wheels to just ensure the robot aligns properly against the wall.
They've got 1 minute 16 now. They've demolished the property. They need to get those bits of recyclable material back onto their safe zone.
Yeah.
And the black ones they need to kind of get rid of if they can, don't they?
Yeah, exactly. So I can see that you can also see that they have very specific wheels, right?
Yeah.
Very large wheels, which improve accuracy as well.
Yeah, because the smaller, you've got more turns, whereas the big one's less turns, so less. So they.
And a lot of these things, these tricks or tips can be found online, right? So teams share this kind of stuff. They share their designs with other teams as well.
Now, when they bump into something, knock it out of place, they can't go back in this round and actually line it up again. So they're at a disadvantage.
Whatever they do on the field remains that until the end of the match.
So this is the octopus. They're trying to get him into a circle. That's gone wrong.
So they lost. At least the chicken is there, and hopefully it will still be able to drag it along. I see the two Lego.
So it's interesting, isn't it? That started off as a run that we were going, oh, this is exciting.
Yeah.
I mean, it still looks exciting, but it looked like it was going to be a really high-scoring run. They were there, everything seemed to be going to plan, and then suddenly one thing happens, and the whole thing just starts to kind of unravel.
But you might also have, because these are their third rounds, right? So they might already have a good score and say, you know what, we're going to take risks.
We're going to risk
and we're going to see if we can improve.
It's never worked in tennis, but we'll give it a go because we could get a massive score. And we saw them there pick up. I mean, I hadn't seen anyone do that before, to pick up in the far corner there. They were picking up a different thing. They were bringing, and that was like, wow, what are they doing down there? So
yeah,
that
so
must be higher risk.
Probably they say, well, probably the program missions, and the first rounds are going to test the field a little bit. The second round they're going to establish their best score, and then the third round, if they're happy with the second round, they might say, okay, you know what, we're going to try those extra missions as well, because only the highest score you achieve in one of the 3 rounds really counts.
And from this point now, we're still in the round stage here, are we? And then there becomes a knockout stage, and that's the top 8 teams.
Exactly. So they're going to go, the 8 teams are going to, through a playoff system, going to find which team wins one of the awards.
Yeah.
Which is,
and that's the robot. And then that gets added into their presentation round, which is their project.
Yeah.
And
so we'll be doing the judges
values.
while they're playing the playoffs. The judges are deliberating with about 30 of us about which teams. That's consistent scoring overall.
Well, it's been brilliant, you know. So hopefully now what's going to happen, I think we've got a few more rounds coming up in a bit, but it's been fantastic having you here.
Thank you for having me.
I think hopefully you need to get off and do some work
I have
down
to,
there on
I
the
have
floor,
to make sure
don't
that they get the judging done on time. Yeah.
Before we go,
it's become a very abstract thing.
I think what you built there is some kind of, it looks like a kind of, I don't know if you can see, it's like a kind of gardening centre of some description.
Yeah.
I think that's fantastic. That's kind of the renewables and the gardening thing. I'm going to stick that over here at the front and obviously let you have your real trophy back.
I need to
take that with you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for coming in, Ken. It's been really, 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 really exciting to speak to you. And we're going to quickly now have a quick look at a short video while we swap over in the broom cupboard.
First LEGO League is a robotics-based life skills competition.
It is a global programme that is run in the UK and Ireland
by the Institution of Engineering and Technology
to give young people the opportunity to have fun with engineering.
To register, just head to firstlegoleague.co.uk. There's an entry fee that includes your robot game field setup kit and your entry into a tournament.
Now you've registered, you'll need a LEGO Mindstorm kit to build a robot.
Any version of Mindstorms is fine.
Talk to your local STEM coordinator.
Maybe you can borrow a kit.
Ask parents to donate some extra Lego.
But you're not having mine. Now we need to get the team together. No more than 10 people in a team.
No cheating.
Let's practice programming with Mindstorms as soon as possible.
There's no need to wait until the challenge is launched.
When the challenge is launched, we need to read the challenge document very carefully. There are quite a lot of rules and we don't want to build something that doesn't do the right thing.
Remember, there are 3 parts to FLL. The robot game, the project, and the core values.
Don't get carried away only focusing on one of them. Your job as our coach is to encourage us and help us focus. You're not allowed to do the work for us.
Don't worry, we're smart enough to work it out ourselves.
But we do need your help to organise the trip to the tournament day.
The day is action-packed and event staff are on hand to keep the day running smoothly. Feel free to look online to see what other teams are doing around the world.
But don't let them worry you.
At the tournament, there will almost certainly be other teams there for the first time with you.
If the team have had a go and got involved, they'll love the tournament. So what we need you to do: register online, get the kit, create a team, help us organise ourselves, and get us to the tournament.
We look forward to seeing you there.
I mean, 20 minutes, that's how long. Oh, we're back on, Sorry, we weren't dissing Fran's work at all then, not at all. Anyway, so we're back here with Sahir. It's fantastic you joined me back in the broom cupboard. Really to kind of catch up. How's it gone then? What was the last one?
It's gone really well. The last one we just did, we managed to grasp a couple of 400 or so points. So
400 odd. So that one we watched, even though there was a few things that you were kind of like this, 400 plus?
400 plus, because that truck in the last one just got us all those
Really?
points, so yeah.
Fabulous. So where does that leave you?
So we were second, but I think a couple of other teams have just
pipped you at the moment. But that puts you in the top 8.
Yeah. So we're still in the top 8, and hopefully we can stay.
So what are you doing in here? Are you guys not setting up now for? I mean, do you have a different program? We have huge point score. What are you going to do? How are you going to play the final? Is it one round?
It's one round.
One round.
And it's as many points as you can get.
How long?
And it's the same amount of time, but it's just one round.
2 minute 30, one round. And so are you going for accuracy? Are you going for big score?
We're going for exactly what we just did. So we're going to try and get, as long as we get that truck, and we're going to have a few practice runs on that compost.
And there was a 700 pointer.
There was a 700.
And do you think they'll be able to repeat that, or do you think that's a one-off?
I hope it's a one-off.
It's going to get tense now. It's going to get tense.
Points,
so you're going for a 400 pluser. If it all goes well and a few of those things, because you could have had more in that one.
Yeah, we could have. We could have grasped 100 or so points more.
100 or so points more, man.
Yeah, because it's just odds. You just got to get those points as many as you can. And look, even if it does muck up, we hopefully will back up with a few of our.
And I mean, for the team, it's always about taking part. But would you like to win the robot challenge?
I would like to win the robot challenge. We've come such a long way, and I think it would just mean so much if we could just win.
Oh, this is going to be harsh watching. It really is. I'm getting excited watching. And just so you know out there, if you want to text us, or in fact, I think tweeting's the way it's done nowadays. I think texting's it's hashtag FLLUK. Send us any photos you've got of any kind of Lego models, anything you've been building today. Whoops, there goes Obi-Wan Kenobi's just been knocked off there. But yeah, if you can build something in a minute and let me see it, because that was Fran's effort, 20 minutes. We had a look at that earlier. We've got a few on. That was quite a good one there. That wasn't that long, and actually kind of had a little theme to it and everything. And your little, I think we're calling this a new style condominium, is what we're saying. It was free. It was freestyle. So what else has been happening? What are the guys doing now in the pits? Have you been back to see them?
I've been back. I've given a couple of inputs for my structure analysis, and so yeah, I think they're just.
And what can you give me those, or is?
Yeah, I'm happy to. It's just really it's about accuracy. We're trying to increase accuracy on the compost because we need a better way of doing it. So
I think we're cutting down now to another live game, so we'll stay with us. That'll be great. We'll get your input again. Look down there on the floor. Yep, you can see. I think this is the Einsteins, is it? So I would think so by the look of them. They look very much like Einsteins with all that hair. I don't know what their name is. Robo something it says on there. But anyway, so here they go. They're lining up now. So this is quite a good sort of lump of a robot. It looks very strong, very sort of sturdy. It's got a great big sort of scoopy thing on the front there to kind of grab stuff off the mat. And there they are. You can see them all with their wigs on. They've come all dressed up. 3, 2, 1, and the timer's starting now. They're off. So they've set it off running.
Yep.
Go on, talk us through what you're seeing
Okay,
here.
so
you know where they're going on the map. They've gone over to the kind of...
They're trying to collect the bags. That's a great way to start. But yeah, going
So
to
they've
safety.
collected the bags, but they've also collected the turtle. They need to put him back now, don't they?
Now, yes, they need to put the animals back into the circle straight ahead.
And can they all go in one circle?
They can go all in one circle.
Right,
Yes.
so how do these guys know where to start it? That's the other thing there.
So I think what they're going to
lining
try
up with
and
the
do,
Lego
yeah,
logo,
they're going to try and line it up so it goes exactly straight, as you can see, go straight in.
They've done it.
Yeah.
That was superb. So they've managed to collect it all up. They've done it in a two-stage process. They didn't go out, collect one, drop one off and come back. They basically collected it all, took some out, put it back. That's kind of, it takes longer, but it's a little bit easier, isn't it?
It is, yeah, definitely.
So that's good points. Is that good points?
I think that's great points on the board, yeah.
Okay.
And they've done it very quickly, so now I think they made a bit of an adjustment on the front to probably do another challenge. So.
Yeah, so it looks like, so they're coming over. This is the truck, and that's looking good. Now then.
So yeah, they managed to do quite similarly what we did, but so yeah, and they've gone back to safety.
Brilliant.
Probably.
So they've done that as well. This is a good. These guys are doing good rounds here, aren't they?
I think that's.
This is Jogo Einstein. I think it says on that, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Here they go. They're going to put the person in. This is the career change. They've done that. They've changed their career, and they're out. They've got 1 minute 4 to go. 1 minute 4 to go, and that's incredible, isn't it?
Yeah.
They're doing really well. That's three objectives actually sorted out here. These could be a big rival to you later on then.
So yeah, I think they're making.
So now they're changing a few adjustments again. They've changed the front again by the look of things, haven't they?
Yes, yeah.
And the guys look like they're going to do. They've even got their faces painted. They're fantastic. That's something for you guys next year then.
Yeah, definitely. It's all about that team spirit. You know, you've got a core values get beat up a bit. So.
Okay, so this looks like the last thing. They've got 26 seconds, 25 seconds. It's counting down. Here they go. They're running off now. Come on, guys. You've done such a good run so far. You can hear the crowd probably out there going absolutely mad. But they cut to. Is that a different model? No, it's the same one. They didn't. That was just. They just drove around then.
I think so. Yeah.
They just drove around. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that looked like, I mean, the first section of that run was immaculate. If they could have just done that last little thing there. So I think they surprised themselves.
Yeah, definitely. I think
they got to a point and they thought, oh, well, what do we do now?
Yeah, I think because you do a certain amount of missions, and if you do them too quickly, at points you're just like, what do we do with that time?
Yeah.
So I mean, it would be great to just pause the time and just reprogram and try and do a couple of other missions. But
yeah.
So yeah.
So you are concentrating now on just cleaning up that last one that got you into kind of the mid of the top table there. And you're all ready. And how do you think the technicians in your team are feeling at this point?
Ooh, I think they're feeling good. I think it really boosted the morale in the team because I mean the first 2 runs didn't go so well, but it's all about when something good happens, it just boosts the team spirit up. And I think now we want to actually get into the knockout rounds and really prove what we can do. So
you've got the best job in the team though, by the look of it, because you're not back there sweating now, reprogramming or anything. You're kind of sat up here with me, watching a bit of the sport going on here and getting ready. And presumably your guys are coming up to run in a short time, are they?
Yeah.
So we could be going back down there and seeing your team.
Yeah, hopefully, yeah.
And you don't mind watching it up here, or would you rather be down on the floor?
I'd love to watch it up here.
You'd watch it up here. Well, we'll see how it goes. I don't know when the next game's going. It won't be long. I think they're probably resetting down there as we speak. So what else has been happening in the world of Lego for you? When you got involved in this, what other things have come out of it at the school for you?
So I mean, it's just really been fiddling around with Lego, and it really boosts your creativity. And I know it may sound a bit cheesy, but actually it really does, because you've been given a box of Lego, and it's almost someone said, what can you make with this Lego? It's
not often, is it? I mean, I'm sat here, I've got a map, and this has every single thing that you have to do to finally get that into, at my age now, I probably shouldn't be following the maps. I should just be getting a big box of Lego and just making stuff.
Yeah.
But I find that it's one of those things that because you can't do anything else while you're doing it, it stops you thinking about other things. And it's not telly where you're just watching stuff over and around and around. It actually kind of makes you concentrate on something. So I find it really kind of therapeutically relaxing in a weird kind of way. But at the same time, I have one of these Fitbit things, and it's actually quite stressful. So that's a weird thing as well, is that you kind of sit there thinking you're relaxing, but actually sometimes just trying to work out what the picture is and what the bits are can actually kind of make your brain have to work quite hard, which is weird as well. So what's your, I mean, out of all the things and the missions that you've done here, what's been your favourite mission to try and solve on the table?
Before I said demolition, but now I'm actually saying truck, because now we've done it, and it was a lot of work put into actually getting it to work.
And it's weird, isn't it? Because it doesn't look that complicated.
It doesn't.
So talk me through why it's complicated.
So it's complicated because of the positioning of the truck. The truck is positioned in such a way that you can't just go and push it straight over. You have to make attachments onto your robot, and they have to work in a certain way, and it's all about distances and measurements and how you go about doing it, really. And it's just, and I'll tell you what, it's so nice when it works to look back and just say, we actually did that.
Wow.
And it's just brilliant, and that's why I just love it now.
Brilliant. Look, you know, let's have a look back at the day so far and see, you know, you're probably going to turn up here as well, but I think we've got a video here of how the day has gone so far.
Where have you come from today?
Peterborough, Bristol, West London,
Fife,
Sheffield,
Ashford, Kent. We came from Middlesbrough.
Carlin, Wiltshire.
But it's been a really, really good experience.
I feel really excited and I really want to do my best and want the whole team to do great.
I think we're going to do quite well because we've practiced a lot on it. I think it went really well as we worked as a team really good.
We've been quite excited and we've been practicing as hard as we can.
Like, as we're all friends, it's really easy to just talk and like we know what we're doing.
Are you guys confident?
Yes. Yes.
Awesome.
So that's brilliant. We're back here live again. That was a great video there, just showing about what the day's been happening and everything. I'm sure you spotted a few bits of your team in there as well. So before we went to that little break there, we were just chatting about how your team will be feeling now, what the build-up's like, and how are they? Do they get excited? Do they get a bit silent? Do they go quiet? What sort of happens to all the players?
It's before you go on, you're a bit to yourself. You know, you're just thinking about what your job really is. But once it's over, you're just talking to anyone you can find and just speaking about what's happened, really. And I think it's great because you do get some people that are quite to themselves, and I think it just opens them up and kind of makes them talk, because everyone's quite nice, handing around loads of things about their teams, and it's just brilliant. Because
let's have a quick look at the scores. Let's see. I think we can get the scores up on the stage. Here we go. So, it just popped away then, but I think you were there for a second. Yeah. Let's have a look. That was exciting, but it's gone. No, we've lost the scores again. We had them for a second, but they've gone. Always the way. Just as we were gripped. Oh, it's gone. No. But I think the scores will come back in a second. When they do, we'll have a look. So, sorry, I interrupted you there for the scores. So, the technicians, do they take most of the pressure, do you think, from the team when it comes up to game time?
When it comes up to game time, I think, probably it does, just like any other sport or any other thing you're doing, because I think once everyone's done their job, it's down to them. But I think at the end of the day, they do have a lot of, ease, because we've done as much as we can to get it there, and it's just about execution.
So I think we might be able to have a look at the scores, and then we're going to fly straight over to the robot games. The robot games are starting. We're going to go straight down onto the floor and have a look at the robot games. So 3, 2, 1. That was a quick cut round, a quick turnaround, but I think they managed to get one set up. Here they go. Now this one here's got an interesting front because it looks like it's going to push things, doesn't it? More like it's gone straight in. It's gone over for the composter. Yes. So it takes 20 seconds for the composter to turn actually around and drop out the actual compost on the floor for you to pick up, doesn't it? So they've done that first, they've gone straight in for that, and that's a good, high value pointage, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
And what would so the next thing I'd be doing then, presumably, or you'd be doing if we were back, we'd be saying, what else can we do now? We've got the composter going, it's come back out. and they've changed the front, and now it's collecting the person and the bags, was that? The plastic bags?
Oh, I think they've dropped their bag out.
Oh, did they get that? Or
I don't think so. You know, I think it has to be totally in safety, but I'm not too
really
sure.
okay. Well, that'll all become apparent in the scores later. But they're sending it back out now. Presumably, they're looking at whether or not they can actually pick up. They can pick up that. Yeah, they've got. That's the first time I've seen that retrieved. That's fantastic. They've got the compost. So they've got the compost in there. So they've dropped the compost and they've picked it up. And in between, they tried to get the plastic bags. So good use of time.
Yes,
there.
definitely. I think they've got a lot of points on board so far. So it's looking good for them.
So now they're lining up. It looks like they're coming across here. They've got. They're going to try and put the back in the. They've got that straight. And this is a good run, isn't it? This is looking like a good run. They've gone for quite complex things as well.
Yeah.
So if you were next now, would you be saying go for the truck?
I would go back for the truck and then come round and collect everything else around the way back. And they've only got, what, 57 seconds
56 seconds. Its time's going down now. This is where you start feeling the pressure as someone who's actually putting it all together. You can see now that you can actually see the sort of the stress and the sort of adrenaline running, and they're really trying to get things set up as quickly as possible. You just hope for their sake that they're going to do this right. So they've got 36 seconds to try and get some more points. Didn't quite make it, did it?
Unfortunately not, but I think they might.
They've got 28 seconds. Let's see what they're doing here. That looks like they're going to fire this out again. They've knocked it over. Yeah, brilliant. They've knocked it over. Now they need to collect some of that. They're taking the bits off. They've got 19 seconds. It's counting down. This is going to be really tricky. They've got to get it going. I don't think they're going to get this on in time. I think this is going to be to push the bits back. What do you reckon?
Yeah.
No, that looks. I reckon this is for the truck.
I think
this is truck. They've got 6 seconds. Come on. 5, 4. No, they're going to run out of time. They're going to run out of time. This was so close. I'd have gone with the truck next. This is brilliant. No. That was a fantastic run there. Really, 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 really good run. And what a shame. We were getting. I mean, we've got the knockout stages coming to here. It's going to be fascinating. But anyway, listen, I think you've got to get back down there for your team. Definitely, okay? So what we'll do now is we'll cut over to a quick video. And so here, look, good luck this afternoon. Thanks for spending some time with us up in the broom cupboard. Have a great time.
Thank you very
much.
much.
See you later. Take care.
You.
So Black Live in the broom cupboard here with Naomi Clymer, IET President. So it's fantastic to have Naomi along with us this afternoon. What Well, welcome to the Broom Cupboard, you know, and thank you for joining me. What have you seen out there? It's fantastic, isn't it?
The energy is just extraordinary. The place is like buzzing. And what I like about it is that the people that are actually doing, who are competing, are totally into it. They're like, you know, the blinkers are on and they're doing their thing. But then there's a kind of support crowd who are equally absorbed in it. It's just great to see people so totally into it and just, you know, exuding energy and excitement. It's brilliant. I'm really enjoying it.
So we're going to quickly look around the sort of auditorium now and actually see some robots and some other stuff. But we're going to keep chatting, Naomi, so that the people at home can get an idea about what's your sort of your input to the IET and why it's so important to get sort of the young people really enthused and excited about stuff like this. So let's start with Lego. I've given you a bit longer than a minute, so you're lucky there. But you're going to build us a little model of something. Actually, I can see that coming together already.
I've built a moose. It's a moose.
That's really good. That's come together brilliant. You need another brown leg there.
Yeah, I dropped it actually. Yeah,
but we'll find that. Oh, it's here. So you know, is Lego something that you've played with in the past and got involved in?
Yeah, seriously, I was big into Lego as a kid, and I had a Lego train set, and we set it up on the dining room table, and we'd do things like put treacle tart on it and send it round, and we'd all be nicking it before it got to the person it was supposed to get to, and things like that. But yeah, I've loved Lego my whole life, so this is kind of like a throwback to my childhood. But it's so important, just the chance to kind of, you know, make something, do something, think differently about how things go together, learn what's strong and what falls apart and all those kinds of things.
I think it's one of those things as well that is something that teaches you patience, it teaches you problem solving, and it makes you look, I mean, I work from the plans, I'm not kind of a free builder. But if you get something wrong, as I did earlier, you can go back through, find out where you went wrong and come back and fix things. And that's important in engineering. I mean, you're an engineer through and through. You started out as an engineer and have worked up. So give us a bit of a background to how you got excited about engineering.
Yeah, and actually, you know, you talk about that when I first tried to fix a car, I did exactly that. I bought a manual and I just followed what it said in the manual. The Haynes manual.
Back in the day.
That's right. And it's kind of nice to fix things. It's very satisfying to fix things, but obviously engineers kind of invent things, they design things, they fix them, they improve them, so there's much more to it than just that. But I guess I got into it almost by accident when I joined the BBC, and they trained me. I got an apprenticeship, a graduate apprenticeship at the BBC, and they trained me, and I've just loved it. It's like spending your whole career being paid to do something that you did for fun as a child. I mean, why wouldn't you want to do that? It's incredible.
And that's the hardest thing, I think, getting across. And we were talking to Sahir earlier, and I was trying to explain to him the breadth and depth of what engineering can offer. And his teachers and his parents hadn't been able to say to him, you know, that someone who puts the structures up at a Take That concert, a structural engineer for big rock and roll, they're an engineer. And trying to get the kind of an idea into the heads of young people that it's not just a man digging a hole. That's really difficult, but important for us to get across, isn't it?
Yeah, and it concerns me that it's mean to expect teachers to understand the whole breadth of engineering, from like biomedicine to aerospace, as you say, to things like building a structure. The jobs in engineering, how on earth can you convey that to children, and how can you expect teachers to know about them all? And so this is a really nice way of getting children doing some practical things, meeting some people they maybe wouldn't meet, just to seed the idea that there's more to engineering than perhaps they thought.
And as well as that, you know, I'm not an engineer, but I'm fascinated by it. It fascinates every day of my life. I get to make films and videos and TV programs all about engineering. So you don't have to be an engineer to work in engineering. There are sales and marketing people in engineering. You know, so there's a whole career structure out there that you can get involved in engineering and technology right from the start, and not think that you're going to be stuck in just this one job. And I think personally now, from having been involved in it for a few years, it's more exciting than the office jobs of the banking and the law and all the kind of jobs that people think of, isn't it?
Well, the beauty of it is, if you want an office job, you could have an office job as an engineer. You could do that. But equally, if you want to be outdoors, up a mountain, down a hole, all of those things are possible as an engineer. And one of the things I've enjoyed is that actually my career has, you know, the jobs I've done have been very different over the years. And so I don't think I've done one thing for my whole career. So the opportunities to do different things, especially now because technology is changing really fast, so you can just follow it in a direction that interests you. It's an incredible way to spend a life, I would say.
And one of the things that people have been talking about today is how much of a team it develops. First Lego League brings together people perhaps at school that they hadn't sort of connected with before, puts a team together, and then you get to work in different ways with different people. And that's something that's relevant right through engineering and technology in the real world, in the sort of bigger world of a career, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good point, Mark, because it's a very team thing, engineering. I mean, generally, even listening to Brian Cox at our recent annual dinner talking about gravitational waves, and he was saying, you know, there's a science bit, and that's really important. But in fact, to prove the theory and to make it happen and be able to do something meaningful with these gravitational waves, there's incredible amounts of engineering behind it. You've got to measure these waves. That's an engineering task. And so the ability to do these kinds of things is pure engineering.
We've got to jump in now and cut straight back on here. So I'm a bit of a guru on the games now. So what we're going to do is we're going to cut to a live game, I believe. So hopefully on the screens now, the viewers at home will be seeing a live game. So you can see there a team lining up. This is still in the sort of heat stages. We're not into the playoffs yet. But this team here, they look like they're going to go. So 3, 2, 1, and we're off. So the team now, they've got 2 minutes 30 to get the thing. The first thing they're doing here is they're finding the lines. They've got optical sensors.
Right.
They're finding the lines. They drive it straight out, and then they can come up and touch the wall, and they'll know exactly where they are. And that to me is fascinating. There's different teams use different techniques. Some use the wheels. Some use. I don't know, it looks like they're
Look at the concentration there.
It's fascinating. And when it goes wrong, they don't get wound up, they don't get upset, they just go back, reprogram. Now this to me doesn't look like it's going exactly as it should be. No, I think it's missed it. What they look like there, they were trying to pull the, there's an octopus and some other kind of sea animals inside circles. They need to grab those, take them away, and there's a little ringed bag there. That's actually, here it's coming up to it. That's symbolising plastic bags in the sea. What they're trying to do is to get rid of the plastic bags, but leave the turtle inside a ring.
Oh, nicely done.
Separate them out. So there's the plastic bags done. It's phenomenal how they've programmed this up.
That's incredible.
And different teams go about it in different ways. So we had Dr. Laura up here, who's the Innovation Centre here, and one of the engineers. And so they built the whole thing themselves and were doing it earlier. And she was saying that they've watched some of this and gone, oh, that's clever, we should have done some of this way. So even like, practicing engineers are watching some of the students do it and coming up with...
That's an interesting approach.
They take that approach and then they refine it, and then from that they take it out. And so it's all about adding to layers of engineering, isn't it? That's the...
But that's the team thing you were talking about, that actually you bounce off each other and different people have different ideas. It takes a team to engineer something, really.
So this to me is looking like they started out, they had real plans for this. It's not gone as well as they wanted. They've not got mounds of stuff here. This is one of the things, what they're doing now, they've got to take this person, put him into the black square by the recycling centre, and they're doing a career change for this person. They're retraining them. So they have to drop them off and come back. But sometimes a team can get going and it just all goes fine. And that again, some of the engineers we've had earlier, you can start off on a route, and things are going well, and then things don't happen so well and it all goes wrong, and you kind of reset and go again. And it's all about that refining and taking the data and all of that. And that happens in the real life.
Learning from it and doing it over again. No, I mean, I think that's absolutely right. Look at some of the recent space missions that people like SpaceX have been doing, and they're trying to land the rocket. And, and each time something little goes wrong, and the next time they refine that, and that's the whole point. You just keep refining.
But in this sort of throwaway economy we see nowadays, I think we're very quick to kind of, I mean, the SpaceX is a great example. The first time it came back to land, it exploded, it didn't quite do it. But actually, people who were in the know thought that's actually very close. But the press are all over it, it didn't work, it failed, and then the next time. But actually, we're very quick now about failure, aren't we? We don't really allow people to try and fail. It's all about, oh, they failed, and we sort of write them off.
Yeah, no, it's interesting watching that, because I used to live in California, and looking at my social media feed, all the Californians were going, wow, that's brilliant, that's amazing, better luck next time, you'll get it next time. And in Britain, we were like, oh, they failed, it's rubbish, it doesn't work. And really
that's
different
sunny
attitude.
versus rainy, isn't it? I think that's what it is. We live in a rainy climate, I mean, it's lovely and sunny up here in the broom cupboard, but out there, it's a grim world, So, we've looked at the teams here. They've come through the school. Why is it so important for the IET to be actually part of this first LEGO League? And we're the UK kind of organisers of the event. And why is it so important for the IET to be involved then?
This is really important for the IET because our mission is to engineer a better world, and in order to do that, we need engineers. We believe that engineers are fundamental to creating a better planet in the future, to making people's lives better. And all of the evidence, the surveys that we've done, tell us that there's going to be a massive engineering skills shortage in the next decades actually. And so we've got to inspire young people into engineering, and this is a perfect way of doing it, really getting people engaged with it and looking at it differently. And so for us, inspiring the next generation is part of our core mission.
And why can't we get more young people excited about engineering? I mean, my daughter Annabelle, my daughter Maddie, they've both been really excited by this event, you know, but their school wasn't in it.
Yeah.
How do we get more schools to take part? How do we get more people excited and part of this whole event?
Yeah, I mean, there's just a lot of small things to do. There are things like STEMnet ambassadors who get out into schools and talk to schools. We do need to offer support. We can't just expect teachers to pick this up and run with it. They've got so many other things to do. But competitions like this really help to raise the profile, and making things very accessible to schools so they can join in easily, I think, is really important. We're trying to get to parents as well, because they're very, very influential, and so we did some stuff with Mumsnet to just get them thinking about engineering differently. But the more we can get kids actually demanding exposure to this kind of thing, the more hope we've got that it will just become routine for every school to be looking for something to do here.
And I think it's difficult, isn't it? Because the word lawyer means lawyer, and the word banker, you know, people know what they do really.
Yeah.
But engineer's so vast, it's
Yeah.
so wide a subject area that it's so difficult to be able to explain that, you know, to everybody, and to, you know, to what might excite one young person in one area of engineering, and it might be that that's animal welfare engineering, and they're really into that. But then over here, it's a complete, and trying to get them to understand that the basics of engineering and the fundamentals is what you need at the start. And that's, I mean, for you, how did you get excited about science and technology when you were back at school?
Yeah, I don't know, that's hard. It's hard to say. I mean, I suppose the honest answer is that my dad was like, he's an engineer, and so science was the only thing that mattered. So basically, you could come home and say, I did brilliantly in English, and he'd be like, yeah, whatever. And so science was the thing that got attention if you showed an interest in science. So I think there's just a certain amount of parental influence drove me in that direction. But then, you know, there were things that I did, even like at university, where you just think, wow, that's incredible. I did chemistry. I built a molecular sieve, you know, that was like a sieve with holes in it that some molecules could pass through and other molecules got stuck in. You know, I built that. How incredible, at a molecular level. And those kinds of things, you just think, wow, that's extraordinary. So there's so much about science and engineering.
And that's the hardest bit, though, isn't it? Because you have to go through kind of the boring, I know it sounds crazy, but the boring bits at school in kind of science and maths, and to understand the basics, to be able to do the exciting.
Yeah.
And that's when you really get into it. I think actually we've got a video now about kind of how important engineering is out there and engineering a better world.
Have you ever wondered how it works? Had to have a second look, a third, a fourth. Considered if magic could actually be real. Been a little bit distracted. There's an engineer in each of us. Sometimes it just needs a bit of encouragement. Here's to the daydreamers, the distracted and the intrigued, the ones that will go on to engineer our world.
Good afternoon, and I am here with the Rubbish Runners. Hello, Rubbish Runners. Woo! And you are a team of 4, correct?
Yeah. Yep.
There's no one missing?
Nope.
Is that sort of small is stronger?
It can be.
Now, I should explain. What's your name?
Eli.
Eli. I should explain to you guys at home why Eli is dressed in this beautiful ensemble. It's because at 4 o'clock we've got a balloon making competition, just so we've got time to get the judges' points and just finalise all of the judging process. And you are ready to go. You are early, Eli. I like it. We won't talk too much about the outfit, but it's quite hard not to, because it's quite It's quite in your face, let's say. But let's talk about how it went so far because you are now done, aren't you? You're finished. How did it go?
I thought it went very well. We were very happy with our robot and our project, and I thought it all went very well.
It's very calm. And you guys know where you are in the table in terms of the robot competition, don't you? Where are you?
Yeah, I think we're in 15th at the moment, which is...
15th, that's pretty good. And you told me that was, you bettered it by last year by how much?
I think we've more than doubled our score from last competition, yeah.
Which is incredible. It just goes to show that if you don't succeed, you can come back and try again, and then you can just, imagine if you double it again next year. And then again, and then again. It's just, it's going to be amazing. So, what have you enjoyed most about today?
Probably the robot runs. That was probably the most enjoyable part. The first one went really well, so after that we could just relax.
Nice. And so, you guys are done with the competition in terms of the robot and the project, but after these few videos that we're going to show you, we have a dance competition and air guitar, and you guys said you're not going to take part in the air guitar, did you? We'll see, but there is someone that might take part in the dance competition, wasn't there?
You were considering it.
Yeah, and maybe your robot. Yeah, your fifth, they have a fifth team member that might take part in the dance competition. So after these few videos, we've got a dance competition and some air guitar. So we'll see you after these videos. and welcome back. And we have got a lot of excited people right here because now the robot competition is over. The judges are deliberating. It's now time for our dance competition. So, are you guys ready for your dance competition? They sure are. So, can we please have the first competitors? Up you come. Oh, you've got a prop. I like it, I like it. And you are from which team?
On here.
The Magical Ponies of Wantage. Nice. So, we'll play some music for you guys. Oh. Okay, we'll play some music for you guys and then you can get dancing. Okay, do you have a routine or is it just freestyle?
I think we've got a routine.
Okay, they've got a routine, guys. So, you ready? You've got the music? Get dancing. Hang on, you can clap along. Is this it? You keep going? Okay, give it up for these guys. You can make your way up there. Next team, next team.
trouble. I'm all about that bass, about that bass. Yeah, it's pretty clear. I need no size too, but I can shake it like I'm supposed to. Still got that boom boom that all the boys chase. All the right junk in all the right places. I see the magazine working my Photoshop. We know that shit ain't real. Come on, now make it stop. If you got beauty, just raise them up. 'Cause every inch of you is perfect from the bottom to the top. Yeah, my mama, she told me don't worry about your style. She said boys like to live in your booty the whole night. And though I won't be no sipping, you'll sell it from my love. So if that's what you're into, then go ahead and move it on. Because you know I'm all about that bass, no trouble. I'm all about that bass, no trouble. I'm all about that bass, no trouble. I'm all about that bass. I'm ready for that.
Well done. Next. Well done. Any more? Mind the back. Stand forward, come forward.
Because you know I'm all about that bass, no trouble. I'm all about that bass, no trouble. I'm all about that bass, no trouble. I'm all about that bass. Because you know I'm all about that bass, no trouble. 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 Because you know I'm all about that bass, no
Okay, well done, guys. Woo! So we've got 2 more. Woo! One more, last one. Mind the back of the stage. Okay. You guys did phenomenally well, but before we give some on-the-spot prizes, we've got time for just the air guitar competition. So anyone that wants to do the air competition, if you get in the queue, just by Hannah there with her hand up. We're going to be changing the tune, and you've got 15 seconds. So I'll get my timer. Okay, so the rules are this. You've got 15 seconds to be awesome. When your 15 seconds are up, my hand will go like this. You're off, next person on. Okay, let's get the tune, and can we have the first guitarist on stage? Okay, go! One second, and you're off. Next one. Okay, that's you. Next one. Okay. 2 seconds, 1 second, and you're off. Okay, guys, that's you. Nice work. That's amazing. You got 3 seconds. Now you don't. I like the jumping. Seconds still to go. 2, 1. That's you guys up. Two, one. Up you go, guys. Two seconds, 1, and then you're off. Nice work. Okay, and that's you guys. That was awesome. That was brilliant. Five more seconds left. 2 seconds, 1, and up you go. Nice work. That's amazing. I love the head. 2 seconds, and 1. Up you go. Nice work, guys. Five seconds more. 2 seconds. 1. Well done, guys. Up you go. Two seconds and 1. Up you go. Nice work. Five more seconds. 2, 1. Up you go. Next one. Two, 1. Nice work. 2, 1. Nice work. Two seconds. 1. Nice work. Two seconds. Off you go. Let's get the last one on. Come on, come on, come on. And everyone, air guitar for the last bit. Awesome work. Give you all a massive round of applause. That was fantastic. What we are going to do now is we're going to do the first of our medal ceremonies. So if you are taking part in our first medal ceremony, then make sure that you are still in here because we've got the first medals to give out. If you're not in that first medal ceremony, then don't forget about our camera and our photo booth that we have just over there, where you can get your team photo so you can remember the day forever. Okay, well done guys, give yourselves a round of applause. Brilliant. With some volunteers, yeah, we all do it. That was awesome. No one's speaking. Do we go straight in? Okay, so if you're part of the first medal ceremony, then you know that. The way the medal ceremony will work is there will be names that appear behind me on the screen, and there you go. And the first name is the team that come on stage, but then the two that are after that are just below it. So these guys you need to be preparing over here. So this is the first one, and it's in alphabetical order as well. So you can guess what order you come in.
The teams that are going to be taking part in the...
Hello. Before we start the medal ceremony, we've got a really important announcement, which is to announce the teams that are taking part in the knockout rounds. Okay, so over to you.
Okay, we're going to need all these teams and their robots ready at the tables for 3 o'clock, if possible. I know some of you might be in the medal ceremonies, but if you can have the robots here. So that will be, we want to see the West Linton Wasps, Deeping Architectos, the Unibears, Black Thunder, Terminators, Egni, B6 Beryllium, and We Are Robo Steve. So at 3 o'clock, if you can be ready by the tables with your robots ready to go, that would be great, and we'll start the knockout. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so even if you are in the knockout rounds, don't worry, we'll get through you, we'll get you in there in time. So, first of all, let's start with our medal ceremony, and the first team we'd like to welcome on stage with a nice round of applause is the Architectos? Architectos! Give them a round of applause. Up you come, guys. We've got some certificates for you as well. Up you come, up you come. If we could have the certificates. Awesome. Awesome. So these are your certificates. And we've got your medals. If we could put the medals on the guys, that would be brilliant. There we go. Nice work.
Well done, guys. Thank you.
Well done. Over the balloons, over the balloons. Do you want a little photo? Oh. Let's get that. That looks perfect. Let's get a quick little photo of you. He's already got one. So just a quick little photo. Awesome. Well done, guys. If you just enter on that side, awesome. No worries. Well done. And next we have B6 Beryllium. Up you come. Give them a round of applause. Woo! Thank you very much. Now, these are everyone's certificates. If you hold on to them, and we'll get you some medals. Here you go. And the way we're going to do this is these guys are going to give a big yay, and that's when you guys give them a clap, okay? So, you ready? 3, 2, 1. Yay! Woo! Well done, guys. And you can enter this way. Good work. And so next we have the Boardsy Bots. Up you come, the Boardsy Bots. There you are, I can see you. Up you come. Let's give them a clap as they come on. Woo! Stay there, stay. And we've got some certificates for you. Am I pronouncing it right? The Boardsy Bots? Yeah. Good. Okay, so the way we're going to do it again is you guys are going to go yay, and these guys will give you a big round of applause, and that's your moment of fame. So you ready? 3, 2, 1. Yay! Woo! Give it up for the Boardsy Bots. Well done, guys. Nice work. And next we have, ooh, these sound a little bit scary. We have Team Black Thunder. Up you come, Black Thunder. And they have their robot with them as well. I like that. You might as well. We're not quite sure how to get the medal over that company. Wow. Don't forget your tail. Okay, and we've got your certificates. Thank you. There you go. That's for each of you. They're all in a pile. So the way we're going to do this is you go yay. These guys give you a round of applause. So you ready? 3, 2, 1. Yay! Woo! Well done, guys.
I think Rich is a big fan of your show.
Do you want to use the step? It's going to be quite difficult to get that size tail off stage. Okay, next we have the Brill Bricks. Let's have the Brill Bricks. Are we here? Yay! Come on, Brill Bricks. No, it's proving quite difficult to get these medals over the balloon helmets which people have. We've got multi-team. Yeah, we have. They're coming ever so slowly. Up you come, Team Brill Bricks. Nice, and we've got some certificates for you. Thank you very much. Here are your certificates. So you know how it works. You go yay, these people show their appreciation for you. Okay, you ready? 3, 2, 1. Yay! See, it works every time. Well done, guys. If you could just make your way off that step. Nice work. No worries. Ooh, I'll go for this. What is it?
It's a gummy sweet.
Ah, free sweets on stage. You see, that's how you win prizes. So, let's have it. Oh, they're already here. Of course, it's the Digital Devils. Up you come, with your octopus chicken hats. And we've got some certificates for you here. Cheers. Here are your certificates. Okay, you know how it works by now. I go 3, 2, 1. You go yay. These lovely people give you a nice big cheer. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Woo! See, it works every time. Congratulations. Off you go. Nice work. Any sweets? Any sweets for me? Any sweet? No. Just checking. Okay, and the next team is Team Egni. Am I pronouncing it right? Team Egni, up you come. Am I pronouncing your team name right?
Yeah.
Good. Team Egni. Is that all of you? Oh, nice. Small but perfectly formed. Okay, so I go 3, 2, 1. We give a big cheer. These people clap you, and that's your moment. Okay? And don't forget the photo booth over in that corner. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Woo! Well done, and you've got your certificates right here. Well done. Just there's a step there. Thank you. No worries. Next, we have the Ennerdale Engineers. Up you come. That's a novel way to put a medal on. I like it. Up you come. And we've got your certificates just here. There you go. Okay, so 3, 2, 1, you go, yay. These guys give you a clap. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1. Yay! Well done, guys, well done. That is beautiful. Okay, and next we have Team Fantastic Plastic. It is proving quite difficult to put these medals on, isn't it? Okay, I've got some certificates for you. There you go, that's for all your team. So you ready for your cheer? Okay, 3, 2, 1. Woo! Well done, guys. Off you go. Next, we have Team Fuzzy Logic. Team Fuzzy Logic, up you come. Nice. Very calmly entered onto stage there. I like it. You can come a little bit further this way. And here are your certificates. Oh, we've got quite a big team. I think you guys are going to be pretty loud with your cheer, aren't you? Yeah. Okay. And you guys show them appreciation. You know what to do. So, 3, 2, 1. Nice work. Congratulations, guys. Off you go, just on the step there. Next, we have the Green Hill Gizmos. Up you come, guys. Oh, you've got a little bit of a fan club going on there. I like it. Okay, I'm expecting a lot from you guys for this then. So are you ready? You do your cheer. They will go wild. Right. 3, 2, 1. Beautifully done. I've got some certificates for you right here. There you go. And off you go. Nice work, guys. Now, once you've got your medals, don't forget about the photo booth over in that corner where you can take a picture of your balloon outfits and you all with your lovely medals. So next we have Griffin Sprog. Up you come, Griffin Sprog team. Nice work. It's an interesting name, Griffin Sprog. Where did that come from?
I don't know.
It's tradition. Tradition, I like that. When you don't know the answer, it's tradition. Up you come, up you come. Nice work. I've got some certificates for you. Right here. There you go, that's for everybody. Whoa! Careful. So, you guys are going to be loud. I go 3, 2, 1. You give the loudest cheer you can. And however loud you are, they match it. Okay? So, 3, 2, 1. Give it up for the Griffin Sprogs. Congratulations, guys. Off you go. Nice work. Nice jump onto stage. I liked it. Hang on, hang on. I'll give you your time. So next, we have the Harton Puzzlers. Up you come, Harton Puzzlers. Now, there was one of you guys in the air guitar competition, wasn't there? There was a few of you in the air car, right? Because you did really well at the air car competition, so I've got some spot prizes for you guys. But we've also got some certificates for you. And what I'd like you to do is you guys are going to give a big cheer And these guys will give you a big clap. But before you do that, I'm going to get your spot prizes. Just here. How many of you? So, you've each got a watch band. And there's this. No worries. There you go. Oh, and one for me. That's convenient. So, you guys are going to do a big cheer. These guys are going to show their appreciation for you. And then you can exit the stage. Okay, you ready? 3, 2, 1. Nice work, guys. Off you go. Well done. And next up, we have Here Come the Girls. That's such a great name. I love it. Did you have fun today?
Yes, definitely.
And it's still going, hey? I've got some certificates for you right here. There you go. So you know how this works. That is awesome, by the way. You give a big cheer. These guys give a big cheer. And you absorb the moment of them giving you a big cheer. So, 3, 2, 1. Nicely done, girls. Off you go. Well done. And our final team for this first medal session is the Jogo Einsteins. Oh, someone's lost their hair. It happens. So I've got some certificates, thank you, for you. Now let's make this last cheer nice and loud, and let's make this last appreciation nice and loud. So, 3, 2, 1. Well done, guys. Off you go. Congratulations. Okay, so that is our first medal ceremony done. But to entertain you guys at home, we're going to show you a little video, which is the videos that children that are here right now have sent in to us here at the first LEGO League.
Hello, Shemai. We are the digital devils of Glenmore. And we have enjoyed working together to program our robot.
Our project is about wrapping paper.
Our names are Rebecca,
Kira, Tamsin,
Cody, Brooke, Charlie, Ben, William, Daniel.
Hi, my name's John.
Hi, my name's Vishnu.
Hi, my name's Josh, and I'm Lily. And today we have Ollie, but unfortunately he can't be with us today because he's got bad teeth and he had to go to the dentist.
Zara. Chloe. Katia. Harry.
Ben.
Lucy.
Daniela.
George.
Kira.
Brad.
Anna.
Liam.
Saul. We are the Gracious Professionalism. Yeah. We are the Jogo Einsteins. We won the class. No LEGO prizes. We want to watch it. We love the casting. Jogo Einsteins. We don't know what's gonna happen. We just know it's gonna feel right. All our friends are here, and it's time to ignite the light. Shake your tail, 'cause we're here to have a party tonight. Don't pretend you don't know. Everybody should know. We are the LEGO Ghosts. You may think small from me on school, but trust us, we will beat you all. All the way from Portsmouth to represent the South. We are the LEGO Ghosts.
Eli, Oliver, Aaron and Kai. A team of winners, and that's no lie. Folk musician, black belt, magician, entrepreneur. Who could possibly ask for more? Rubbish runners have turtle hats, and no other team can even match that.
are the Trash-tastic team. Our motto is waste. We are saving the earth.
This is a bottle greenhouse we made. We can't wait to go to Loughborough. See you there.
Wow, well, we're back here live in the broom cupboard and we're getting down to the business end of today's sort of competition. It's actually coming up to the quarterfinals here and I'm here with Iona in the broom cupboard. So what's your team?
B6 Beryllium.
B6
Beryllium.
Beryllium, that's an awesome sounding name. And you're through to the quarterfinals.
Yes.
And you've come up to sit up here with me rather than watch it live down there by the actual actual tables. Wow, this is going to be exciting then. And so, how's it gone? What's been the difficulties today? Did you do a good first round or?
Well, it didn't actually go very well for us in the first round because we've been practicing at home and we've got an app on the iPad so we can tell which score it is, and we were getting like 900 points and we were like, wow, but then we used it on the first round and it wasn't actually very accurate. We thought we had like 600 points when only we actually had 400.
Wow, so it's kind of inflated your scores a bit.
Yeah,
Oh.
so we were really worried about that, but we went a lot better in the third round.
Yeah.
But in the second round we kind of dipped.
So you went away, you did a few changes, you came back and it was worse.
Yes.
Oh, that must have been terrible. And,
Yeah.
and what's your role within the team?
According to our
programmer?
video, I'm the social media guru.
Social media guru, so you tweet and
Yeah.
Facebook and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and all throughout today I've been just looking on the iPad, updating our status and stuff
Wow,
like
yeah,
that.
well don't forget you can send your tweets in to us at #FLL UK. Thanks for the reminder there. So what have you been doing today then? Have you been just like, you've been keeping the team together, keeping them all happy, or have you got a specific role today in the competition?
We're all kind of doing a bit of everything, and basically we all help each other. And today's kind of been, okay, relax. Now, what's next? Practice that. Okay, do it. Now relax some more.
So the first round today, it went okay.
Yeah.
You went away, you did some changes, and then it went worse. So what happened?
I'm not actually very sure, but some of my friends took the robot and started fiddling with it, and then I think it's kind of because it got stuck because the table is a bit different from our table at home. So
there's ever so slight, I mean, somebody was saying earlier, even just the thickness of the paint on the woodwork can make a difference to the robots. Amazing.
Yeah.
So how did you go from the second one where you dipped into the third one? And was that your best score, the third round?
Yeah.
So you literally did first round, okay, second round, dip.
Yeah.
Not good at all. Third round, you were up there and it got you through to the quarterfinals.
Yeah.
And what position did you come?
Second or third, I can't actually
Really?
remember.
Overall? Wow. So in the top 8, you were second or third?
Yeah.
Fantastic. We're going to go live now. This is where we're going to get really exciting. It is going mad out there. You can start to see now that the auditorium is really filling up. We got 3, 2, 1. We got 2 minutes 30 on the clock, and hopefully, I think this might be is this your team? Let's have a look. Is that your model?
I don't think so, no.
It's not your model. We're okay. This isn't the model, Emma. Okay, so let's have a look now. So it's going across. They've gone straight for dumping into there. That was a brilliant move, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I like the way they've got a driver on there as well. That's brilliant. That's a nice little trick here. So they picked up some methane there. In the same move, they're coming back. They've really programmed this up well. They've grabbed hold of some of the kind of sea life stuff, and they're bringing that back. That's fantastic. And now look what they're going to do. They're changing some of the stuff on the front now to take. Look at this. This is looking exciting. I have no idea what they're. I reckon they're going to go and pick something up that is. This is a great move. So this isn't your team at all here, is it? No. So that's okay. But they're going well.
I'm not actually sure my team's in this bit.
Your team doesn't look like they're on the other table either, did it? So that's okay. Well, that's good. They might be in the next round. You never know. In the next game.
Oh, there they are.
Here they are. I could see them then. There was some red and pink.
They were just their t-shirts.
There was some pink and yellow
And
there,
they're
wasn't
gone.
there? And they've gone now. So here they go. You've got some different people taking over there. That's interesting. They've just done a tag team type thing there, where some other of the engineers have jumped in that know this particular game, haven't they? And they're going to put methane into one of the other the other kind of factories or into the car or something that drives it, isn't it?
Yes.
So what's been your favourite objective on the board? What's the thing you think that's the coolest thing?
I like the sorter because kind of without even doing the robot, when we first built the missions at home, we were just kind of like messing about with the sorter. Like it was kind of a toy in itself.
Yeah.
And there they are.
There they are. That was a beautiful move then. Did you see that? He dropped the methane into the lorry first. and then it pushed the lorry across and did all of the bits on it as well. And now it's come back and it's picked up. This is a huge score. This is a huge score. They've done really, really well, haven't they? Yeah, so you're on the next round. So your team are coming up in a second. But this team here have done, it's called, this is the, it's the guys we had up with us early. This is the guys we had up with us. I think it's West Linton. West Linton School. They were up here earlier. They've done really well. They're going back for some more. They're putting some more methane into another machine here. I think they've just missed it. There they are.
Yeah.
They were up here earlier with their coach, and they've done really well. So this is going to be a score to beat, isn't it? How do you think? How are you feeling? Do you think you can beat this score?
Maybe, I'm not sure, because our robot's kind of been messing about
2,
all day.
1, and that's it. It's all done. So your robot's been playing up a bit.
Yeah, in the we've got a little wheel on the side,
Right.
and as it's moving along.
So hang on, you've got a wheel on the side, and what does that do?
I guess it's just to reduce friction on the wall.
Yeah.
But it's kind of been turning the robot around.
Oh, so the wall's kind of been causing too much friction on the way.
Yeah.
Has that been working okay back on your test
I
benches?
think so, yeah.
Yeah, so that's weird, isn't it? You come from a different environment. I mean, people have been saying the lights change things, and even though you try and get it all the same, it can make a difference if
Yeah,
you're using
because we're using light sensors.
Oh, you're using light sensors as well. Gosh, you've gone to town, haven't you? You've put it all on your robot. You've got the light sensors, you've got the wheel on the side. Well,
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to your round. So you're using the light sensors. What else are you using?
Well, our light sensors are actually so close to the ground that you can hardly slide an A4 piece of paper underneath
Really?
it to block
So the
all
tolerances are really,
Yeah.
really, really tight. So if you get bumps, does that not affect it?
Kind of. We've got sounds as well. So
sounds?
Yeah, we've
Right.
added sounds to our robot. So in one of the missions, because of the sorter, we didn't do it in our regionals round.
Yeah.
But we've managed to do it, so we called it our Mission Impossible.
Yeah.
And so we've got the Mission Impossible theme playing as we
Really?
and we've got
Oh,
the
that is
little
stunning.
engineers placed like they're falling off and
Fabulous. So we haven't seen much of the sorter in action. Are you going to put some
No.
stuff in the sorter?
hopefully, but that's one of the
Oh,
things
this is gonna be great.
that's been playing up. So
Really, I think it's probably the hardest test. People haven't really gone for it. It looks fantastic when you start getting the bricks in there and it comes down and sorts into the box.
Yeah.
But it's really difficult, isn't it?
yeah, it is.
Okay, and when you've sorted it, do you take the stuff away as well, or do you just leave that and sort it? Are you?
We kind of leave it and then just get on with the next mission, really.
So have you always been into, building stuff, science, technology, maths, all that kind of stuff?
At school, I love science and maths and things like that. But then my brother started doing Lego Technic and things like that, and then it kind of developed from there. And our friends, they're Spanish, and they came over from Spain 2 years ago, and they were in FLL last year, and they got to the UK and Ireland final last year. And then in the summer holidays, we went over to their house and they said, "Hey, do you want to join us in FLL?" And we were kind of like, "Yeah, it should be a bit of fun."
Brilliant.
But we had no idea how much work it would be.
So is this an after-school club then that you're in, or is this an evening thing, or is it a school thing? How does it work for you then?
Well, we're in an independent team, so we're not actually in the same school. But every Monday and every Friday, me and my brother are around their house,
Really?
doing
So
the
you're just
robot.
a completely independent team?
Yeah.
Oh, that is amazing. And you do this in the evenings after school, in the afternoons after school?
And every day this week, because it's been half term,
Yeah.
every day this week we've been around their house
Really?
from 9 till about 7.
Just programming, practicing,
Yeah.
practicing. And where do you do that in the house? In the dining room? or?
They've got kind of a Lego room.
Really? How cool
Because their
is
kitchen
that?
extends into a living room,
Yeah.
and that's where their table is, and that's where they do all the programming and things like that.
I think my youngest daughter, she would be absolutely thrilled with a Lego room. That sounds like we'd be. Maybe we can look at the building a little kind of pod outside in the back garden or something, a Lego room. That would. There's a guy we played a video earlier. Have you seen the guy who makes the model that solves the Rubik cube?
Oh yeah, we
Right, he did it in 3.5 seconds.
yeah,
right?
we went to Brick 2014,
Right.
and we saw it there,
Okay.
and it was amazing.
It's incredible, isn't it? Well, he built that in his dining room.
Wow.
So yeah, it's just phenomenal. But anyway, so I don't think it's going to be too long before we get out there again. But presumably they're setting up the table at the moment.
Yeah.
What sort of score would you like from this round then? This is a knockout stage. Is this knockout now?
Yeah.
Is the most points go through to the semi-finals? So there's 8 teams in this, I believe, isn't there?
Yeah.
And then it goes down to
Top 8.
4, then 2, is it? And then the winner, yeah?
Yeah.
So What sort of points do you think you're going to need to get through?
Hopefully we'll be getting around 700.
700.
Because we got 600, I think, in the last round, or maybe it was 500. I can't remember.
But enough, yeah.
Yeah, and so 700 was what we were getting at home. So hopefully that'll take us through.
Wow.
But some of the robots might play up again.
So we're looking at 600-700. I think, you know, I think that the West Linton team, they had about 760, I think, on when they got through. That was a great run, I believe. So if they get that, if they got that sort of area again, I think 600 would probably get you through to the to the semi-finals. I don't know. We'll hopefully get some scoreboards up as we go along. But what's the thing that you think you could trip up the most then? What's your first move?
The first thing is knocking down the tower.
Okay.
And then we've got kind of a bridge that goes forward and does basically the whole side, the whole like right side of the table is done with that one accessory.
No.
Yeah.
That's amazing. There's the guys now. Look. So talk us through. Who can you see on the camera?
Well, Joanne's just there. He's just taking the box away, and then the person in the corner who is gone now. That was Albert, and he's the one who mainly works on the robot.
Right. Okay.
Him and his twin brother Kim.
So you've got twins.
Yeah.
There's twins in this as well.
Twins.
That's going to be complex. Are they identical?
No.
Oh, that's all right then. We're good on that then.
There's twins, and then another one, Joanne. There's Albert again.
Right, there's Albert, okay.
And Joanne is 1 year younger than the twins, and then Lewis is a little bit younger than me. He's in my class.
There looks like a bit of stress going on here. Why are they getting a bit excited?
I guess it's because it's the quarterfinals, and we're not actually very sure what's going to happen.
And why are they putting bits on now? Why wasn't that all built when they arrived?
Because we're doing it with different accessories.
I get you.
And they might be having a problem that I don't know about.
Right, yeah. Well, we'll keep watching. This guy, he's got some sort of propeller on his head.
We made that actually.
Did you?
Yeah, we did. That's from our scientific project.
Excellent. That's fantastic. Well, he's liking wearing that, isn't he? That's brilliant. Okay.
He's full of hats. He is.
Yeah, exactly. And what's that signifying?
Well, our scientific project, we cut plastic bottles into a kind of string. So basically, what we've done to make the hat is used a bit of the string to wrap around the bottom and just kind of cut strips out of the bottle to make a kind of propeller. And then the top of the bottle, we've kind of cut into a flower shape and coloured it with Sharpie and stuck it on the top. So
wow. Look, there it is.
There's my
brother.
brother.
I see what you're saying. Yes, okay. So you're basically reusing a bottle to make a hat?
Yes.
That looks cool?
Yes.
Fantastic. Well, that's a brilliant idea.
We've also weaved the string together to make bags, and that's the main focus of our scientific project.
Got you. So using bottles again to do something else?
Yeah.
Great idea. Great idea. And so the guys here look like they're frantically setting up now. This is part of the whole thing, isn't it? Getting everything ready, getting setting up. So you're going to talk me through your run. I'm really rooting for you here. This is going to be a good run. Let's touch wood. We've got plenty in front of us. And let's hope that this run goes really, really well. Well, look, it's a very, very complicated bit of kit you've got here.
Yeah.
You know, how are you feeling?
It looks more complicated than it actually is.
Yeah.
In our last robot, we kind of had motors sticking out of places, and we lost a couple of points for that. But this time our robot's more compact, so it looks really complicated, but actually it's quite simple when you think about it.
Brilliant. So yeah, if people want to get involved by tweeting in, just remember it's #FLLUK if you want to tweet any of your pictures. Obviously, we've been having a bit of a building competition in here ourselves, and hopefully you guys at home have had a go too. I've managed to do an extra bit now on the front, but we've cut away, so never mind. You can see that later. So here we go. Is this your model here?
Yeah.
Right. I think we're getting the countdown coming up any second. So good luck.
There it is.
Iona, I hope this goes well for you. Here we go. 2 minutes 30 and they're off.
So
straight
that's
in.
The first one. Yes,
has that gone well? That has gone fantastic. That's a great start. Brilliant.
And then this is the bridge thing I was telling you about.
Right, talk us through this then. What's going to happen now?
So it's going to. That's the
wheel. That's the wheel.
It's going to come and pick up the bag and do the animals, and it's done the compost as well. And now it's just bringing the pieces back to base.
Has it done all right?
Yeah, it's done great actually.
So even you could see the wheel there just managed to sort of twitch it across, didn't it?
Now this is the motor and the there's the sensors.
There's the light sensors. Found the black line, did they? And now it's found another black line, has it? Yeah. That's incredible.
And then we're going to put the motor down and the chicken.
You're going to do what?
There goes the motor, and we're just going to pop the chicken in the circle.
You're going to pop a chicken in the circle.
And in the meantime, pick up the methane.
picked up the methane. Did the chicken go down? It's got the pot. It's got that though.
Yeah,
Oh, it's dropped it.
The chicken didn't work either.
So does that, the fact that it's dropped that little brown lump, is that bad?
Yeah, kind of.
So you have to get it back, do you?
I think so, but
We've got 1 minute
Things are gonna
14 going here.
change.
1 minute 14. How do you think we're going?
all right.
What's your next move then?
We're just gonna put the methane away and then move on to the sorter.
You're going to put the
There we
methane
go.
into there. Wow, that is sensational. That was a great move. That's fantastic. So
And-
the methane's gone into the
yeah.
sorter. Now what we're going to do?
Now I think it's the sorter now.
This is well exciting.
yeah.
I haven't seen the
No.
sorter go. Oh, more methane, more methane. It's going in the
methane.
truck.
Oh yeah, the
it's
truck.
pushing the truck. It's got it. It's got it. Keep going. And the methane.
And you can't hear it, but we actually put a beeping sound because the truck is
No,
reversing.
no, it's dropped the methane.
Oh God.
What's it doing?
Oh, it's not working properly.
Oh, it was going so well. It was
you
going
can
so
see
well.
the look on Albert's face. Now he's like, yes, go on, do it.
It was so close. That was so
Yeah.
close to. Now it's managed to get that bit. That was so close to being a
Yeah.
perfect run, wasn't it? What will they do now? What will they do now?
Now the sorter, we've got 15 seconds to do the
Do
sorter.
you think it's possible?
Might be just possible.
Okay, they're coming up to the sorter.
Okay.
There's 7 seconds.
6,
6. It's going in. It's going
here
in.
we
They've
go,
got it
here we
in.
go, here we go.
They've
Yes,
got it
yes,
in.
yes,
They've
yes,
got
yes,
it in.
yes, yes,
That's
yes.
fantastic. Oh, that's the sorter problem. No.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at
Nailed
that.
it.
That was excellent.
I
well
think that
done.
was our
is-
best run so far,
Do you think
actually.
that's the best run? I was so disappointed with the truck, but we could see that as it came round, the truck just managed, something just happened. It was like the methane got in the way and it nudged it. But that looked like a good run overall. What do you think you've got there? The sorter worked. We haven't seen the sorter work all day. That is at all. That's up there. That's Naomi Clymer's moose. She made a moose earlier. We'll just put that back up there. Yeah, so the sorter worked. So points, what do you reckon your points sort? Give us a roundabout.
600-ish.
Really?
But I'm just a bit worried about the fact that the truck didn't
the
work.
truck, yeah. Well, you know, I mean, you get some points for putting the methane in the truck. Did the methane go in the truck? We can't remember now. It was just a blur of excitement. It really
Yeah.
was. So,
hopefully we'll be through.
it'd be good, wouldn't it? It'd be good. So, will you run that same mission and the same objectives again if you get through to the semi-finals?
Yeah.
And what will happen now? Will the guys go back over to the practice?
They'll
and try again?
probably go back and look at what went wrong.
Will they run the whole thing or just the truck bit? Will they?
Probably just the truck bit
Yeah.
because that's the only bit that went wrong, and then they'll look at it and decide how they can
Improve it or
improve
not?
it. Or like
So could
make
they
it
just leave it
better.
and hope that it goes this time?
They-
Because sometimes it might be just that they set it off.
They might do. They'll probably play it. They'll probably do it a few times more just to check it, see if it was a fluke or to see if it was like a proper mistake. But I think
Yeah,
it should be
hopefully.
okay.
I don't know quite when we get the scores up on the board. I don't know whether the scores are coming in bit by bit or whether we get them all after the end of this particular bit. I mean, so we'll try and find out for you up here anyway. So it was a good run, wasn't it? It was a good run. We liked that, and it was great having you here to explain kind of the thought process behind it. Because for sure there were times then where, you know, as a sort of external viewer, you don't really know what's going on. But that was brilliant. So the improvements for you would be the truck. And what about the bit where you came over? There was a bit at the beginning that we didn't quite get right, wasn't there?
Oh yeah, that was just the composting.
That's it.
Didn't really work properly.
Again,
But-
that was just, it could be the way, because the compost drops out, doesn't it? And it kind of lands.
Yeah.
So it could move slightly, couldn't it?
That shouldn't lose us too many points, I don't think. But yeah, it should be okay.
Okay, well, look, Iona, it's been fantastic having you up here with us. Thank you so much for sharing your time, especially through the middle of your live quarter-final. So hopefully we're going to cut back down to the live game in a second now, I think, or possibly a video.
Yeah. And
Oh,
then-
I think actually we've got a middle table. Actually, do you want to stay up here while we watch this one, or do you want to shoot down to?
I don't really mind. I'll stay up here.
Okay,
if
well
I
let's
want to.
have a look. I think we're going back down for another. I think this is the middle tables coming up with another live game in a second here. And again, you'll be able to tell us some of the finer points of what's going on, because I know for sure, you know, the viewer at home and up here in the broom cupboard is we kind of look at it and you think, whoa, what's happened? But as a competitor, you kind of get to know the nuances of the fine bits of detail, don't you?
Yeah.
Brilliant.
You can kind of see it with other people's robots. You can see by the look on their face and by what the robot's doing that you know something's gone wrong. I remember a couple of hours ago, someone's robot tried to kind of escape from the table.
It just sort of smashed in, didn't it? Yeah, I saw that. Brilliant. And so what we're going to do now is we're going to pass you down to the main auditorium and see Fran, who's going to talk to us about medals.
Okay. So it is now time for the second medals ceremony. So if you're part of the second medal ceremony, please gather around so you can have your moment on stage. And this is how it works in case you don't know. So the group that I want to come up, the team that want to come up, will be right in the middle of the screen. But the ones that are due up next will just be at the bottom. So it's not in alphabetical order. And if you're in one of these, get ready to come up, because then your moment on stage will be due shortly. Okay? So we're all coming around. So do we have team left-itch or left-witch? Left-itch? Come up. Is it the team left-witch, left-itch? Left-itch? Team left-itch? Here we go, they're coming, and we can figure out how to pronounce their team name when they arrive. Here we go. Up you come, guys, up you come onto stage. They're still trying to gather their team together. We've lost a few of them. Up you come. Oh, it's not just a team of two, is it?
No.
Oh, we've got one. One's coming. And got another one. And how do you pronounce your team name? Is it team left-itch?
Left-witch.
Left-witch. Oh, it's left-witch. Couldn't decide. And we've got some certificates for you. Here we go. Here's certificates. And the way that this works is I count down. I go 3, 2, 1. You guys give a big cheer. And these guys give you a massive round of applause. That's how it works, okay? So, 3, 2, 1. Woo! And then you guys can exit just off the stage there. No worries, well done. Okay, the next team to enter onto the stage is the Lego Ghosts. Up you come, Lego Ghosts. Nice, you were there, you were ready. You've already got your medals on. I like it. Have you enjoyed today?
Yes.
How could you not enjoy today? It's amazing, isn't it? So you've got your medals and you've also got your certificates right here for all of you. So I'm expecting a loud cheer from you guys, okay? And you guys, I'm expecting better than you just did, okay? So, 3, 2, 1. Nice work, guys. Well done, and off you go. Well done. That's beautiful. The medal works really well with that ensemble. Okay, the next team to come on are Leith Primary Girls. Up you come. Nice. And we've got some certificates for you. Here you go. How are you at cheering? Good. I want amazing. Okay? I'm going to count down. When I get to 1, you guys give a big scream. You guys give a big cheer. Let's see how big your fan group is. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Woo! Nice work. Someone almost choked there. I liked it. Well done, girls, and off you go. And don't forget, we've got the photo booth just in the corner there, so you can get a team photo. Now you've got your medals and certificates. Right, the next team to come up is a blank screen, but I will show you. It is Hollywell MI8. Is that your team name? MI8 from Hollywell Primary School. Up you come, guys. This is beautiful. What's your team name? Is it MI8? Yeah, MI8. So we've got team MI8. Oh, hello, you're taking me out with that. Here are your certificates. Can you hold that as well? How do you go to the toilet?
Before I went.
Good. How are you going to get home on the train or in the car? Yeah, we didn't think that through. Someone's walking home, aren't they? So, you guys, you know how it works, don't you? Big cheer, then you get a big clap. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Nice. Everyone's got the hang of this. Well done, guys. Off you go. And our next team is MHS LEGO Legends. Up you come, LEGO Legends. It was taking out a few people on the way with a balloon suit. Up you come. Nice. And we've got your certificates here. So you guys, nice big scream, then you get a nice big appreciation cheer, and everyone's happy, right? 3, 2, 1. Woo! Well done, guys. Can you make it down the step? These costumes are incredible. I like them a lot. Well done. Well done. And the next team to come up is Team Northcote Lodge. Come up to the stage, Northcote Lodge. And your bumblebee of a teammate there. Are you a bumblebee? Of course you are. So can you wait? Oh, you got wings as well. I like it. You got your certificates here. Right. Are you ready? Yep. Do something with the sign as well. You can like thrust it into the air. That's it. Right. 3, 2, 1. Nicely done. Well done, guys. Off you go. I don't know why I'm finding these costumes so hilarious, but I am. It's just the way they've got to walk like this. Right, so next we have Team Outbreak. Do we have Team Outbreak? Up you come, Team Outbreak. I like the way you were pushed onto stage first then, weren't you? How gentlemanly of you. And we've got some certificates for you here. Have you enjoyed today?
Yes.
It's incredible, isn't it? How's it gone? Has it gone well, do you think?
It's got better.
Average.
Average. Oh, that sounds ominous. Doesn't sound hopeful. But you've still enjoyed it. Good. Well, there's your certificates. Now, you guys, I am expecting a nice loud cheer. You better do it. Especially you. You better do a loud cheer for me, okay? So, 3, 2, 1. Hang on. We're not having stay where you are. We're not having that. Is it someone's birthday or is it? What do you want them to shout? Oh, okay, so just shout whatever you want, but make it loud. Okay? They didn't know what to do. They didn't know whether to clap you or what. They were just a bit like, oh, was that a cheer? We don't know. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Outbreak! Ah, Team Outbreak. Well done. See, that's better. And next we have Parmitters School. Up you come, Team Parmitter School. Am I pronouncing it right? Of course I am. Up you come. We got, is that it? Is that your outfit?
It's minimalist.
Oh, is it a bit of artwork?
Yeah.
Turn around, is there any more to it? I've seen what it's got. Well, we'll see what happens. It's, we'll see. I've got some certificates. I like the way you were fanning yourself with them. There's your certificates. You can share them out amongst. So, you guys ready for your cheer? Are you ready? Yeah. 3, 2, 1. Nice work. Okay, guys, off you go. And I look forward to seeing you again for the balloon parade. Maybe a few more balloons wouldn't go astray. Next, we have Resist the Resistance Team. Up you come. You seem a little bit embarrassed with your outfit there. I don't think you should be. I think it's a balloon dress. I would say I'm really glad that you're wearing other clothes as well as that dress. That's what I would say. We've got some certificates for you. Here you go. And there's only 4 of you, so you're going to have to be a bit loud for this. You'll try. I like the way, we'll try. And you guys give the appreciation for Resist the Resistance in 3, 2, 1. Woo! Nice work. And next, we have the team with the most unusual name, which I really like. It's the Robot Ergs. Come on, Team Robot Ergs. got some certificates for you. There you go. And instead of doing a cheer, what you guys can do is you can go, ugh, okay? So in 3, 2, 1, ugh! Well done, guys. Off you go. Well done. And next we have up Team Rubbish Runners. Up you come, Team Rubbish Runners. Nicely done. You like to hold the medal. I like it, I like it. And we just got some certificates for you coming in a bit. Thank you very much. Here are your certificates. And there's only 4 of you, so you have to be pretty loud. Okay, are you ready? And are you guys ready? Good. So, 3, 2, 1. Woo! Nice work. Off you go. And I'll see you at the balloon parade. Next, we have Team SPWT. I will find out more. Up you come, Team SPWT. So SPWT, what does that stand for?
It's our school name, but it's also Super People with Talent, so...
Oh, Super People with Talent. I like it. Was that describing me and my team? Yeah? Oh, wow, you've got a big team. I like it. Super People with Talent. Okay, we've got some certificates. There you go. And do you guys, what do you guys want to shout? Yay? Do a cheer? And get appreciation? So we'll go, yay! Are you ready? 3, 2, 1. Yay! That was the best cheer yet. Well done, guys. Off you go. Nice work. Okay, and the next team is the Static Robots. Up you come, Static Robots. Brilliant. There you go. And are you guys ready for your cheer? Yeah. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Woo! Nice work, Static Robots. Off you go. And next, we have Team AI. Up you come, Team AI. Nicely done. Up you come, up you come. Are his balloons getting in the way? Here are your certificates. Are you ready for your cheer? So, 3, 2, 1. Woo! Give them a round of applause. Nice work, guys. Well done. And off you go. And don't forget about the photo booth, where you can go get a team photo. And last for this session, but by no means least, we have Team HCS. Up you come. Here we go. There are your certificates. And are you guys ready for your cheer? So you're going to do a big cheer. These are going to give you a nice big round of applause, and that's your moment on stage, okay? So, 3, 2, 1. Woo! Well done, guys. Very well done. Off you go. So we have got quite a bit coming up for you. We've got one more medal ceremony on the way. There's a few more knockout rounds which are going to take place. But before you see them, they've got this video for you.
Well, we're here at the moment in the broom cupboard with Lucy. Lucy, you're from one of the teams that took part earlier. We've just been trying to sort out some Lego. What have you made for me there? You had a minute?
An FLL.
Oh, that's fantastic. Maybe an FLL. That's brilliant. Whoops, I've just, typical big fat fingers, just broken it there. But we'll stand that up at the front. That's superb. Bit of an, oh, we can't see it there. We'll put it on top of here, on top of. Right, so we're there. We've got FLL now on that. So we're going to look now at some live footage coming out from the actual main auditorium. You're going to help me talk through what's actually going on down there, aren't you? And actually talk through. As you can see, the auditorium's getting fuller and fuller. You've got somebody there with a lot of balloons, which is brilliant. It's becoming more and more of a kind of festive experience down there, isn't it?
Yeah.
And how was it for you earlier in the day? What happened? How did you get on?
Well, we got 436 points.
436, and was that just close to getting through?
It was 1 point off getting into the knockouts.
1 point away.
Yeah.
And do you think you could have done better? I mean, could it have been a day when you got through? Did you just drop something? Was there one thing that just,
The animal just fell off the robot.
Oh, an animal fell, well, as you were coming back with it?
No, when it was starting off.
Oh, nightmare. So had that stayed on, you'd have been fine?
Yeah.
How much do you think that lost you, the animal?
I think it's about 60 points.
Oh, you'd have been right through, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Oh, sometimes there's no justice, is there, for an animal dropping off? Nightmare. But did you have a good time?
Yeah.
Has it been really good? Is it your first time in First Lego League?
No, last year we went to the World Festival.
Did you?
Yeah.
What, out in the States?
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. So this is your second year. Last year you got through to is that what that is there?
Yeah, this is my hoodie from the World Festival.
Really? Fabulous. And how did that go? Where did you go in America then?
St. Louis.
In St. Louis, was it? Brilliant. St. Louis. Oh my gosh. So I bet it's a bit disappointing, but you've already been to the World Finals. Well, here we go. We've got 2 minutes 30 now. Here's the first team going off for watching. That was a good move, wasn't it? They've done well there. This is our guys we had up earlier. We were just speaking to one of the team from this team. They're going again. They've gone over it. Everything seems to be going really well here. They've hooked it this time. Last time they missed that. That's gone really well. That's gone fantastically well. They'll be pleased with that. They'll be pleased. So this is B6. Something's just dropped off there, wasn't it? Is that the chicken?
Yeah.
Where have you got to put the chicken?
That's the animal that we dropped.
It's difficult, isn't it? Because you need to be able to let it go, but at the same time, it needs to stay in there while it's driving around.
Yeah.
Here it goes. And where are they trying to drop it?
In the circle.
In the circle?
That one in front of the composter.
Oh, right. Okay, so there you go. Oh, and there doesn't seem to be any compost in there, though. I think they were probably hoping there'd be some compost in there, weren't they?
Probably.
Well, they're putting on another attachment now.
They have a big robot.
Where's?
They have a big robot.
Yeah, they do. It's quite comparatively, it's really big, isn't it?
Yeah.
Here we go. So they're trying to put that methane into. I think it's going into the composter. Here it goes. So they've given up on that one now. I don't think this is their best run, to be honest. They had a fantastic run last time.
They've had a few retrieves.
Yeah, exactly. They had a really, really good run last time. It went really, really well.
How many points did they get?
I think they got 500 and something last time. Yeah, and this doesn't look to be going quite as well. So hopefully we'll see it now whether or not it improves. This has got to get this. This has got to go right. That's gone really well. Let's get that in. That's dropping the methane in. Oh, the methane stayed on. Oh no, they picked the bags up. Maybe they didn't want that to go in, but it hasn't dropped it. Come on. That's not gone well, has it? That's not gone well either. So they've got the methane, the plastic bags there. They're coming back now.
Yeah.
Got to turn it round. They've turned round. They're coming back. They've got some fantastic attachments that they make.
Yeah.
Really big robot, lots of bits. Was yours a different design to this?
Yeah, ours is quite basic and it has like small attachments but quite a lot of them. But theirs has got lots of Lego pieces.
Last time they managed to get all of that into the hopper as well. I don't think that's gone as well as it did earlier. That's a real shame there for B6. They had a fantastic run earlier with a 508 pointer in the quarterfinals, but that doesn't look to have gone quite as well. So I think we've got another one coming up in a second, another game. But you know, from your design this year, was it a lot different than your design last year then?
It was
Well, the robot's a bit different because it has a base around the outside that has wheels so it can run along the walls.
Right.
And we have more colour sensors, but other than that, it's quite similar.
And so do you think that that helped this year, or do you think that made it worse?
It helped a lot because we did the truck and we line up against the wall so we can run into the walls.
I've got you. Yeah, you can run down the walls and do that bit of it. And so are you going to take part again next year?
Well, I'm moving in schools and I don't know if they'll do it.
Oh, so you're going off to senior school, year 7
Yeah.
at secondary school. Oh, crikey. So you're hoping they're going to do it. And if they don't do it, are they going to persuade the teachers that they should be?
Yeah, if they're not, I'm going to try and mentor the people at my school.
That's fantastic. So go back and help out in the afternoons and stuff. That's a great idea. Really, really good. And what's one of the best things that's come out of being part of First LEGO League then?
You learn how to program robots and better as working as a team.
Yeah, so working as a team. And have you made friends that you perhaps wouldn't have made friends with before?
Yeah.
Yeah, and have you always been into science and technology and computers and that kind of thing? Or was that a new thing for you?
Well, I was into technical Lego, but that was it.
Yeah, brilliant. So I think we're going to be cutting back to the main floor in a minute, but I'm just hearing the stuff coming through on the earpiece. Let's hope that I get that again. But in the meantime, well, oh, we're back on the main floor. I think we've got a game coming up. That's right. So we've got medals with Fran. So I think Fran's down there. Can you hear me, Fran? Have you got some medals for us?
Okay. Gather round. We are now ready for our final award ceremony. Let's check. Can we just have my mic on, please? Okay. Gather round, because we're now ready for our final award ceremony. So if you're part of the medal ceremony number 3 and you want to be down here in this little carpeted area just at the front. So those that haven't got a medal yet, you need to come closer. Oh, they're coming down. We've got some good dancing going on as well. I saw you. Now, the way this works, guys, is the team who are due on stage, their name will appear in large letters in the center of the screen. The teams that are due on next, their names will appear just below. So it means you can get ready just at this side of the stage if you're one of these teams, just down at the bottom of the screen there. Okay? So, we've got them. Is that your entire team? Brilliant. And have we got the certificates for me? Oh, perfect. You can just come on stage just here. Perfect. So, let's welcome our first team onto stage, which are Team Lynx. Up you come, Team Lynx. Woo! Nicely done. And here are your certificates. Now, the way we do this is I give you a countdown, I go 3, 2, 1, you give a nice big cheer, and these guys show appreciation for your cheer by getting their clap on and give you a nice big cheer and clap as well. You got that? Okay. Good. Okay. That's ensemble, by the way. All right, you guys ready? You guys are ready. I can see it in your eyes. So, 3, 2, 1. Woo! And give them a nice big cheer and clap. Woo! Well done, guys. Off you go. Nice work. Okay, next we have Team Telekinetics. Up you come, Team Telekinetics. Woo! Nice t-shirts. I like the way most people have got team t-shirts as well. We've got some certificates for you right here. Do you think you guys can beat the other guys' cheer? Right. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Woo! Give them a big round of applause. Very well done, guys. Off you go. Nice work. Next, we have Team Tech Heads or Tech Heads? Tech Heads. Team Tech Heads. Oh my word, this is amazing. It's absolutely amazing. We'll be seeing you back on stage very shortly. We've got some certificates for you right here. Are you ready for your nice loud cheer? Okay. 3, 2, if you're gonna jump, mind the back of the stage, so just move forward a little bit. I don't want those balloons popping. Okay. 3, 2, Well done, guys. Waving swords at the crowd. I like it. And the next team we have is Team Scouts. Up you come, Team Scouts. There are your certificates. Tech Scout. Oh, thank you. Huh, that's very good. Team Tech Scouts, which is obviously what I said. Okay, you guys ready for your cheer? Yeah. Right. There's only 4 of you, so you're going to have to be loud. Yeah. 3, 2, 1. Whoa! Give them a big clear. A big clear, a big clap and cheer rolled into one. That's what that means. And next, we have a very unusual name. We have the team Techno Pigs. Come up, team Techno Pigs. Nice. That looks one mean pig. I like it. There are your certificates. Why the team named Techno Pigs?
We were bored and just drew goggles and cyborg stuff on a pig.
And so you thought, why not call it a Techno Pig? Amazing. It works though. So it's like a Borg pig. Good. Are you ready for your cheer? This is your moment on stage. This is your moment on stage. So, 3, 2, 1. Woo! Give them a nice big clap. Well done, Techno Pigs. Off you go. And next we have the Terminators. Up you come, Terminators. Don't forget your medal, Terminators. Up you come, up you come. Oh, you've got some help. I like it. Here are your certificates. Now, where are you from? Never would have guessed. All right. So we want a nice big Irish cheer, and we'll give you a nice big clap. Are you ready? You can do your hand clappy, clapatron. All right, you ready? 3, 2, 1. Woo! Give them a nice big clap. Well done. Oh, look, you got a clapatron there. Off you go. Oh, does she want a photo? She wants a photo. In your own time, lovely. There we go. Give them a nice big clap. Okay, and next we have the Lego guys. Come on, Lego guys. Right, you ready for your cheer? Yeah. There's your certificate. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Woo! Nice big clap, and off you go. Oh, and you can drop your certificates on the way. Next up, we have the Magical Ponies of Wantage CE. Up you come. Magical Ponies. Magical. I like it. Here you go. There's your certificates. Are they the right way round? Are you ready for your cheer? In 3, 2, 1. That's a good cheer. Give these guys a nice big round of applause. And well done, guys. Off you go. If you can make it. Are these more sweets? More sweets! Amazing. And next, we have Team Wheelie Bins. Could we just move the slide on a few, please? We're not the Lego guys. Here we go. And one more. Perfect. So there's your certificates. And are you guys ready for your cheer? Nice and loud. I expect good from you guys. Okay, I know I broke your wheelie bin. But are you ready? 3, 2, 1. Yeah! And give them a nice big clap. Well done, guys. And off you go. Nice work. Oh, just there's a step. Well done. And next we have Team Trash-tastic. Up you come, Team Trash. Need to put my teeth in. Trash-tastic. There you go. You can't say that 3 times in a row, can you? Right, there's quite a few of you. I expect your cheer to be amazing. Okay? You ready? 3, 2, 1. Trash-tastic! That was a brilliant. Give them a nice big clap. Well done, guys. Okay, next we have the team Unibears. Up you come, Unibears. Like a unicorn, but a bear. You've got a song. How long's your song? Brilliant, these guys have got a song. Who's singing? Are you all singing? Okay, are we ready for the Unibears song? Take it away.
3, 2, 1. We're the Unibears and we come from Fife. Here's a robot Ralph and we're really full of life. We play the ukulele and we have some fun. Good luck from us to everyone. A dum 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 dum. Yeah!
Brilliant. Amazing. There's your certificates. And there you go. And that was it. I loved it. I loved it. What can I say? Not only are you a unicorn / bear, but you come with ukuleles, kilts, and a song. You don't get much better than that. Next team, can you live up to that? Okay, we are Robot Steve. Up you come, Robot Steves. Do you have a song? No. You're like, no. That's fine. No, you're not disappointing. There you go. Do you have a cheer? You can do a big cheer. Yeah. Okay. In 3, 2, 1. Give them a clap. They don't have a song, but they still deserve a nice clap. Well done, guys. And next, we have the West Linton Wasps. Up you come, West Linton Wasps. What I loved about it, when I was talking to these guys earlier, I went, oh, do you have in your sting in your tail that you'll use on the other teams? And they said, no, we'll just be really friendly to the other teams because that's what the competition's about. And I was like, fair on you. So there are your certificates. Are you ready for your big cheer? In 3, 2, 1. Nice, right? You got a bit of a fan club out there. Off you go. And don't forget about the photo booth just in the corner where you can get a nice team photo. And next, this is the last team on stage today before we give out the awards. And it is the Wild Stylers. Up you come, Wild Stylers. Okay, there you go. And are you attached? Is that why you were walking quite slowly? Yeah. We are attached. So this is the last cheer of the day from a team. We may do one as an entire group, but you ready to make it nice and loud? Okay, 3, 2, 1. Woohoo! And give them and all the teams a massive round of applause. Well done, the Wild Stylers. So you've all got your medals now. We will be looking at doing a balloon parade very shortly. But before that, we have got a video to show you of the amazing day that we've had here so far at the first LEGO League final. You come from today?
Peterborough, Bristol, West Linton,
Fife,
Sheffield,
Ashford, Kent. We came from Middlesbrough,
Carlin, Wiltshire.
It's been a really, really good experience.
I feel really excited and I really want to do my best and want the whole team to do great.
I think we're going to do quite well because we've practiced a lot on it.
I think it went really well as we worked as a team really good.
We've been quite excited and we've been practicing as hard as we can.
Like, as we're all friends, it's really easy to just talk and like we know what we're doing.
Are you guys confident?
Yeah. Yes.
Awesome.
And we're live, back with us again. It looks like I've been caught in the act. I have been getting some work done on my helicopter. We've actually got the front end built now, which is looking really good. I'm here with, just introduce yourself.
So I'm Chris, I'm Team AI from Berry Grammar.
Team AI, Berry Grammar, and you're up here. How's it gone today? How did it all start off?
It was okay, yeah. We started, I think it's 6th in the table, but when it sort of got on, I think it's to the 3rd round, we dropped around to 12.
So you did well at the start, and then sort of fell away a bit. And what was the sort of main thing that you got caught out on today?
I think it was probably the methane truck,
right?
So in the robot game.
So we're dropping the methane in.
Yeah. And picking it up as well.
And had that gone really well for you when you were back at base?
Yeah.
And what do you think snagged? What was the snag here? The difference between sort of when you were back?
I'm not sure exactly. We at the regionals we had trouble with the light sensors because we tried to they couldn't detect the lines because we'd set them to the variables at school. So but we've programmed something in so they reset so we can set them again.
I'm just going to do this as well because I think we're going to lose you. Keep sliding down there. Let's try and get. Whoop, there we go. We'll just do a little bit of microphone work while we're here. We can do that all. Brilliant.
Right.
So it was the light levels really, and that catches a few people out, doesn't it, with the light sensors? The difference in light levels. But so is this the first year for the school?
No, we've been a few times. This is my first time, but I'm not sure how many times the school have been. We got to the regionals, but not many times got past that. I think we got to the Europe once.
Yeah.
But I think that's the furthest we've got.
Great. So again, you've done well this time.
Yeah.
Are you going to try and come back next year?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
And is this and what year are you in at the school?
I'm in year 8.
Year 8. So and can you take part again next year in year 9?
Yeah. It's all the way up to 5th year.
Brilliant. Fantastic. So you're going to have another go next year. You're going to come back.
Yeah.
And what do you think the design improvements you'll do to the actual robot are then?
I'm not sure exactly. We had like a modulus kind of thing where we could attach different things to it, but I think we'd probably keep that idea, and we'd also got a good. The black line detects program's quite good once you get the variables right. But we'd I think we're going to keep those bits and then sort of incorporate it into
Brilliant.
a new
Looks like
robot.
we're going back down now. We're going back down for the finals. This is the finals. This is the real business end of the day. It's getting really exciting. Chris, fantastic you're here. Let's try and talk through what we can see because you're like a real competitor. You'll be able to see it. So this team here, nice big structure, quite a strong looking robot. It's off. It's already running. It's coming up. It's going straight to. Where's it going? Where's it heading? Do you think?
Probably looks like down to the car and.
It's dropped something in the car, has it?
Picked
up some methane. A couple of methanes there. That's good. That's good work, isn't it? And it's also grabbed some. It's got the plastic bags, isn't it? Plastic bags. So it's brought them back now. They're going to change them over. I think this is West Linton. West Linton, who joined us up here earlier. They're actually an after-school club on a Fridays. They've been going really well, and they did 4 days over Christmas, solid, like 10, 12-hour days, and got this thing really honed down. Now they're coming over. They've got some sort of sledge in front now. They're going to pick the puck up, I think. They're going to wait there. It's got 20 seconds, hasn't it, till that puck drops down. That's the compost, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm not sure we sort of timed it.
And in the meantime, they've managed to get that little sled thing there. That's what they're going to put the puck inside that, are they? That's packaging, isn't it?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. So they're going to wait now. This is where you can see over here in the bottom of the picture there, you can see the puck ticking round. It will drop out in a minute. They look like they're going back to retrieve it. They're programming it up. Let's hope this goes well for them. It's off and running. Oh no, they're dropping the methane in the truck. They're going to push the truck along. They're doing really well. The truck's gone, the sled's on the back, and it's tipped off the end. That was a great move there from West Linton. A really, really smooth truck push there. They're coming back now. They've grabbed the sled with the thing on. They're coming back. It looks like they're going to get that in. Is it going to come in? They've got that into the safe area. That was a great move. A really good move there. So it's going fantastically well for West Linton. They've got 50 seconds left. This is looking like a great run, isn't it? A really good run. They've changed a few attachments. They're going to push the people into the area now. This is the career change, isn't it? Where they take them over to the
so then they can get their hands
that's right. Here they go. They're going to drop them off in there. They've dropped them off. They're also in the same movement there. You could see in the top right-hand corner, they're dropping off a methane into the power station. And also come back with some more bags. This is a fantastic run. I don't think we've seen a run like this all day. This is really exciting. West Linton are literally tearing the course apart here. They've got a big pole on now. This is for the demolish. They've got 14 seconds. They need to bring some of this back. Are they going to get anywhere? 9 seconds left, 8 seconds, here they come. They've demolished some things and they've picked some stuff up and they're back in the area. 4 seconds to go. That was superb. What a run there from West Linton. I can't believe it. I haven't seen a run like that all day. That is a finals run if you've ever seen one. It was smooth. How's your build going, by the way, Chris? You're looking like you're building a really cool thing here in the... Well, that was an amazing run. So really, really good. Well, I'm going to sign off now. I think, as you've just seen there, that was a run and a half. I don't know if there's another run coming up, but that really looked to tear the course apart. So everybody out there, I hope you've had a great time. That looked like the run of the day. It looks like it's going to be a high scorer from West Linton. Chris, thank you for joining me here in the broom cupboard. And hopefully we're going to pass back now to Fran back down in the main auditorium. Goodbye, everybody, and have a great evening.
Okay. So we are now drawing to the end of the day, and it's almost time for the award ceremony. But before we do that, if you look around you, you can see some rather beautiful outfits happening. So I need everyone that is dressed in balloons to come onto the stage, please. Up you come. And if we could have our 2 commentators from the tables, up you come. Let's make some room for you guys. Wow. Yeah, mind yourselves. That's it. Wow. I think it's probably better. Oh, hello. We've got a nice balloon chain coming on. Oh. There's so many, so many. Do you have a working microphone, Colin? Yes, you do. So, it's a very squeaky stage. What I'm going to do is allow you guys to pick one winner each.
One winner each, okay. I need to step back because there are so many on the stage.
Before you do that, don't reveal it, just say it in your head. None of you are scared of balloons, are you? How are we going? Have you... You can, shall we get them to get to the front? Yeah, you can announce yours, Colin.
My one goes to this guy.
Ah, okay. And Angrid? So let's just get to the front. Can I just ask, so what's your name?
George.
And how old are you, George?
11.
That's a beautiful outfit. And what's his name?
What's your name? Ben.
And how old's Ben?
7 years old, what an amazing outfit.
They've done it so well. These balloons are, I just can't believe you've been so creative with them. So we've got some prizes for you too, but let's give everyone a massive round of applause that has taken place in there. Nice work. I'll get your prizes, and you can very slowly make your way off the stage. Very slowly, very slowly. Where's the winner? Yeah. Where were the 2 winners? There we go. And where was the other winner? Where was the winner from this side? There we go, he's coming. The little bumblebee. Okay. Thank you very much. So, we've now cleared the stage of balloons. We've just got a daffodil down here, which I'll just get out of the way as well. It is now time for our award ceremony. Everyone give me a ooh! So, I know the results are in. We've got lots of awards to get through, but before we start that, what we need to do is thank the people that without this day, it would not be possible, okay? Stop destroying your costumes just yet. So what we need to do is get on stage all of the volunteers that have helped today. So all of the referees, all of the judges, if you guys could make your way onto stage, we have some medals to say thank you very much. So if we could have all up you come, don't be shy. They hide away, working hard. Up you come. Someone's got to go first, come on. And let's give them a nice big clap, because without these guys, this day would not happen. There's lots of them as well. They keep on coming, keep on coming. And we've got medals for you guys. Don't fall off the back of the stage, please. These guys have been working hard all day. Like as I said, we have the judges, we have referees. These guys are the guys that you've had to pitch your ideas to, that have made sure that you stick by the rules during your robot games. And they've been very shy. They're not coming onto stage. We've got a medal for each and every one of them. And you do know, guys, that when you get your medal, I'm going to make you do what the teams did. And so, which means I count down, I go 3, 2, 1. You guys give a massive cheer, and then these guys give you a nice clap, and then you make your way orderly off stage. That's the way it works. Yeah, there's more room, people. There's a lot of people that make this day happen. And they're keeping on coming. Up you come, up you come. They've just about almost got their medals now. We just need to resupply the medals. Okay, so, are you guys ready? I count down 3, 2, 1. You guys give a ridiculously loud cheer. After these guys give a loud cheer, you guys give them a massive round of applause to say thank you for giving up your Sunday, out of all the days, to come and make this competition possible. Okay. My word, you're going to be loud, especially you. I might move down here for you. Okay, so, 3, 2, 1. Woo! Give them a nice big clap. Well done, guys. You can now relax. And it's not only these volunteers that make it happen, but we've also got, if you look around you, you can see all the people that are in the yellow t-shirts. So if we could have all the STEM ambassadors up here as well, you thought you got away with it. Up you come, guys, up you come. Come on, nice and quickly. That's it. You can use the step if you want, that's what it's there for. Up you come, up you come. Up you come, make your way down. So these are the guys that looked after you today, made sure that you got to your judging sessions on time, answered your questions, where the toilet was, where lunch was, are we nearly there yet? They answered all of those questions and made sure that you guys were completely comfortable with today and knew what was going on. Up you come, guys. You guys know how it works, don't you? 3, 2, 1, nice loud cheer. You guys give them a big appreciation. Right, are you ready? Are you ready? 3, 2, 1. Well done, guys. You can now relax. So we have the volunteers, we have the STEM ambassadors, and they have all made today possible, as have your parents and your coaches that have brought you here today. But there have been some outstanding people who have really shown us just extra work today, and without them, it wouldn't have happened. And so I'm going to read out their names, and if I read out your name, I would like you to come on stage, because we've got a special edible treat for you guys. So, what I'm going to do is start reading. As I start reading, you guys can start clapping. The list is of about 10 names, so the clapping can get louder and louder, and that'll give them time to actually come onto stage. So we have, start with a very low clap like this. That's it. We have Samita Jenner. Come on the stage, Samita Jenner. We have Leslie Davis. We have Usman Warowich. We have Julio Gonzalez Yanez. We have Oggy Harrison, Kenny Meester, Huron Bosch, Sander Lehmans, Colin Foley, and Astrid Bin. Up you come on stage, people. Up you come. Woo! Colin has a little fan club there, I quite like it. Here we go. Brilliant, yeah, hold them up. Let's give them a nice big clap.
Where are our head judges? We're missing them.
Oh, we're missing the head judges. Are they still judging?
No.
Are they hiding?
Maybe. We'll catch them later.
Yeah, we're missing the... We got, oh, come on, Rachel. Yay. Well done, guys. Thank you very much. Without you, it wouldn't have happened just as smoothly as it has. But not only is it people that make this day happen, it's sponsors, because things like this, they need money to be able to work. And so there's been quite a few sponsors, so we'd like to thank the sponsors. But the person that's going to do this is Richard from the IET. So Richard, away you go.
Thank you. Wow, what a crowd. Have you had a good day? You have been amazing, and I have loved watching you all going around the venue today, and the atmosphere in the room that you've created has been fantastic. So thank you for coming, and thank you for making it such a fantastic day for everyone that's in this room here. I'll be very quick, because I know you want to get to these things. This programme could not happen. You would not be taking part in this at all if it wasn't for many, many people. But in particular, there are two organisations that I really have to say a huge thank you to, because they put so much time and energy and so many resources into helping us run it and making it get to as many people as possible. And that is Bechtel, and you will have seen their stand over there. They put a huge amount of funding, time, energy and effort and enthusiasm in. Give them a huge round of applause. And special mention for Usman Warwick over there, who spends a huge part of his year on top of a very busy working job making FLL happen regionally and also nationally as well. So thank you to Bechtel. Thank you also to the EPSRC Centre for Innovative Manufacturing in Intelligent Automation, and in particular Smita Jenna, who has, again, put in so much work on top of a frantic day job to make this event happen today. So thank you to those guys. There is just one more person that I have to say an extra special thank you to, and this event today, to my knowledge, is the biggest first LEGO League final that's ever been held in the UK and Ireland. It's been running since 2001. So I think this is a good time to say a massive thank you to a lady who has put in a huge amount of work to make these finals every year run really smoothly and be a fantastic day for all you guys, and it would not be the same without her. And that lady is Leslie Davis. Where are you, Leslie? I need you to jump back on stage again, please. Don't hide. There she is. Thanks, Leslie.
Thanks so much. Okay.
Thanks for all your work. One last thing, because I don't think they're going to say it themselves, but you've had a crack team of commentators today. We have had Colin Foley, Astrid Bin, and Fran Scott, who have been your commentators. Give it up for them. Fantastic team. Fantastic team. Thank you.
Okay, that's just about all of the thank yous done. We have two more, but I'll save them right till the very end. You might be able to guess who they are for. Because now, it's time for the prizes. Give me a ooh. Ooh. Nice. So, to present the first two prizes, which are the Robot Performance Award and the Robot Game Knockout Award, we have two very lovely people. We have Orla Murphy, who was the Young Woman Engineer of the Year. Has Orla made it? She is here. Brilliant. And we have Oggy Harrison, who is the head referee. So give them a round of applause and welcome to the stage. Up you come. So I will hand you the microphone. And do you want to say a few words?
Would you like to say a few? I've written a few words for you all about the... should we do the Robot Performance Award?
We should do the Robot Performance Award first, yeah.
Thanks.
That's the winners at the bottom.
Okay. Prior to this tournament, this team has scored 601 in winning the Dundee Regional Heat. Today, they scored 762 3 times. The amazing thing is this is their first time, and they only started doing FLL in September. So the winners this year are from West Linton in Edinburgh, the West Linton Wasps.
Well done, well done. Well done. Well done. Well done. Well done. Thank you very much.
By the microphone. We're just going to get a quick picture of you guys, so if we could get the shorter ones at the front. And we'll bunch you up closer, 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 closer. And we all smile at that man there. That's it. Let's give them a massive round of applause. Well done.
Okay, I don't want them to go away.
Oh, stay where you are. How cryptic.
Okay, we had a very exciting knockout competition. And first, I just want to mention the runners-up, the Terminators, all the way from Galway, who scored fantastically well repeatedly. They did really, really good. They scored 560, 574, and 531 in the knockout competition. However, they met a team that is almost unbeatable. So, to show you that, the worst score of this team was 562, and the Terminators were the only team to better that score. So, your worst score was better than all the other teams bar one, and that's the 44 best teams in the country. So, I give you the incredible, the amazing Westonton Wasps.
Thank you very much.
Let's give them a double round of applause. Well done. That's amazing. Okay, we're now going to move, I can't believe that, but it's incredible. So we're now going to move on to the next 1, 2, 3, 4 awards. And that is the Robot Design Award, the Project Award, the Core Values Award, and the Judges Award. And to present these awards, we have quite a few people. So we have Naomi Clymer, who is the president of the IET. We have Kenny Meesters. We have Huron Bosch, Sanders Lehmans, and they are head judges. So please welcome them all to the stage. Okay, who are we missing? We're missing one. Kenny. Kenny, that's a hilarious run. Okay, so first we have the Robot Design Award. You're going to hold it with your third hand.
Okay. The IET is trying to inspire the next generation of engineers, and in this room, I see future engineers. People in this room will be famous in 10 or 20 years' time for solving incredible world challenges, and I'll be able to say, I saw them here. So, okay, the winner of this. For their awe-inspiring modular robot and precision, their efficient programming and their innovative thinking, it's the Terminators.
Very nice robot, guys. Yeah, well done. You're the best of today.
Okay, nice work, guys. So the next award is the Project Award. Thank you very much. Oh, I like this. It's like you've got it planned. So there you go.
Yes, we do.
Yes, the next project award is for the team, and the motivation for this award is that it had everything from concept to an implementation, an excellent solution to an industry problem which impacts on the recycling of glass. That should be a hint. Their prototype, naturally made of Lego, was superb. So therefore, the project award goes to Team Deeping Architectos.
Now, for those of you who this is their first final, you might not have noticed, but the trophies are actually made of Lego as well. They are, I love the trophies. Congratulations, guys. Oh, you came up a different route. I like it. So we're going to get a nice photo of you guys with your trophy. So we just need the shorter ones at the front. And we need you nice and tight, bunched up. And then we all do cheesy grins in the background. Brilliant. Let's give them a massive round of applause. Nice work. And next we have the Core Values Award. So who's presenting? Ooh. There you go.
Okay. You hang on to the trophy, I'll take the envelope. Okay, the Core Values Award. This team provided excellent support for all team members. They were very respectful to a recent member. They encouraged a clear identity with their team colour in green. So the Core Values Award goes to Northcote Lodge. I'm about to fall off. Well done. Well done. Well done.
Okay, the last award that you guys are presenting is the Judges Award, and in fact we've got 2 Judges Awards this time. There you go.
This team only had 2 weeks between their regionals and the national finals due to flooding in their area. Despite having so little time to prepare, they were a really accomplished team. Therefore, the first Judges Award goes to team number 44, the Annadale Engineers.
Well done. Nice work. Well done. Some of the Annadale engineers have had to go home, hopefully not by boat, so we'll get a nice little picture of you guys. Well done. And we've got the second Judges Award.
Thank you. So the second Judges Award, there was a team that had a very big project they've done, and they had so much information to get across in a very limited amount of time, but they did an excellent job. In fact, they shared it with not only the judges, but with the whole community as well. So that's why the judges have decided to award the second Judges Award to Team Black Thunder, Team 34.
I like that, and they're running onto stage. You can come to an award ceremony again. Okay, do you not want your trophy? Well done, guys. So we're going to get a photo of you. Apart from you are taller than us, so I'm not sure how this is going to work. We just need you nice and close together. I hope he wasn't talking to us. Brilliant. And thank you to our prize givers as well. Thank you very much. I didn't even notice you were wearing a moose hat. So next we are moving on to the Bechtel Award for Safety. And to present this award, we have Usman Warowich and the amazing Linda Miller. So let's welcome them onto the stage.
Thank you so much, and I had such a great time speaking with you all today, and thank you for all the people who shared great health and safety dedication and ideas, and this was a really hard one. I read all of the write-ups that you did, and as was said already before me, there are some fantastic future engineers in this room. And I just have something I want to say to every single one of you. Be engineers, be engineers, be engineers. Okay, now that's settled. Osman, you want to hold this here for me? Very hard to choose the winner. There should be an envelope. It's no secret since Osman and I did the choosing, but there you are. So many, many great thoughts and ideas, but this team that we chose, not only did it have an excellent understanding of safety topics ranging from electricity to equipment hazards, but it was really their team ethos of looking out for each other and watching out for the mental health of others, people that are lonely or depressed, keeping an eye out for each other, that really set them apart to me. And that team is Fantastic Plastic. Nice, nice, nice. Well done, you.
Well done. So we're just going to get a quick photo of you guys. So if we could have some of you just down the front. That's it. And yeah. Are you ready for the cheesy grins? Brilliant. Well done, guys. And thank you to our award givers. So the next award is the Loughborough University Award for Team Spirit, which is very important here at First LEGO League. And to present this award, we have Robert Allison, who is the Loughborough University Vice Chancellor. So let's give him a round of applause. Hello.
Nice to see you. That's very kind, thank you very much. For constant positivity, great communication and friendly smiles all round, EGNI Team 21. Egni. That's lovely, thank you very much.
Are you Egni or A? Egni. Egni.
Congratulations, there you go, you get the trophy. Okay. Well done.
Well done, guys.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, well done. I'll have you all here as students.
Well done. He's trying to recruit as they come up. I quite like that. So we're going to get a picture of you. So we need to just squash together a little bit of a semicircle type thing, like this. That's it.
That's perfect, well done.
Brilliant. Well done, guys. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're getting close. We're getting close to the big award. But before the big award, we have the EPSRC Centre for Innovative Manufacturing in Intelligent Automation Award for Innovation, which has to be the longest title of the award I've ever come across. But we also have the Award for Insight into Learning. And to present these prizes, oh no, he's presenting one, I think, for the start. We have Mike Jackson, who is the Director of the Intelligent Automation, and he's already here.
Thank you very much.
Okay, the award for from our centre for the most innovative manufacturing solution to minimise waste and provide aesthetic solutions is Team 23, Griffin Sprague.
Griffin Sprague, who are coming all the way down from the back of the auditorium. So we'll have to just keep the round of applause going very slowly. That's it, that's it. Don't outdo yourself. Do it. There we go. Yay! Oh, you didn't take any time at all. You were so quick. Congratulations, guys. Up you come. Well done. Well done. So we're going to need a photo of you guys. Oh, you get a trophy each as well. So we're going to get a photo. So we'd like one of you, half of you on the front row kneeling down, if you would. So if we could have you lovely ladies just on the floor, kneeling down. It's a very big team. We don't know how we're going to fit them into one picture. There we go. Brilliant. Give them a round of applause. Thank you very much as well. Should we present the next? Does Mike present one? And thank you to Mike as well. Yeah, and then it's the next. Okay, we've got the last 3 awards to come, and these last 3 awards are the Award for Insight into Learning, and then we have the second place award, and then we have the Champions Award. And to present this, we have the Secretary of State for Education, Nikki Morgan. Let's welcome her to the stage. Hello again. How are you? Good. Oh, there you go.
Lovely. Have we got the, right. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's lovely to be here, and congratulations to all of the teams who have been taking part. And I can't do better than to echo Linda's words, be an engineer. Think about engineering. Obviously, Loughborough is a good place to study, but there's lots of other places. But just be an engineer, so keep that enthusiasm up. Now, this is the Insight into Learning Award, because I know that you've learnt lots through taking part in this competition, and the winning team chose one of my favourite words in their submission. So, they chose the word perseverance because they kept going in the face of adversity. So the Insight into Learning is won by team number 9, Trash-tastic. Well done. Well done. Well done. Well done. Well done. Now, who's going to take the award?
I've got the what's it? You can hand it out.
Who's going to take it? Oh, there we are. Oh, lots of hands. Right. Should we have a... Just this way. Come this way.
Okay, we need a picture with you guys. Okay, we're trying to get a picture with someone that's dressed in balloons and who can't really move very fast. This may take some time. I think we're there. Are we fitting? Brilliant. Let's give them a round of applause. Well done, guys.
So these are the 2 big awards. So firstly, the second place award have been given to a strong team who had lots of fun with their program design. So it's Team 22, Rubbish Runners.
I'll give you that and we can swap. Woo! Well done, guys. Well done.
World Festival.
Shall I go down outside?
Well done. And now it's the huge prize. And don't forget that the winners of this prize get to go to the World Festival, which I've heard is just incredible. But it's not me who knows who's won it. There you go.
I'm hoping somebody better give me the envelope, otherwise, yeah, there we are. Right. So congratulations again to everybody who has taken part, to everyone for being here today, for all the judges and volunteers, and everyone who has worked so hard to get to this stage. But the winners. Now, this team had brilliant enthusiasm and had great vegetable costumes. They also did very well in the robot competition, and hopefully they've managed to persuade the dinner ladies to drop sprouts from the menu. I'm hoping you guys know what this means. Based on evidence, of course. So well done. I think we give them a really big round of applause to Team 17, the West Linton Wasps.
Amazing! Well done. Look at those faces, they can't believe it. Amazing! Hooray! We need a nice, big, cheery photo with you guys. Let's get half of you down the front and we'll do a big celebratory. Ah, amazing. Champions. I'll pop round this side. Are you ready? Woo! Let's give them a huge round of applause. Well done, guys. And thanks, of course, to Nikki Morgan as well. So they are the UK and Ireland champions, but before we gave out the award, I said there's two more people we have to thank, and that is you guys for taking part, and also your teachers, coaches, parents for driving you here, for getting you to all of your training. So what I want you to do is, just before we all go, is I want you to get your hands in the air like this, and I want you to open your mouth like this, and I want you to give yourselves, your teachers, your coaches, the biggest round of applause you have given yourselves today, because you are awesome! Guys, you have been absolutely brilliant, and hopefully we'll see you next year. Thank you very much for coming.
Have you ever wondered how it works? Had to have a second look, a third, a fourth. Considered if magic could actually be real. Been a little bit distracted. There's an engineer in each of us. Sometimes it just needs a bit of encouragement. Here's to the daydreamers, the distracted and the intrigued, the ones that will go on to engineer our world.
Computers and technology are at the heart of everyday life. Today and in the future, engineers will be essential to develop and create solutions for an ever-expanding global population. And the UK needs to keep pace with the rest of the world in developing new innovations for these problems, helping to grow jobs and sustain employment. A major BBC project developed in pioneering partnership with over 25 organisations will give a personal coding device free to every Year 7 student across the country. The microbit will be a small, wearable device with an LED display that will give these students an exciting and engaging introduction to coding.
This BBC-led initiative aligns perfectly with the IET strategy to inspire the young students of today to become the engineers of tomorrow.
For us as a school, it is important we prepare our students for careers in tomorrow's world.
The IET is developing a range of teaching materials
Some of these will be text-based and others will be video-based. The Education Events team will be producing a number of events. Some of these will be small, localised events. Others will be activity days in school, and there'll be bigger regional events where parents and families will be encouraged to attend.
First LEGO League is a robotics-based life skills competition
It is a global programme that is run in the UK and Ireland.
by the Institution of Engineering and Technology.
To give young people the opportunity to have fun with engineering.
To register, just head to firstlegoleague.co.uk. There's an entry fee that includes your robot game field setup kit and your entry into a tournament. Now you've registered, you'll need a LEGO Mindstorm kit to build a robot.
Any version of Mindstorms is fine.
Talk to your local STEM coordinator.
Maybe you can borrow a kit. Ask parents to donate some extra Lego.
But you're not having mine. Now we need to get the team together. No more than 10 people in a team.
No cheating.
Let's practice programming with Mindstorms as soon as possible.
There's no need to wait until the challenge is launched.
When the challenge is launched,
We need to read the challenge document very carefully.
There are quite a lot of rules and we don't want to build something that doesn't do the right thing.
Remember, there are 3 parts to FLL. The robot game, the project, and the core values.
Don't get carried away only focusing on one of them. Your job as our coach is to encourage us and help us focus. You're not allowed to do the work for us.
Don't worry, we're smart enough to work it out ourselves.
But we do need your help to organise the trip to the tournament day.
The day is action-packed and event staff are on hand to keep the day running smoothly. Feel free to look online to see what other teams are doing around the world.
but don't let them worry you.
At the tournament, there will almost certainly be other teams there for the first time with you. If the team have had a go and got involved, they'll love the tournament. So what we need you to do, register online, get the kit, create a team, help us organise ourselves, and get us to the tournament.
We look forward to seeing you there.
Well, here we are in the broom cupboard. We managed to squeeze them all into this little room. You wouldn't believe how small it is in here, but they're all squashed up. How did it go then, guys? What a great run in the finals there. Was it a good day?
Yes.
Wow, and what does it mean to you guys then? How's it great? I mean, what does winning feel like today?
Well, it's really relief, really, because I was so tense through the day and for the weeks before, so it's just a big relief.
And
that
you
it's
had,
over.
it was so, you know, all through the day, you've just had scores that were consistently good. How did you manage that?
I think it's just our teamwork is so good and we're such like a big team. So, and whenever it went wrong, we always stayed together and tried again, and eventually we've made it.
It was brilliant. I mean, one of the things that we were talking about earlier with one of your coaches was you had like 4 days over, was it Christmas? Where you actually took the table out and you just worked and worked. Did that make a difference?
Definitely, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
7
We did
hour sessions each day.
Yeah, we did 7-hour sessions and it was just brilliant.
Wow. So that's something that's really shown through. So you're off to America. How does that feel? Who's been to America before?
I've been to
You both been to America, but the rest of you is going to be a first. How exciting is that?
Very exciting.
Excellent. And well, guys, I mean, well done. What was it like being on stage there at the end when you heard the name of your school or your team shouted out? How exciting was that?
It was just like the minute that the name was called, just my whole brain just went, wow, this is amazing.
This is amazing. And what about you? How have you felt today? Been good?
Yeah, really good. Lots of pressure at some points. Yeah.
So I bet you're all going to sleep like logs tonight. Yeah, absolutely.
We get back at midnight.
Well, guys, look, from all of us here, what a fantastic day. It's been super exciting. When you watch the final run back, you will see what an unbelievable run you had. It was fantastic. Every little move is captured on camera. Well done. Give yourselves a massive round of applause. West Linton Primary School have won and are through. They're going out to America, and hopefully you'll win it for us there too. Well done, everybody.